It's a fake. Welcome, everybody.
Welcome.
I thought that was appropriate. So, yes, welcome. It's another week gone. How is everybody?
Doing well. How about you, Thermo?
Yeah, I'm all right. Hey, Nova. Dave's in the chat.
Yeah.
And Crazy KK. Welcome.
The woo has started.
The wooing has started, yes. So, from the... sorry, I forgot the intro. Oh, my God. From the totally real country of Australia, I bid you all good evening, good morning, or good day, as the case may be, across these many time zones. This is the pre-stream. My name is Thermo, and we're here to talk about the newsy stuff from this week and a little bit from last week. From Lawtube to Lolcows, from 4chan to Forbes, we'll have a look back at some of the news in the past week and see if I can avoid a fatwa, which will make sense probably in an hour or so when we cut over to Rumble. So hello, everybody. Hey, Ben. How's it going, man?
Hey, thanks for sharing your National Day with me.
Sharing our national day with an outsider, yes, no problem, man.
Yeah, that was interesting.
That was fun. And depressing at the end.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks to Crystal and Ben Horseman for making that very depressing at the end. But yes, I have stuff. I have bits and pieces from last week to go over first that I missed. So we'll go through that quickly and then we'll jump into our regularly scheduled program. I honestly can't remember if I covered this, but yes, apparently you can't use queer anymore. Queer is bad. So
Queer has always been a slur. So never understood why it was part of that acronym.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, look, I remember having people called queer, and it being a bad thing. So, but yes, the gays don't like the Q in LGBTQ and would like you to stop using it.
Well, the Q isn't for the homosexual.
Well, that's right, because you already get the G and the L.
Yeah, the Q is for it. Originally, it was for
snafu.
Yeah, basically, queer was
a
catch-all. It's a catch-all. It was like, oh, you're not a guy who's into guys. You're a guy who's into whatever,
Something else,
and that's what queer meant. So.
Yes, I just fucking spilt my drink. So
We're not even 5 minutes in, though, right?
And it's water. My bad. So yes, I this was in bits and pieces last week. So I thought this was funny because they compare it to the N-word. So I don't know that it would rise to the level of that. I mean, it's just a letter to the editor. But
Yeah, but you
yes.
would think that
Carl Lockwood from Brighton would like you to stop using queer. So
yeah, you would think that a bundle of sticks would be their N-word, but apparently it's
yes. Well, it's
Aquarius.
Not LGBTFIA. So yes, there's 2 Qs in there, Magoose. There's 2. So it's queer questioning. So
I try not to make sense of it because you can't make sense of it.
I think Tim's still working on his audio.
Uh,
So San Francisco, the San Francisco Reparation Panel has decided that $5 million each is an appropriate amount in reparations to give to black people who live in the city of San Francisco as reparations for, I guess, slavery. So
No reparations for the Chinese.
well, we'll get to them later, but they're having a
they
hard
took,
time.
They took my country from my people. They took the land from my people.
Well, yeah, if you're Mexican, Dave, so
Yeah,
where's your reparations?
yeah. Very specifically, my aunt still owned property that was quote unquote birth land in the LA region.
Are you there, Tim?
I think so.
Yes, you are there. Welcome.
There we
Ted.
go.
Welcome.
Stuff happens a lot. I don't know why. Stuff
think-
just happens.
You just have bad computer luck. Well, I mean,
Trying new settings.
well, I mean, you're the most popular person here at the moment. I mean, you're the most
Yeah.
famous person here at the moment. So,
Oh. Yeah, I had somebody come up and ask for an autograph yesterday. It's pretty cool.
were they a process server or?
Yeah. It was the police.
Please sign this ticket.
Yes.
So yes, the San Francisco panel studying reparations has proposed a one-time payment of $5 million to each black resident of the city deemed eligible as recompense for the, quote, decades of harm they have experienced. So it's not even for slavery. It's
For decades.
not even, generational trauma. It's the decades of harm they have experienced at the hands of, I guess, the San Francisco city government. A lump sum payment would compensate the affected population and will redress the economic and opportunity losses that black San Franciscans have endured collectively as a result of both intentional decisions and unintended harm perpetuated by city policy.
Which party was running those city policies?
They're
and all
pretty
that stuff?
blue cities, like.
I mean, yeah, they're not wrong. Blue city policies have disproportionately made black people worse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's not what you think. Yes, the proposal could cost the city, which has a 2022 to 2023 budget of $14 billion, roughly $50 billion, the Daily Mail reported.
I'm going to identify as black.
Black, you identify as a black San Franciscan.
Yep.
So the proposal could cost us.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a disabled veteran person of color. I should count.
Well, the committee also proposed wiping out all debts associated with educational, personal, credit card, and payday loans for black households. So, yes, Keem is an ally, and that's wonderful. Keffel says he's an ally, but after talking to him, maybe he's not.
Put an X out there.
Also,
Yeah.
MILF Manor premiered last week. It's already the worst show on television of the darkest timeline. It's been called the darkest thing I've ever seen on television. It consists of a group of MILFs, not my description, at a island like at a manor in Mexico. I'm pretty sure it's in Mexico.
Cougars, and yes, it looks like in the Cancun, Baja region.
But the twist, the positively Oedipal twist, is that the male contestants are their sons.
What?
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
So the male contestants vying for the love of the MILFs are sons of said MILFs.
Not specifically going
Sorry.
after their moms, but going after basically one mom is going one of the MILF's sons are going after one of the other MILFs. and vice
Well,
versa.
one would hope, Dave. One
God,
would
that's-
hope.
We would
Yes.
hope, but you know what I'm saying. I wouldn't put it past them that they're all, it's
Yeah.
not the correct way.
Yes.
Whoever called these chicks milfs is
Well,
sadly
yeah.
mistaken.
Like I said, not my description for them.
Not
I would
anybody's.
say
This is rough.
cougar.
Yeah.
Cougar is
I wouldn't say that either.
more apt.
Well,
Because
a cougar. Cougar's right. Cougar's a sexually aggressive older female.
yeah,
I guess so. I thought they had to be
So
So it
mildly
makes
attractive.
no
no,
no
No.
judgments on their attractiveness.
Yeah, there you go.
just
Cougar. Cougar
just
manner.
their age. Joan Rivers was a cougar.
Completely unrelated.
God.
Facebook and Instagram may lift the ban on bare breasts, but only if you're trans and non-binary.
What?
So I would highly encourage all attractive women on Instagram to start identifying as non-binary, and then you get your norgs out.
Yes, because Facebook. That's what Facebook needs, more titties out.
Well, it's certainly what Instagram needs.
Oh yeah, Instagram. Yeah.
For all the ladies promoting their OnlyFans.
Well, if they
Well,
don't get
sorry.
canceled or
All the non-binary people promoting their OnlyFans.
if they don't get kicked off of Instagram for showing their titties, you know exactly who they are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
Well,
those are.
they-
Wait a minute. Wait.
Well,
a minute.
there
Yeah,
is
that's
there
what
is a video of Brittany Griner on Instagram
they- Yeah, she got none.
topless playing basketball. So
Oh,
take from that what you will.
Ugh.
I would not encourage anybody to look it up.
don't do it.
You'll be you'll be horrified.
You go blind with sadness.
San Diego has updated their building, like their retrofit mandate for homes and building owners. So you won't be able to have a gas stove in San Diego.
Mm.
And yeah, I was
that
told
we're
this
going-
was not a thing.
Oh yeah, they're not coming for your stoves. No, well, it's only new buildings, and so
But we're not coming for you. It's gas stove.
I thought you said
Yeah.
retrofit.
well, it's they're introducing a retrofit mandate for home and building owners and out. Oh, okay, yeah. No,
Yeah,
you're
so
right.
It's
No,
everything.
yeah, you're right, Tim. By 2035, every home in San Diego must not have a gas stove.
Fucking hell.
That
These
must
people.
be like the
Have you-
quickest push from we just mention it and
From
to full on.
from brain fart from a low level functionary at the fucking. It wasn't even the EPA. It was like the trade, like
just
it's
a
like trade or something. The
representative
like
or
FTC.
senator just mentions it.
Yeah, he's like, for instance, there could be a this, and now there's a
God.
this. You've just fucking spoken it into being. What amazing power the deep state has. So
That
yes,
sucks.
director John Carpenter claims he's not involved with the Escape from New York reboot, and says the last thing he heard is they were gender swapping Snake.
Snake.
So,
Fucking rip.
Yeah,
Trap
rip snake.
What would be her name then?
Viper.
Viper.
Yeah, probably.
Okay,
Yeah.
maybe. Hopefully, there isn't a trend in it. You know, a person of non-binary community of the trans.
A confused American.
Then it'll
Yeah,
be hidden
confused
Python.
American, because we already had that we already had representation in Escape from LA.
I remember
Isn't that
watching
the
that.
same
That was
show?
terrible.
Judy Greer's character was a transitioned individual.
Judy Greer
Okay.
getting thick lately, by the way. Getting real thick.
And yes, an Illinois court has halted the state's ban on assault rifles.
That's nice.
And of course, what is an assault rifle?
Yes,
Any
well,
gun, apparently.
whatever you want it to be.
Guns that fire more than one bullet.
Yes, well. So,
Literally anything.
our top story. Eliza Bleu. So there are more people banned now because of So this is the list of people whose accounts are locked
That's fucking amazing.
by merely retweeting an image that was clipped from a YouTube video that has been on YouTube for, well, how many? Like 6 years?
Something like
Something
that.
like that.
It's absolutely baffling. But yes, activist Eliza Bleu cancels creators, appears to ramp up Twitter censorship.
And they're actually banning the embedding of videos concerning Eliza Bleu as well. So if you go to Farron's Twitter, where she's advertising her documentary, you can't see the once you click on it, it says you can't see.
Yeah, you
Nothing
can't.
to see here.
Embedding doesn't work.
And they're flat out censoring it altogether as far as that goes.
Yeah. So you go to click on the video, and which would usually load it in frame, and it doesn't load. Just says. So Drewby Rants just says, "I just got locked out of my account because of the Eliza shit." Yeah.
Fuck.
This is
like-
fucking insanity.
It's Deep State 101. She's
Like-
protected class, apparently.
Yeah.
Eliza is apparently like has Fed powers or something, and it's
Yeah.
January 6th all over again. Like- What the fuck?
I think she might actually have something on Elon Musk or other people at that level, because
Well, Elon likes
it's
to
like
give.
they're afraid of him. It's like
Elon likes to
it's-
give gifts though, but the gift Elon gives is pregnancy.
Yeah, he's a
Well,
simp.
Like Elon,
that's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to allude to. I think that there's stuff going on. I don't want to say that that there's anything of a
banging
sexual
Eliza?
nature, but with his track record,
you think the next name
probably
change
is.
is going to be Eliza Musk
I think so.
Yes.
or Elon Blue?
Do better, Elon. Fuck.
Yeah, like.
It would
He
be
wants to
Elon
see
Blue
the world.
because,
But yes, this
Yeah,
article goes back over the So and look, this is the. I think we looked at it last week, or maybe I couldn't find it. But this was the initial exchange. This is what got Brittany Venney nailed. Like literally asking a question in the most, like the most respectful way. Like I know some of us don't like Brittany Venney, and some of us are indifferent, and some of us like Brittany Venney, and some of us like Brittany Venney just a little too much. But
she's got good tits.
like, that's
Can't
a
speak and see.
perfectly reasonable way to ask that question.
Yeah.
To be like, hey, could you just clarify this, please?
Yeah.
Like, is there an answer to this? What do you have to say about this?
The answer is
And-
no, banned.
To just go, no, banned, and I'm suing you. Like,
Yeah, but how did she? I mean, she got her banned like instantly too. Like it was like, bam.
Pretty quick.
so I think she
like less than an
I think
hour.
she slipped. I think she's sleeping with someone in Twitter, and
Maybe all
yeah,
of that.
Elon Musk.
yeah. I don't want to flat out say it because I have no evidence. This is not fact. This is just opinion and conjecture.
Dave doesn't
I
want a
think
process server on his door with a lawsuit from Eliza.
Just fucking laugh
Yeah.
in their face, like, okay.
I've
What do
I've already got a summons coming up. I don't need another one. But yeah,
Wow. My
either
God.
either that or there's someone she knows that's giving up the honey to the musk. Maybe someone she's heaven forbid that someone that she's helped before is she's pulling a favor from to get even more favors.
Somebody's
Well-
just wrist deep in Elon.
Well, she does have a lot of contacts at Twitter. Like we know this because she's worked with Twitter about over trafficking, which honestly that word's become racism. Like what the fuck does it even mean anymore?
Everything's
If her I was trafficked. And how I was trafficked is people used my photo to catfish other people and made money off it. What? I'm
That's-
sorry.
Yeah.
That's identity theft and fraud.
Like,
not
bitch, you need LifeLock.
Yeah.
You aren't trafficked. You need LifeLock.
Hashtag
not sponsored.
If that's the case, I've been trafficked 10 ways to Sunday.
It's trafficked. It's not trafficked. It's trafficked. I've heard so many people say trafficked. It's trafficked.
Yes, I traffic across state lines.
Oh, now you've dragged Kyle into it. across state lines.
I'm sure he'd be willing to jump to the defense.
Well, yeah. Kyle gets a new girlfriend, and it's Eliza Bleu.
Oh no!
So I thought this was an interesting thing. So this is someone who's run an 18+ website, apparently. Yes, thermotraffic's koalas confirmed, according to Eliza's definition of trafficked. So yes, I've said this previously-ish. Many moons ago, I ran an 18+ website. It consisted of syndicated content of glamour girls. Think Loaded. At Mario, this person had an advice column. So I know/knew glamour girls. I know those who went into full-on adult professionals. Hashtag Eliza Bleu. Eliza worked with and as some of those women that went into escorting and porn. They weren't trafficked. Katie Price has never been trafficked. Famous page 3 model, Katie Price.
Mm-hmm.
There was
Katie Price.
There was an industry Loaded. There was an industry with Loaded and Ladder and the likes of Nuts. Oh, dude, remember Nuts magazine?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Yeah.
Before my
It wasn't
time.
really my cup of tea quite quickly. Quote, what do you want to do for tea? Give me a sec. I'm just a Keely Hazel vid. Oh, there's a name I've not heard in a long time.
Yeah.
It's not really conducive to a healthy home life. Yeah, fair enough. I got to know various adult workers. I got to know those women who became high-class escorts, cough, cough, yacht girls, off their own accord. I also got to know women that were borderline pimped out. Pressure, drugs, being naive. Eliza Bleu was never, as I understand it, ever trafficked. She's an affluent, rebellious kid who is the daughter of a minted Republican, assumably Republican, who has been desperate for attention and money and money all of her life.
That's a pretty accurate take.
Yeah.
Other women turn to sex to earn cash. See Kim K have crushed it. Eliza never replicated that infamy and money. So in my honest opinion, the likes of hashtag #MeToo and hashtag Time's Up gave her another money-making opportunity. Eliza hasn't done shit for survivors. Anyway, enough rambling. She's a con artist and does a disservice to any actual trafficker victims. At minimum, she was self-employed. She was a self-employed, very on-ball prostitute. She sees opportunity and cash earning potential. I've money the next move. Finn. And look, we've said it. I said it last week. Like, she was too early for OnlyFans. So that's what it is. She hit her.
I don't know.
She became publicly known. Well, look, she could probably do it now. Like, there's plenty.
Yeah.
Like, she could totally spin. She could totally spin this into an OnlyFans, because
She'd have to totally give it up, though. You know, she'd have to totally give up the trafficking angle.
yeah,
You can't
she'd
just
have
go
to
start
just
doing
embrace it.
OnlyFans.
Like, yeah, it'd have to just be see what all the other people were paying money for. I'm probably going to hell, but whatever.
Aren't we all?
Yes. So I thought this was good too. Also, a conservative Christian. So this is the various things she's identified as. By the way, I'm a straight Christian conservative libertarian. I'm a survivor. I matter. If a survivor is queer, devil-worshipping Marxist, they still matter. I'm not a conservative. I didn't defend what she said. I defended her right to say it. Glad we cleared that up. I'm a conservative libertarian. I heart the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. I'm a survivor. Do you see hashtag me too?
Hold up. Wait a minute. She said, I'm not a conservative.
So
previous
she
one.
said, I'm not a... So she said she's a conservative... So here we go.
2020.
So
She's a conservative.
she's a straight Christian...
2022.
She's a straight Christian conservative libertarian.
Right.
Now she's not a conservative
Yeah, in 2022.
in 2022. Now, here again, she's saying she's a Christian, conservative libertarian. I'm going to take an opportunity to remind everybody, especially Conservative Inc., that I'm an anarcho-capitalist, and my loyalty does not belong to any political party, organization, institution, or media outlet, but it belongs to survivors. So that was in 2022. That was in 2020. That was in 2022. That was in 2020. So she's gone
She
from
doesn't know
Christian
what the fuck
conservative
she is.
libertarian to not a conservative.
So she's saying whatever the audience wants to hear.
Exactly. She is a grifter, pure and simple, like the purest form. She's baby. I'm whatever you need me to be. Yes, she's definitely not an ANCAP. She likes the cap, but not the AN part, I'm sure.
You know, it's like I've seen her on Timcast a couple times, and it's like I don't remember her really talking about anything regarding like what she does. I mean, she might have, but I don't recall it being. I recall thinking like, when is she going to get to the like why she's here? And she just never.
now-
seemed
To be fair, with Timcast RLL, sometimes the guest doesn't even talk about what their expertise are at. Because it's
Sometimes the
about
guest
the
doesn't even
stories
talk.
that Tim wants to talk about.
Yeah, it's true.
But the latest one, yeah, she did actually do a whole speech and all that stuff.
Well, the last
Okay.
one
I
was
haven't watched it in a while.
to grift off the Tate stuff.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And the thing that shits me about, like, Tate's a piece of shit. Full stop. Like, he does traffic women. He literally if he's not a liar, and what he says in his videos is what he does, he has admitted on film to trafficking women, to using like the Loverboy scam to get women into his business of webcamming and keep them there. He's admitted to scamming them using tax by saying, "Oh, look, it's 50% tax," when it's actually 20%, and then he keeps the 30% difference. Like, the shit he has admitted to is heinous. She is being used as a defense for these pieces of shit now, because she drew attention. Say she was just grifting. They're all grifters. It's bullshit. Magusta says, did she claim she was an ANCAP after going on Malice's show? Maybe. Like,
Most likely.
when was the ANCAP thing? The ANCAP
Or
thing
right before, maybe.
She probably. What she's doing is like the most capitalistic thing you could possibly do with someone with her knowledge, skills, and specialty.
Yeah.
So she's not anti-capitalist.
So she said in March that she was an ANCAP, 26th of March. So Tim's not here to look up the date she went on Malice. So, but that sounds about right. March last year. So
I doubt she knows what. She's only been like adjacently in the situation of being trafficked.
I did a little quick look up. Last appearance on Michael Mash's show was 28th of May 2021.
2021. Okay, so that was a year after the show, because that one was the third one. So yes, that was the 26th of May 2022. So this is a year after. So Yellow Flash, of course, appealed. I'm pretty sure they've all appealed, and they've all had their appeal denied. Granted, they're not banned per se. Like, a lot of the narrative around this is like they're saying they're banned, and I understand. It's just, it's an ANCAP. She offends me. Look, I understand the narrative that they're like they're banned. Like they say they're banned. They're not strictly banned. They're blocked. Hey man,
I thought they were banned.
the expert in the chat, how's it going, man? Yeah, so they're not banned per se, but they are blocked, and a lot of people are getting confused because people will tweet out that these people are banned, and then
Weird.
people will go to the Twitter accounts and go, oh, they're not banned. So it's important to clarify they're not banned, but they can't tweet. They can't use their Twitter account until they delete that tweet.
Oh, I
So
see.
they're functionally like if they want to leave that tweet up, and I think in some cases like they're being sued, so they're told not to delete it,
Yeah.
and it's like, well,
What the fuck is she
what the
think?
fuck do you want me?
She's just gonna waste
so
money.
fucking insane. Like she's never gonna file, or if she is, she's gonna fucking like do a GoFundMe.
Yeah, she can't win with what she has. There's nothing there. It's just like, what are you fucking doing? It's weird.
Yes, hit the like
Weird
button.
person.
Hit the like button, y'all. I'm not sure if that actually does anything, but hit it anyway.
Hit it
And
once,
Daisy,
hit it twice.
Welcome, Daisy.
Yeah.
Shout out to Cool Frog. Love Cool Frog. Is he still streaming right now? I saw his morning show. But yeah, so Yellow Flash's appeal was denied. It's a safe bet. Everybody else's was. I think the actual ban is like Twitter's weird rules around publishing private information. But
Yeah, it's not though.
I don't understand. Like it's clearly not. Like it's clearly not private information.
It was sold to a third party, and the third party put it up there, and they got it through basically fourth party means. No way could that have been done if it was private information, if it was privated in any sense of the word.
It's ridiculous. It's like me saying, "Oh, stuff on my YouTube channel, that's private information." What? No.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
weird.
Basically,
God,
Eliza
Dave.
using her.
It's
Yeah,
disgusting.
it's basically
You're
Eliza using her influence to tell Twitter that those images are private, even though we know they're public information.
Yeah, and we saw with the Twitter files, they're perfectly capable of spinning of bending themselves enough so that they fit within their rules and go, well, look, we're justified because this rule says this, without taking into account any context around it.
Yep.
And it'll be interesting when Farron releases her doco, posts a link on Twitter and gets blocked. Or even worse. Can you imagine when this shit comes to YouTube? Like if she had people at YouTube. Oh, speak of the devil, and she will appear. You're muted, Farron. I can't hear you. Your microphone must have unplugged and replugged.
You hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yep.
There we go.
Hi. I'm just walking in the room. What are you guys talking about?
Nothing you've heard of. Nothing you've heard
Oh.
of.
This is this the one by Damien?
This is the American Crime Journal.
Yep, I'm interviewing him tomorrow.
So, but no, we were just what were we just talking about? I got distracted. But yeah, can you imagine if this shit comes to YouTube? Like if she knew someone at Trust and Safety inside YouTube.
Probably does. There's got to be some link Twitter-wise, you know.
Well, if she did, every fucking video that watches any of this stuff would be gone. Because YouTube has a very, very similar policy. Like YouTube, it's the privacy policy.
Yeah,
So you're not allowed to
same
talk about
shit.
other people's private information. It's what they use for doxing, and it's what they use for. I think they got Nick, Sophie Longstream. That way they reported it for privacy.
Yep.
So.
And that's how they went after Ken.
Yeah. So yeah,
Which makes me wonder if I should release my documentary on Rumble.
You should do both.
Yeah, do both.
Do both.
Just see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that way you can you have quote unquote evidence and ammo if your YouTube gets taken down.
I mean, I don't think she would try because I mean, surely, well, yeah. At this point, you have to be functionally retarded to not realize that every time you pull one of these, like someone else gets banned, someone else gets banned, someone else gets banned, the story just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
I don't know. She's that sounds like a retarded one.
Yeah, she's
So
not
here-
very bright.
And I'm going to confirm that because I was just given a message. So there was a gentleman that made a video kind of like asking for Eliza to like, hey, like, can you address this? You know, all this other stuff. Another person who I actually literally just got off the phone with because she was asking about it is Tara Reid, because she was on Tara Reid's show. Yeah, her and I are friends. We go back to when I was on RT America, and she used to write for RT and all that stuff. So that's how her and I connected. And then told her a number of stuff that was going on. The way that Eliza is spinning this is that, you know, people are trying to go after me because of my past, and they're trying to go after me because of Elon. And I was like, Tara, that has nothing to do with this. I was like, if anything, people expected her to probably be a stripper or something. I was like, this is her going after and banning people. And she's like, wait, what? Had no idea her father was a congressman, a sitting congressman. A lot of the things that she had heard from her, I had countered, like, you know, that she was, we'll get into it in a second. But anyway, so one of her fans that she like talked to a lot was this one kid. I'll leave him nameless right now, but he sent her a message that said, you know, like, I still love you as a person, because apparently like she would talk to him a lot about his story and what have you. Writes her this long excuse me, this long paragraph. What does she send back? Contact at NCOSE law if you have questions. I can't speak about it for legal reasons.
Oh,
Jesus.
Oh no.
Farron, they're starting to essentially block embedded videos as well on Twitter. If you're not
And
aware.
there's certain links if you go to post them, like excuse me, the podcast Total BS.
Oh, they're doing the unsafe link thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, he can't even send it.
That's
It says
the
It
that's
says
the
tweet not
BS
sent.
they pulled with the Hunter Biden shit.
Laptop, yeah.
Yep.
God.
They're pulling out all the tools for this.
Here comes the new boss, same as the old boss.
Yep.
100%.
Did you
They
did you
make
see
friends
that?
with Elon.
There was that thread from who the hell was it? I think it was Dave Smith. Did you read that one? Did that get linked?
No.
He went to Twitter and talked with Elon about why everything's basically the same bullshit, and essentially the code is so fucked that they're going to have to nuke it.
Oh, I did.
There's
I
all
did
sorts
see
of
something
backdoors
about.
and-
Oh, not
find
Dave
it
Smith.
somewhere.
It was. No, Dave Rubin.
Ruben, yeah, that's right. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll find it. I had it in.
Honestly, I
there it
kind of
is.
like don't believe that though, because if you
It's
go
fe-
to
it's a- could be a bit of a cope, yeah.
Could be.
because
yeah.
if you go to
Kinda sounds like
Eliza's how Eliza tweeted, you know, the Twitter safety rules in her on her timeline yesterday to, like, you know, just be petty. I don't know. Now I will say my stream did get a copyright claim from NBC, so right now it is down. So
Fucking
I don't want people
NBC.
to think that I deleted it. I'm trying to trim out that segment so it's back up, but yeah, right now it's
Yeah.
down.
NBC is the worst. They won't claim anything. They'll block in all territories. I hate it.
And it was 15 seconds, a 15-second clip of Dwight from The Office doing the speech.
Oh yeah. Oh, I saw that live. Yeah.
Yeah,
God.
that's what they claimed.
God damn it.
Such bullshit.
She's still
Lame
going
bullshit.
about her.
I think I do have it on Rumble though.
So there was something. Yeah, I saw something about this. The Delta Airlines anti-trafficking thing. But when I went to the Delta link, it sent me to the Australian Delta website. So I couldn't actually see what it was. I'm extremely humbled to have won this award. God, what other award? People are still giving this woman awards. What the hell?
Yeah,
For doing what?
for being
Stopping
pretty.
for being being a white woman. Oh shit! This is 7 minutes.
Eliza Bleu, survivor of human trafficking. She's used this experience to not
That's-
wallow in the dark.
I was going to say that's not her.
Yeah. She had to, she basically goes on and she was a survivor, this, and she had to put it up because, it was all about her. It's just so weird.
She knows nothing about surviving bullshit.
Strength and support that she is. Eliza
Was she
Bleu.
even there to accept it?
Oh, I can't. The cringe. It just hurts.
Yeah.
No, you have to listen to what she says.
All right.
Quit being a little bitch and listen to what she says.
God damn it, Farron. I haven't drunk enough for this.
Thank you so much for this beautiful event and this beautiful award. Thank you so much to Lisa Bleu for that amazing, she made me sound a little cooler than I am, but I'm like, yeah, it just sounds good when you stack it up. The National Center on Sexual Exploitation, National Center on Sexual Exploitation Law, always have my back. Thank you so much. I'm not from Florida. I'm not going to say where I flew from, but it is
Why not?
Okay.
actually really warms my heart to be in this room because I get an opportunity to see faces from another part of the United States that are fighting the same fight as I am. It fills me with
Because
hope.
people would
And
have
as
a way
survivor,
to
I
look
do
into
feel
it.
Something good on my heart when I was sitting there. I want you to know that for those folks in the room that are not survivors of human trafficking or exploitation, domestic violence, sexual assault, it means so much to me that you willingly choose to come into this fight, not being survivors yourself. It really means a lot. So
What?
much to me. One of the gals.
I'm sorry, did you say something?
You fucking bitch! What? You could be one of those people who weren't victims yourselves advocating. You fucking bitch!
The audacity on this bitch.
Oh, that's not even the half of it.
About getting ready for the survivor in 3 years. I saw the survivor of human trafficking online. Her name is Annie, and she has a safe house in an organization called Hookers for Jesus and Destiny's House in Las Vegas. I saw her online and reached out for help that night, and I wasn't able to tell her for years later. Years later, she was building that house for me, and finally I was able to tell
For
her.
you.
We ran into each other on Twitter.
Hookers for Jesus.
The story of John Doe 1 and John Doe 2, whew, it broke me probably maybe a bit much. Like if you're speaking from a
That ghetto
advocacy
coming out, that
perspective.
broke me.
I was probably a little too close to it, but it broke me in the right way. And I'm so grateful for everybody that has supported me along this journey. I'm all gas, no brakes, so I'm not going to stop. The internet.
She's a hustler.
Well,
You heard the highlight
certainly
reel.
is all gas, no
No, I
brakes.
mean, but for real though, I realized along this process, I have an old iPhone that I had when way before COVID started. Like I have an old iPhone. I was
Way
like,
before.
Wow.
I don't make
2 years
So
old.
old.
talking about. I don't even have Wi-Fi.
How'd you
at my
get that
house.
iPhone
And I
if
was
you were
able to
being in
reach Elon
traffic?
Musk and tell him
She doesn't
that
have
this is
Wi-Fi at her
his top
house.
priority. And by the grace
That
of
old
God,
phone she could call
he
Elon.
listened. So I am
So,
very
it's
grateful.
like
for
she
Remember
can
that
get-
thought, guys.
Twitter.
She
We
can
are
go to
just
the
beginning
local
when it comes to
McDonald's
reach out
and
to
call
social media
someone.
platforms. And
What the fuck?
so grateful for Ella Irwin as well. Ella Irwin is the VP there at Twitter now.
I don't think she's
so
been
these folks
isolated
decided to make
at
this
all
our
in her
number one,
life.
and it's
That's interesting. Knows the VP at Twitter, or one of the VPs. Interesting.
Well, and then I'm going to send you this to show. Because remember, like I said, she has why is my numlock not working? What the hell? Okay, there we go.
It's Elon. Elon's done it.
What?
He's in your keyboard.
Fuck.
He's fucking everywhere.
You're fucked.
He's in the house.
Okay.
Yep.
It is going to start at 48:20. I'm going to send you the link now. So again, you heard where she said that she doesn't have internet. She has an old iPhone. This interview was from 2 years ago. Exact date, November 6th, 2020.
I was not planning on being a public survivor, but if you want me to be a content creator and keep doing interviews like I am today with Hotep Jesus and the other interviews I have coming up, and if you want me to be good, help a sister out, help me out. But anyway, so I was
How'd you get out?
Actually, it was rough, man.
God.
You know,
Let me just vamp for a minute while I think of a story.
Yeah. Let me just shake my head and just think of something. Bingo.
You've got to appreciate the talent. Like, you've got to appreciate a grift like that. Holy shit!
I like how the ghetto.
I always let folks know that it was a process. So I started watching YouTube videos of this survivor. So when I was in the game, when I was in the life, we call it the life, you know.
No, you don't call it
no,
the
no,
life.
you do, but it's not being trafficked. You don't call being trafficked the life.
Is it
No.
You call
It's
what you were
something else.
doing the life. Yes.
You fucking bitch.
high-end escort?
Modeling with in exclamation marks.
Modeling.
when
Well,
I was in the
quotes,
life,
sorry.
sex trafficking and human trafficking really wasn't that much of a topic of discussion. People really weren't talking about it like that. There were some organizations that were popping up, but generally speaking, it wasn't the topic that it is now. I mean, this year especially, it's been a huge topic, right? But before Epstein and some of these other huge cases that have come out, before the government really put an energy behind it, I mean, we were like kind of on struggle bus out here. I mean, we were doing it, but it wasn't how it is now. It didn't have this, the movement didn't have this.
Dude, she was grifting. She was grifting with Kriegler as well. God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same energy and the same momentum. But I was watching the survivor. Her name's Annie. I actually just did a blog about her. I was in videos of Annie on YouTube, and she started to put words to my experience. I didn't even know what was going on. See, I was the type of traffic that was more manipulation style. So I had sort of a mixture between like boyfriend pimps and like guerrilla pimps, predominantly boyfriend pimps. So I would have thought that I was in love with them. Sort of like.
Didn't she say she'd never had sex for money?
Yeah.
I'm sure she said that.
But she doesn't understand what pimp is because she doesn't know what the word traffic means. So she obviously doesn't know what a pimp is. She might be thinking sugar daddy and doing favorites
late.
for sugar daddies. She doesn't know what a pimp is.
So, Coque says Eliza Bleu gives me serial killer Grimmer vibes. She's the lady from the Hunger Games.
Cost you do. Spank Ken.
What's happening, Ken? Hashtag I stand with Eliza Bleu. Hashtag true victims advocate. Hashtag you're jealous incels.
We're just prude
You're
over
muted,
here,
Farron.
Ken.
What's the timestamp that we're at? I want to make sure that we're in the right spot.
51:26. 51 minutes 21 seconds.
Oh no. Okay. Go back to 48:20.
I'm glad I'm not on fucking camera right now. I'm fucking livid.
Getting out. The second time getting out was pretty much life or death. And to be
Hang
honest,
on. The second time getting out.
Yes.
And I gotta go back a bit further. Sorry,
She
Sharon.
never
view of the
explained
way
the
that the
first
world
time.
was.
Very naive,
And
maybe.
yeah, very naive. I mean, I still have these tendencies, you know. That's why I can be friends with jerks like you, and it's like cool because like I still see everybody as being good. So he's like, delete.
Just acting up.
You love it, bro. It's better than sitting here all crying. Like I'm sure the people are probably like,
Thank God we're not crying our way through this. But yeah, no, I was groomed at age 15 at a concert. I was, you know.
Oh, this is the
Wait.
My Chemical Romance lie.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so this is now totally different. It was a photographer that brought her to come out, or that told her to come out to LA.
Yeah. First there was that. Now there's the My Chemical Romance thing. The age is
That
wrong.
doesn't line up.
The age is wrong. Like, because it when she was actually 15 would have been, what, 1996? Because she was born in 81?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Okay, so for this documentary, I've had to go through a lot of these interviews twice. I have not gone through this one yet. Already there's so many inconsistencies because I listened to it once just to I listened to it on 1.5 speed, and then I go through and I do time codes of like certain sound bites that I hear that are like, okay, I want this. This one made it into the trailer of the documentary, but here's another inconsistency: 15, then 16, then 17, then 19. I talked about on my stream earlier that there was the woman that was, or the woman that wasn't there. It's called, and it's about the woman who said that she was there at 9/11. She was in the South Tower above the explosion point, was able to escape. Her husband was in the North Tower. How she saw her. Well, basically, she started the Survivor Fund. Became president of the Survivor Fund.
They always
got
start
so
a fund.
got so much funds that she actually opened up, a museum in the name of survivors, and gave the first tour to Governor George Pataki at the time, Chuck Schumer, Rudy Giuliani, who was the mayor, Michael Bloomberg, all of these big name people. And then the New York Times came out with an article that said how they had gone through and interviewed everybody that was from the 78th floor and above. And she realized that she wasn't on the record. And all of a sudden, in the article, they talk about this guy called the man with the red bandana. It was a famous 9/11 story where it was a young kid who had a red bandana that he always had and saved I think 24 people. Okay. All of a sudden now her story is that she saw him in the stairwell on the way down. She had burns on her arm and he helped her put the fire out on her. Then she saw her assistant get decapitated. Then she saw a guy who gave her his wedding ring because he knew he wasn't going to make it out, and for her to give it to his wife. And all of these other 9/11 survivors that were underneath her were like, hang on a second, this is a lot. It's kind of like Jussie Smollett, where it's there's a lot of hate crime in this hate crime. You know what I mean? And
Curious who was swinging the machete to decapitate someone.
exactly. Well, so then the New York Post got kind of a tip off from one of the survivors in this little survivor group. It was kind of like a Facebook group before Facebook groups. It was an email list, an email chain thing. And one of them tipped off the New York Post, and they were like, I don't think this girl is actually a survivor anymore because these stories are out of control. Yeah. New York Post does a huge deep dive, find out she's not married, so she didn't lose a husband. She worked at Merrill Lynch that didn't even have an office in the World Trade Center. She also was an associate, so she didn't even have an assistant. Oh, and she was a citizen from Spain, and she wasn't even in the fucking country when 9/11 happened.
Oh,
but here it was that she had built up, and you see how the inconsistencies start to come out after a certain period of time. And that's where I showed Dr. Grande's video after I explained this, because he talks about how there is a symptom where usually in cluster B personalities where they're not getting enough attention, so they have to up the ante, right? Yeah. But we as human beings are that doesn't make sense. You saw a burn, a decapitation, a wedding ring, the man with the red bandana, all of this stuff happens on your way down a staircase, and it's just you when you're seeing not that she's doing this for attention is what I'm saying. It was the inconsistencies are starting to come out.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Long
Yep.
story short in all of that. And Tem, tonight I give you every opportunity to interrupt me as much as you want. I love you.
Ken says, stop taking away her truth, Farron. Ree!
Baron.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
love people like that. They're so fucking crazy, and it's like after a minute, if you met him in person and talked to him for 5 minutes, I guarantee you'd be like, "What the fuck is wrong with this person?" Like it would scream at you that they're crazy, but they're on TV and like you don't notice it.
well, the way that she started though, this girl on 9/11, she started up very small. It was just, I lost my husband in the other tower, and we all survived it together. She started out small, and in the survivor group, she was the only one that had a spouse in the other building.
Did she actually have a spouse in the other building?
No, she wasn't even married. Bitch didn't even have a fucking boyfriend.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, that's how insane this lie was. And
just
then
too
when the
bad
New
the
York
family.
Post finally called her out, like then she fled off to Spain, and then that was the end of it. But here she, you know, I mean, the only good thing that she did do is she got this whole survivor museum going. But again, like here she was like the face of it, and she wasn't even fucking not even in New York, not even in the country when this happened, you know?
Yeah.
So it's crazy. But so that's where I'm saying though, the parallel here is that when the inconsistencies start happening, and these survivors were so like, hang on, she has all this trauma. Like, I just ran down a flight of stairs and ran out the building. She lost her husband. She lost her assistant.
Yeah.
She lost this.
God.
And what it does is it mentally, it's like damaging ×2 to these survivors because they feel like they haven't gone through enough as somebody like this. And so
What
it's
happened
just
to her
as
money?
harmful. So the money she actually did put towards the museum, which is the craziest part in all of it, is that she didn't do it for money. She kind of did it for fame, believe it or not, which because she started the foundation. They said that there was, don't quote me, but I'm almost positive they said that there was no embezzlement, but it was just all about the fame and the notoriety and having the attention. Because
like
she
money
had
well
like really
spent.
nice suits and all this other stuff. She was very well off. She came from a very prominent, wealthy family in Spain. But the reason why nobody came out and said anything was because her father and her brother were in jail.
It wasn't
For
Hilaria
fraud.
Baldwin, was it?
I know, right? Yeah, right.
Right, it's the family then.
But yeah, so
Sexually assaulted by the person that trafficked me later on at age 16 in Los Angeles. And I was offered a bogus modeling deal in Los Angeles. You know, people said they wanted to make me a star, and I believed them. So because I was homeschooled, I was able to move out of the home very early. And I moved to Los Angeles, and I was a
Not sure how that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't understand how that.
They
At least
couldn't
that's true. We
hire
know
her.
that's true. We know that she was homeschooled.
Yeah,
we know that.
They couldn't hire her at age 16 unless she had paperwork as an emancipated minor without parent permission.
Mm-hmm.
So it couldn't be her trafficker signing her up because it had to be her parent.
Well, then if
Period.
you listen to the Tough Love podcast, she talks about how her mother and her flew out to LA, and it was actually a photographer that lured her, and that she went out with the photographer that night, but she was 19 years old, or no, 17, excuse me, and that he raped her that night. And then the following story is that the within 12 hours of being in LA, the guy who promised her big dreams sold her for $500. I mean, there's just
sold her.
There's no consistency here. And as Dr. Grande says, and it's so poignant because a lot of people are like, why are you questioning her? There's nothing wrong with questioning somebody in the sense of just trying to get some clarity. And survivors should expect that, especially advocates. But
You're literally in the spotlight.
Yeah.
You're supposed to defend and explain what happened to you so it doesn't happen to other people. And if you don't want to.
Almost trafficked immediately. I was sex trafficked immediately. They were really good at grooming. Grooming is that pre-game sort of thing where they're trying to fill you out. And because I was sort of vulnerable, because I thought everybody was a good person, I was a perfect target. And I was sex trafficked. And then I got out of the life, which was awesome. But unfortunately, like a lot of survivors, because that initial trauma was there, I went back and I had a heck of a time getting out.
True.
The second time getting out was pretty much life or death. And to be honest, I'm so grateful every day, Hodep. Like literally the fact that I'm alive, like literally, I know this is going to sound crazy or like corny or whatever, but literally every day I'm like, I can't believe I'm alive. Literally, like I'm like literally I get so excited that I'm alive that like I want to drop on my knees.
I can't believe
Just
I'm
out
getting away
of
with this.
gratitude. You know what I mean? So it was pretty much the worst. It was exactly what you think it would be. I don't like to go into too much detail because, you know, the worst days of my life are really for people's entertainment, especially when Hotep Jesus didn't even chip into the Eliza fund with them super chats. But
Fucking hell.
Damn.
Look how she's acting. A survivor doesn't.
Look, I will.
Maybe an advocate. So I'm going to give her that. Maybe an advocate.
I will never judge the way a survivor acts because everybody's different.
Yeah,
100%.
Like I can't look at her and go, well, her behavior is clearly not a survivor, but her reaction to like it all stinks. Like it all really stinks. Like stinks to high heaven.
Mm-hmm. I think Dave would fucking knock this bitch's teeth out if he saw her in person.
Yes.
I'm gonna get abused through this whole interview.
This is trafficking right here. Hope that Jesus is about to rake in on these super chats and give Eliza $0.
That's not a joke. I think
That's
she
not
should
true.
make personally.
All right. I'll send over I'll text you my cash app. Cash app $ElizaBleu.
Jesus Christ.
50% of
Yeah.
proceeds
Yeah.
tonight go to Eliza Bleu.
Yeah.
You send 50% of all super chats will go to Eliza Bleu
Hey,
tonight. to help
IRS,
human
grab
trafficking
one of those
victims and raise
87,000 new
awareness.
agents and put one on
Trafficking
Eliza.
victim that's going to help is me, and I'm a human trafficking survivor. But let me tell you what it can help by. Number one, I don't have internet at home. Number two, I wasn't set up for this year, so I don't have a computer at home. Hotep Jesus knows this.
Don't you?
Number three, I borrowed this beautiful light that's giving me this look from my barber.
Did you?
Wow.
So help your girl
Why
out.
am I not surprised she has a barber and not a hairdresser?
Hey, she's dirt poor, guys. She's so poor she can't afford any of this stuff.
So poor.
Oh, I was not set up for this year. I was not
Well, she has to spend all that money on dark eyeliner.
planning on being a public
72
survivor.
pounds
But
of
if you
white
want me to be a
paint,
content
purple
creator,
dye.
doing interviews like I am today with Hotep Jesus, and the other interviews I have coming up. And if you want me to be good, help a sister out, help me out. But
That's kind of what I was saying about
Seriously,
Tim Pool shit. Same
How
thing.
much does this sound like? Like, oh, if you want to see more, you know, you
Join my
got to deposit those coins.
She was smart. She'd tilt the camera down a little bit, and she'd really get the simp bucks. They'd be
Oh,
fucking throwing
Jesus.
money at her.
Well, it's not her stream, so she
It's her
doesn't
camera.
care about the simp box.
Well, she's getting 50%. Watch it happen now.
So Magus says she's been blocking victims since 2020. Actual victims with court cases and arrests for asking simple questions about her story. That's it too. Like, if you have been trafficked, you've actually experienced it, you're going to hear her story and you're going to be like, that bitch wasn't trafficked. Like, what the fuck? Or hang on, I have questions.
That's what I'm talking about. She doesn't.
Yeah.
She knows nothing about that life.
Yeah. I think this is relevant.
No.
I think this link is here is relevant, but it's not.
No.
I'm like, what's he saying? Is it related?
No.
anyway, so I was.
How'd you
sex
get out?
trafficker. Actually, it was rough,
Yeah,
man.
that's where we started.
You know, I always let folks know that it was a process.
So Snafu says Farron is prettier than this Eliza person. Yes, Farron's also younger than this Eliza person.
Yeah.
So Eliza is older than Farron. Jesus, I
By
almost
like
did it
a-
again.
By like half a
Older than
decade.
Farron by I think like 6 years almost.
Oh shit.
Yeah, she's like 41, 42.
Yeah, she's 41, 42. Farron's like 36. So, hey, Elb.
Yeah, another thing about what she was saying is like, the first time I got out, I just had to go back. I couldn't. The first time you got back and went back to your rich ass parents, like I'm fucking confused. It's very strange. It's
I'm
like,
gonna play
I just fell
this.
back in.
I'm gonna let this play while I look for. So, Mr. Clean said, "For what I can remember, this is similar to her behavior on Craigslist podcast. She said she didn't have a computer, internet access, etc., and wanted to interview traffickers. It sounds familiar. I've just got. I'm going to find the episode. So
I started watching YouTube videos of this survivor. So when I was in the game, when I was in the life, we call it the life, when I was in the life, sex trafficking and human trafficking really wasn't that much of a topic of discussion. People really weren't talking about it like that. There were some organizations that were popping up, but generally speaking, it wasn't the topic that it is now. I mean, this year especially, it's been a huge topic, right? But before Epstein and some of these other huge cases that have come out, before the government really put an energy behind it, I mean, we were like kind of on the struggle bus out here. I mean, we were doing it, but it wasn't how it is now. It didn't have the movement didn't have the same energy and the same momentum. But I was watching the survivor. Her name's Annie. I actually just did a blog about her yesterday. I was watching videos of Annie on YouTube, and she started to put words to my experience. I didn't even know what's going on. See, I was the type of traffic that was more the manipulation
from
style.
other people. I get it.
I had sort of a mixture between like.
Mind you, she was doing a blog where she told people that she couldn't read or write.
Predominantly boyfriend pimps. So I would have thought.
seriously, she told people she couldn't read or write.
Yep. Yeah.
Really?
This as
Oh
this
my
will
God.
she said she said she was homeschooled. But here's even the funnier part of all of this. Okay, here's the funniest part of all of it. She said that she said in a podcast that she couldn't read or write, but that at the same time she was able to travel the world because she was homeschooled with like her parents and stuff. It was her and her sister, her parents and her sister. Her parents were going over to Europe per this and other investigative journalist that's been, studying her for 2 years. Her parents were going over to Europe to go teach English and teach reading and writing. So
when was she saying that she couldn't read and write? When, like, time, how old was she?
This was on a podcast. That's the thing is she's done so many. Mm-hmm.
I know, I get that, but like her time frame when she was blogging and saying that she couldn't even reach out to people, what age frame was she in? Apparently,
well, that doesn't help because she would lie about her age. Like all we can know is what year, like
literally pick a year at this point. You
can luck out and do the whole speech to text, but I'm thinking this was before that whole technology was even around, because we've got to remember she's fucking old compared to the people she's talking to. So if she's like 15, this was like before major internet. This was like before like 56K upload speed was even a
the good shit.
1 second.
Right.
Because we got to remember what we know as the internet didn't happen until like 98 to early 2000s. Before that, it was like AOL and what was it? What was the other dial-up?
Yeah, broadband was not really a thing till
yeah. So that's how she could have not had internet access and whatnot, is if it was in that time frame.
Oh no! These are recent
now.
Podcasts. Like these are recent. This is recent stuff. Like this Hotep Jesus one is from 2 years ago.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's like,
so I guess recent is dependent on your point of reference, but recent within the last 5 years. So,
Yes.
but we've had broadband for 20 years almost, 22 years. So
But all these inconsistencies.
yeah. Well, I haven't found the whole episode of the Kriegler Show, but I did find this just 10-minute piece where she talks about herself. I don't know if she grifts in this piece. I haven't had time to fast watch it. So,
She's gonna grift, guaranteed.
well,
Guaranteed.
so let's.
Grift is gonna grift.
With me today, I actually have a special guest. I have Eliza Bleu with me. Welcome to the show, Eliza.
Hi, Adam. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for having me.
Yeah,
You gonna
it's
be ghetto
definitely
on
a
this?
pleasure. I've been following you for a long time. You've been a very outspoken advocate for sex trafficking victims everywhere and bringing light to the fact that it exists a lot more than people realize.
This one's from 2 years ago
And
as well.
I kind of had an awakening this year
Guys, had a
on
show
many
that
different
long?
fronts, and that was one of them. I watched and reported on the U.S. Marshals, for example, just taking down sex trafficking rings all over the place in many different states, cross states. Hundreds and hundreds of kids, which is just a travesty. And then I found you and started following you, and you started. I mean, you're just very outspoken about it, and you yourself are a survivor, right?
Yeah, I'm a survivor of human trafficking. I was trafficked when I was, I was groomed at age 15. I like to always add that in because it took
Wow.
my former abusers 2 years to actually sex traffic me. So I was groomed at age 15 and I was sex trafficked at age 17 in Hollywood,
Wow.
California. And I was sold for $500 to a gentleman that lived in the hills. And fortunately, I was able to get out rather quickly. Unfortunately, much like a lot of
was a slave?
survivors, because that initial trauma was
Adam Cast
there, I
and
went back to the lifestyle later on in life. I was sex trafficked a total 9 years.
Wow. I mean, so you said you were being groomed at 15. What does that mean? Do you mind? Well, first off, do you mind getting into the details or explaining, talking about that kind of stuff? I don't want to push you into anything that that would make you uncomfortable. But if you, because I was actually in the modeling world. You mentioned California in LA, and I saw some inappropriate behavior throughout my life of being in that industry, which is similar. I guess you think what LA is, it's the land of movie
Pedophiles.
Pedophiles, yep.
stars, and not just the movie stars, it's the wannabe stars, the people that go there to become a star. Now I've
The rapists.
I've seen a few of your interviews, so I got the sense that that's kind of what you were going there to do. Am I right?
Yeah, I was promised a bogus modeling deal, and I was promised that I would be a star, and I was homeschooled, so I didn't realize how.
Lady, every woman who goes to fucking LA is told they're going to be a star. Like,
Yep.
Jesus Christ. How do you think the casting couch worked? Like, holy shit.
You know,
God.
you know what's so funny?
I was going to make it to Chippendales. That's what I was told.
Well, I remember my mom told me one time that we were in a mall, and I was like maybe 2, 3, or 4, and there was like some lady like in a booth, and she would like stop my mom, and she was like, "Your daughter is just so beautiful. She needs to be in pageants. She needs, and you know what? That's going to lead for her to go to LA, and she will be a star." My mom looked at her and she's like, "Blow it out your ass," and like just kept walking.
Tell
like-
Paul to go shit
Nice.
in the ocean.
And I will say this though, my mom was also a model, a singer, but then also was a nurse in Chicago, because Chicago's one of the big 3 where you have a lot of the entertainment stuff like that too. Granted, it's not LA or New York, but we're a close third. And my mom had just seen all that, and she's like, I've heard all these promises and stuff. She's like, "Oh, get out of here," Now, granted, unfortunately, her mom, because she said she flew out with her mom. Her mom might not have been experienced, but also who's to say that her mom actually did fly out with her, because she said that her parents let her go at 17 and drive her own car out there, saying in the Tough Love podcast that I was going to go either way, so they didn't stop me. So is this an issue of bad parenting, or is it an issue of rebel without a cause?
Yeah.
You know?
And see that too. So rich parents, but was human trafficked. Look, any person like from any walk of life can be human trafficked. You're probably more likely to be recovered if you got rich parents, though.
Which doesn't make sense and why she went back in. But I digress.
Yeah.
I want to know when she spent all this time in the hood.
That's
on the main streets of Second City.
Yeah, that's a white person disorder. It revolves around a certain time frame. It's the crisscrossism. It's the
crisscross.
Make it jump.
Yeah, it's the whole wigger mentality.
Well, when we get
Hard
to it,
W.
I will get about as mad as Catnip Dave when she says that she like grew up in the ghetto, but yeah,
In the ghetto.
when we get there.
Well, the
Like
world really
it-
was, and how evil
Yeah.
people could really be. And, so it is very difficult. So the grooming for me looks a little bit different than it does today. Sometimes we still see similar grooming, but now more or less, a lot of it goes on social media. I'm 39 years old, so that was quite a few years ago. But
And there you go. That's the one time she's truthful about her age. She said she's 39 years old. This was 2 years ago.
but it
You're
nowadays,
39?
It looks a little bit different.
Sorry, I'm shocked at that. I wasn't expecting that. I thought you were much younger than I am. But
Well, thank
nice.
you.
I wasn't expecting that. Okay, but continue, please.
We
Thank
saw
you.
the zoom in earlier.
Just
We
caught me
I
off
know.
guard.
appreciate that. So no, you're good. You're good. I got a couple things for you actually to catch you off after this interview. Don't worry, I came
Okay.
prepared.
Sure, yeah, of
but
course.
Anyway, long story short, it's yes, we see it quite a bit in the entertainment industry, but it can happen to anyone. It could literally happen to anyone. When we're talking about human trafficking, we're talking about force, fraud, or coercion for the sale of labor or sex. That includes the black market sale of human organs. That includes illegal adoption. That includes child marriage in some circumstances. Unfortunately, not all. Can you believe it?
No.
So there
Have
are
noticed
quite a
that
few
she's
things that is-
trafficking is very broad.
Yeah.
That can
So-
encompass anything. Essentially.
Broad enough to include anything that's happened to her.
Exactly.
So her definition, like if I get this right, like it includes someone lying to you about it. So if someone says, "I'm going to make you a star," and then bangs you on the casting couch, and then you don't become a star,
You've been trafficked.
That was a
you've
traffic.
been trafficked. Like
That's
what?
a traffic.
You better believe that's a trafficking.
According to her, it's like I typed when you're trafficked, it's against your will. When you're whoring yourself out, when you're actually prostituting yourself out, that's just regret.
Well, and somebody who was it? Oh, Nova messaged me this. It was so funny. He goes, where was it? Garbage man equals sanitation engineer. Whore equals advocate for sex trafficking.
But it should be advocate against sex trafficking.
But you know
Yeah.
what I mean.
No, but it
Correction.
always.
Advocate against.
Sorry, no, it's not. It's not. Eliza introduces herself as a sex trafficking advocate, and I always think, so you're advocating for sex trafficking?
Oh,
that human trafficking entails, and then sex trafficking is under that initial umbrella of human trafficking.
So it's all encompassing. There's a lot going on there. Now,
There's
we
a lot
know that
going on.
yeah, we know that it happens in other places. But so you're saying that we have, even in America, that it's going on where kids are being married off and organs are being sold on the black market. So I mean, the more I dig into most things, the more disgusted I get, and the more I can't even say that I'm shocked anymore. And that's sad. That saddens me. It's crazy.
Well, Adam, throughout history, there have been periods where parents have eaten their children in order to stay alive. So would it
Yeah.
surprise us that someone would sell a child for the for sex. I mean, it's
Period.
That
realistically
was,
when we
that
look
was
at
a
history.
really
Let's look at
specific, strange comparison.
Let's
Yeah.
talk about 1930s Ukraine situation
just
and
thinking
compare it to
that,
human
yeah.
trafficking.
I mean,
She was
what?
pro-Ukraine before it was trendy.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
history
Parents
for
were
what it
eating
is.
their children. Oh God,
Yeah, during the Holodomor.
I can't.
Yeah.
I can't.
They ran out of gas.
And I
Yeah.
think when folks
It's really one for the books.
when folks stop turning a blind eye to what's actually going on, they're gonna we can actually make some progress with this issue. We need to stop counting on the United States government to handle everything for us and start taking a proactive stance towards this issue and situation. I always let folks know that if I waited for the government to save me, I'd be dead.
Yeah. I mean, people need to realize that the government is not there to carry you through life.
This must be one of her libertarian phases.
There to create
Yeah.
basically a defensible army to basically defend against foreign nations and essentially handle the conversation with foreign nations. Really, that's what it boils down to. What we needed the states to come together and be united. And now it's become they're just the rulers of this country. And they're
this is what I was
certainly
talking
not
about,
the
though.
saviors.
She doesn't say anything.
Kind of
Like she
people
just
expect them
doesn't.
to
There's
be,
no
Under
like
no circumstances, when we keep waiting,
nothing's
when we
being put
keep,
forward to fix anything. It's just
She's
we
saying-
need to do
she's-
something. That's it.
She's saying
what is the
she's
something?
She's saying trafficking is bad, Mkai, and that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically. Like, what the fuck is
Yeah,
what's
bad
the
Mkai.
solution here? What are you doing to change this? I'm bringing awareness. Okay.
We're
And?
aware.
We're
Sweet,
aware
we're
now.
aware.
Now what?
Well, how do they do it? What are
Yeah.
the processes? Make us aware. We don't know what's going on. Well, there was this one time, I had my face stolen. What the fuck? Actually,
Your face.
tell your. Yeah, she
Like a
was
John
doing
Woo face-off style, or
No.
in an Eliza Bleu, someone used my photo style.
Or
Yeah,
Mission
in an
Impossible
Eliza
face
Bleu-
where you can peel it off.
That's what I'm saying. That's what she should be telling people. Her, how it happened to her specifically. Like, watch out for these types of people. Watch out for these type of situations instead of just saying, "Oh, this happened to me here." And the whole thing just fucking pisses me off.
Well, and like last night, I was looking at a lot of different different shows where they have a lot of different sex traffic or former sex traffic workers that were on it. And when you listen to their stories, the one thing that's different, even when they're drugged, and again, I know that every survivor is different, so I want to make that very clear that everybody's different, but you do see a similarity in the sense of a timeline. For example, perfect example, like I said, like my friend Tara Reid, she has literally told this story over and over and over again, and she's told me in more in detail of what happened, just as far as between the lines and stuff like that. But like, there's always a start. There's always like the next thing. When you go back and process it, you see the different steps in the staircase of what happened, and there really is no confusion. When I've watched a lot of these sex trafficking victims on television, and people are gonna be like, "Oh, well, not again, not every survivor is the same." I get it, but the one thing that I was looking for, like for example, Mel Robbins had a whole episode on all of these sex trafficking victims, and the one thing that they had in common, whether they were drugged or they weren't, was they were able to say, "This is the person that did it. This is what they did. This is how it went down. This is how I got out. This is what happened after. And did I press charges or not?" And 4 out of 5 of the women pressed charges, which is another question that people are asking. Why is that not happening?
Yeah.
And again, I know that, for people like, some people are in positions of power and they're going to be afraid to name them, but also the other side of that coin is you don't want to name them because that's not what happened.
I mean,
Men
at this point, Eliza Bleu is in the position of power.
Yeah.
If she
Yes.
names them, they will be. If it's all true and can all be proven, and she names them, they will be brought to justice.
Even if it is.
And you're right, because Gabe from Open Secret said that exact thing. That here she has the ear of Elon Musk. Why isn't she naming this professional, high-profile athlete that trafficked her?
If it was real, this would be the perfect time for a takedown.
And men don't do it out of shame. They don't want people to know that it happened to them.
Right. But with women, though, especially if you, like you said, now her in a position of power, okay, wouldn't you also, as a survivor advocate, want to make it so that no other women are trafficked by this high-profile person when you have the upper hand now?
Yeah.
Strike while the iron's hot. That's just me.
I bet it was that goofy fucker. What's his name? Terry something. I bet it was that guy. I bet that's what she's talking about.
Terry Crews?
Terry Crews.
No, the photographer.
Oh, Terry. Oh, yes. Oh,
Weird guy with the glasses and the mustache.
Terry Richardson.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think he was in
Well,
LA.
no.
I think he was in New York.
Isn't he? Oh,
She-
I thought he was.
Well, no, because she was going, okay, so from the people that I talked to that knew her, she was going in between Chicago, LA, and Phoenix, which is where excuse me, all of the what they're called, the scene kids. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie Party Monster, where it talks about the club kids in the early 90s with Michael Alec and a bunch of other people. It's Michael Alec is actually played by Macaulay Culkin, and they were like, just going to clubs downtown, doing drugs. They would dress up, in like crazy outfits. Early 90s. Well, in the in the mid 2000 to 20, like the 2007 to 2009 era, it was like a rebirth of that, but they were called the scene kids. And that, like I said, this is all I just learned this afternoon, so I apologize for the verbal diarrhea. But to give you an exclusive and an idea of what's going on in the timeline, that's when you had people like Jeffree Star and something Lush and another dude. And then they had all these girls that would follow them from city to city. And basically, like, these kids would all move to LA. They would all like live in apartments together. They would either, some of them would work like 3 days a week, 3 to 4 days a week, and then go to these concerts on the weekends. Or they would all live together and then like either do drugs, sell drugs, and stuff like that. So it was very much a fast life. And it was very much built around these concerts, these venues. And it wasn't even just following people like Jeffree Star, who was, touring at the time. It was, My Chemical Romance, Plain White Tees, when Panic at the Disco first started coming out. It's like that like the emo era, And they would just follow them city to city. And they were very big out on the West Coast, hence why LA, Phoenix, and then they also were big and prevalent in Chicago because you had Fall Out Boy, who's from Chicago. And if you look at the Google images of Eliza, there's one where she's holding like this. It looks like an arrest thing, and it says Angels and Kings. That was a club downtown in Chicago that was co-owned by one of I forget the guy that was married to Ashley Simpson in Fall Out Boy. He co-owned it because they're all from the North Side. And that's where that's why you had Chicago, LA, and Phoenix, because it was that little triangle. So I learned all of that today, and it all starts to kind of make some sense. But basically it was just, a big following the tour around, like in the late 60s when our parents did that, right? Yeah.
No, I know the My Chemical Romance people really fucking hate Eliza Bleu, and there's something about a fake pregnancy. Like, I found a whole Reddit thread that I was like, I need to read this, and I bookmarked it, so I have to go.
Well, there was something too that like she would go in there as a fake person and like
she lied her way into their inner circle. And yeah, when she got like, they found out she like faked a pregnancy or something. It's like, Jesus Christ. I haven't read the whole thread, but yeah.
keep waiting for governments to handle this. We are going to run into more and more of a problem. Internationally, we're looking at 40.3 million folks trapped in modern day slavery. 40.3 million.
40.3
trapped in modern
million
day slavery.
people.
39
Correct.
million.
Modern
Those
day
are the projected
slavery.
numbers. So, correct.
Wow.
Internationally, not in the United States. Oh my gosh, my cats are
Yeah,
going
yeah.
crazy with my light. That's
Yeah,
fine.
internationally, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I couldn't hear
internationally,
them,
that's what we're
but
looking at.
man, that
My
is
cat.
a sad number to realize. Man, 43 million. Did you hear that, everybody? 40.3 million people right now in modern day slavery / sex trafficking. I'm sure being forced labor, of course, is in there.
Yeah, but her funny
my
cat.
goodness. That's nuts. Where do those numbers come from?
Oh.
You know,
The funny,
it's
you know what the
really,
funny
really
thing
difficult.
is, Kriegler's asking all the right questions, but he's not following up. Like I think before he was like, "Oh, what is trafficking?"
Well, it's
And
kind
then he's like, "Wow, that's really broad."
Yeah.
If you're trying to be conciliatory to your guest, you kind of don't press them too much.
Yeah, no, I understand. Like, but it's just funny
But
that
he should.
Kriegler is the one who's like, "Oh, so what is trafficking?"
Huh, that's broad.
To get these numbers. It kind of depends on different organizations pulling their databases. We also have the National Human Trafficking Hotline. That specific statistic is on the National Human Trafficking Hotline here in the United States.
Yeah. So what changed for you when you so you said that you went back and you were actually in this, I'm going to call it a system for 9 years. And
Yes.
what helped you get out of it? Was it something that you did? You said the government didn't. If you would have waited for the government, it wouldn't have. Was it someone that helped you get out, or did you do it yourself? Like, tell us the story there.
Yeah.
So she was trafficked at 15 for 9 years.
I thought she was groomed at 15 and then for 2 years.
Sorry, yeah, she was groomed at 15. 2 years later, the people who groomed her trafficked her. So that's 17 for 19 years. That makes her 26 when she got out, which means everything we're seeing on the internet is post her getting out.
No, because then remember she said she got back in.
Yeah, but I assume the 9 years is inclusive. Like she got out for a bit and then went back in.
I mean, at this point, I'm already bad at math.
Like, well, 26 would make it 2007. So literally everything we see online is way past 2007. Like all the blogs, all the everything, it's all post 2007.
And good luck finding her source of that 40 whatever million.
Yes, thank you, Elb. When you're assuming you make an ass out of some guy, out of yourself, and some guy called Ming.
Telling this part of the story. The other part's not so fun to tell, but I love telling this part. I was watching YouTube, believe it or not. I was watching YouTube and I came across a survivor. Her name is Annie. And I've since been able to connect with this survivor, and it's been so incredible. Total full circle moment in my life. And I was watching her, and she was telling her experience. And I started to connect it. She started to put words to my experience. And I decided to reach out for help. So I sent an organization an email, and they responded very quickly. And I had an advocate right away. And they came and moved me out of my place in the middle of the night in Chicago. I went to a safe house 3 states away.
Hang on, Farron, I think this one's for you. So Bilbro says the Chugi Show posted an email from WorldStar that they paid Eliza Bleu for her video. Check it out. You were tagged in it.
Wait. What? On Twitter?
Must be.
They sent out an email?
So they posted an email from WorldStar that they paid Eliza Bleu for her video. On Twitter. On Bird app.
Wait, on Bird app?
Yeah, on Twitter. Twitter's the Bird app.
Oh, I'm like, wait, what?
You've never heard of Twitter called the Bird app?
Guys, I've been up for like 14 to 16 hours every single day. So I'm like, wait, Bird app? I don't have that one.
So
Like,
Bellbro
Grandpa.
says it says the TV show is their name, spelled that way.
Okay, hang on. Let me just look up that. The Chugi show.
Yeah, when you get a ton of Ben Hossman says, and now they're banned.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing is, oh, okay. Oh, crap. Okay.
That's a good point too. Oh, Elb's just linked it to me. Thanks, Elb.
Well, this doesn't really say too much. She was paid for this video and we own full rights. Anything further can be addressed via legal. Thank you.
Yeah.
And see that's what she's doing now is she's doing all of this is going to be addressed legal.
Okay.
And it's like, do you not realize how the internet works? I mean, it took me freaking 8 months to figure it out, you know? Like, call somebody, you know? Phone a friend. I don't know. But the way you're doing it right now is just wrong. And trying to, and again, like I said, when I talked to Tara, she had no idea that this is actually what it was about. And I had to explain to her, I was like, it has nothing to do with what she did as a person then. People probably expect it. It's the fact that you're censoring people when you have come into Twitter spaces and talked to people. You have rallied at Free Julian Assange rallies and spoke there for freedom of speech. And then you see something you don't like and you start censoring it.
Yep.
That's what this is about.
Way.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Can you give a shout out to this organization because it sounds
Yes,
like
Stabby says Eliza
an
did phone a
incredible
friend
place
named Elon
that
and got a
was
bunch of
able to
people
help you
banned.
out. What was that? The name
Well,
of that place?
I would love.
I stand corrected.
I would
You
love to
can't-
shout
can't
them
do it?
out, but I always let folks know that when I left the game, my trackers lost a lot of money. So therefore, much
You
like in my
fucking kidding me?
circumstance now as an advocate,
The game.
Wait, he just
Fucking
asked her.
kidding me?
Can you roll back a little bit to
Yep.
his question?
God, what a disingenuous bitch.
That's awesome.
I think it's hilarious that she's like, oh, well, they lost a lot of money when I got out. Like I was all that. I was the best of the hose that was trafficked. I
But
made
by
them
the-
so much money. It's like,
By the time you get out,
Oh, bitch.
you personally are not making any money. You are just surviving the next day for your next hit or
Well-
your next whatever.
Well,
Your
no, my
next,
point is-
your next rent.
my point is weird flex. Very
Well,
weird
also-
flex.
In the Tough Love podcast, she says that the first time she got out, her trafficker, because she says I was too hard to handle, and he basically dumped me in the hotel hallway, and I woke up at Mount Sinai in LA of a drug overdose. And then she says that she went into inpatient and she was there for, I think it was either I think she was 3 months and it was supposed to be 2 years. She only lasted 3 months and then she went back to her traffickers. That's her story on Tough Love podcast.
Okay. Well, then the 9 years is, minus 3 months.
No, but here she's saying that she got out herself is my point.
Yeah.
Whereas
her
before,
other story is I was abandoned by my traffickers.
Right.
I was so annoying they just decided it wasn't worth the effort.
Maybe this
But
is
then
supposed to be
but
the
then
first
they
time
took
and
me
the second
back.
time.
Like,
We're all over the place.
how did we not all notice this before?
Because you know
isn't this a
why?
much
And
bigger
I'll tell you.
story?
I'll tell you exactly why. Is because a lot of people are not going to sit there and be like, you were trafficked, prove it. 1, 2, you're not going to sit there and be like, now she said on this podcast, now she said on this podcast, now she said on this one. You're going to be like, oh, I've heard her story before. So you're going to probably kind of tune out if you're listening, right? And 3, she keeps it kind of mumbo jumbo so that you can't, that's, I hate to say it, after dating one for 3 years, narcissists, they like to keep things all over the place so that you can't piece things together in a timeline.
Well, to be fair, if you watched my interview with Thermo, it's hard to keep track of when things happen because if there's actual trauma, you try to forget on purpose. So when you're trying to recall it, you do jump in your timeline, and that's I believe that is a common thing that happens. But yeah.
here's my question though for you, Dave. When let's just say for example, okay, you get the dates wrong, fine. But do you remember how you got out? Do you remember what was it that they left you, or was it that you got out? Is that a thing that you're going to mix up? Because I would think not.
Do you remember what year you were born, Dave, or do you get confused and tell different people different years?
No.
So,
I mean, shit. Like, there's times where I'm like, oh fuck, I'm going to be 37 this year. Shit, like that's normal. But like, how something happened, that is not something that fluctuates.
No.
And again, I'm having and I will say thank you, Ben, for Farron has boss level attention to detail. No, I've had to listen to these podcasts numerous times.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying when I hear something, I'm like, ding, ding, ding. Wait a minute. You said that he left you.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm saying in the Tough Love podcast, because I've been having to clip time codes and stuff like that. I'm sorry, Dave, I interrupted you.
No, that's okay. I'm not trying to defend her. I'm just trying to, to make things fair. That's how one would mix up the story here and there.
Well, and that's where I was saying, I could understand dates, but would you yourself mix up I got out versus they left me in a hotel room and I wound up in the ER and then had to go to rehab? Because that's two different stories.
When you're coming off drugs, you know exactly what's going on. It's too much of a thing for you not to. You might forget because you've lost so much brain cells during that incident. But other than like flat out brain damage, no, you know what the shakes are there for. You know what it feels like, and you know why it's there.
I guess my thought on it is maybe she's talking about the first time and then the second time. I don't know. Maybe the first time was the drugs, and then the second time she called this advocacy group that she can't name because they lost money, which makes a lot of sense. Dare not name the advocacy group for trafficking because it's too dangerous for them. They're going to come get them.
Yeah, it's all stinks to high heaven.
Can you give a shout out to this organization, because it sounds like an incredible place that was able to help you out? What was the name of that place?
I would love to shout them out, but I always let folks know that when I left the game, my traffickers lost a lot of money. So therefore, much like in my circumstance now as an advocate, we are at a high risk. My traffickers are very organized and are still trying. Definitely, 100%.
Wow.
They're no joke. So folks a lot of times ask me questions like, how come I've never...
Are they the fucking Romanian mob? Like, give me a fucking break.
It's really scary.
It's us.
A very strong... I would say myself a pretty strong woman, but
LA would be the Mexican mafia. It would be the MS-13. It would be the cartels. It would be Los Lolcows.
Magoose has nailed it. It's because they don't exist. If she picked a place, they'd call her out as a fraud. Someone to look into it.
Not even that. If the Mexican cartel was my traffickers, I would go into witness protection and wind up in fucking Montana somewhere and go live out the rest of my goddamn days and find me a nice cowboy. Okay, like that's how you do it, bitch. Like
you wouldn't see me doing this. I'm not saying if she's true, she's damn brave coming out like that. And I commend her for being brave, but everything she said so far isn't lining up to it.
Photographers and Hollywood weirdos,
Stabby said here, I doubt I have it as severe as Dave, but I have PTSD. I have no doubt that being trafficked would cause PSD, and she shows no signs when discussing this stuff. Like, if her and Stabby's right, if her experience were as bad as she says it was, like,
There'll be
I,
signs.
Yeah.
I can't fucking have my camera on listening to this whole bullshit. I'm fucking pissed.
Yeah.
Fucking hurts.
I am terrified that they would kill myself, my family, or people that I care about. That's how organized they
Wow.
are.
Why can't they
Outright.
get her
No.
then?
I mean, you tweeted out, I think it was about a month ago, that they still follow you on Twitter,
Yeah.
and they still even message you. Is that correct? That's
Actually,
crazy.
the latest direct message that I got from my former abuser was on Instagram.
I
So
bet they
they
don't even
still
know.
watch my social
Call
media.
the cops.
I bet they don't even fucking know.
Call the cops.
It's like her former modeling agency. They're like, "What? That's us? What? What the fuck?"
Oh.
We'd like. Hi,
FBI.
Eliza. It's Jeremy here. We'd like to book you for a gig. Why is my traffickers?
God,
they're DMing me on Instagram. Oh,
There's always
Like,
a grain of truth. You
what
start
the
the lie
hell?
somewhere.
God.
Well,
I don't know. It's pretty questionable.
Yeah.
You know, they still are trying to get me to come back. And it's
Wow.
it's pretty scary, but I just keep moving forward.
Yeah, but they're gonna kill you and your family. So because
First
they're
of
very
all, can, like,
dangerous.
I
It
mean,
just doesn't
Tim,
reconcile.
this is no offense to me. I know I'm 36 and my eggs are dead or whatever. But guys, can we take a poll here for a second? Do you really think that they're trying to bring back a 39-year-old woman to be sex trafficked?
no.
No.
No, God, no.
Unless it's
Maybe
for
be in a
MILF
rap
Mansion.
video.
I mean,
I'm not
I
even
don't want
trying
to
be funny
be.
about that. It's true.
Don't get me wrong. She's got a nice pair of legs. She's got a pretty good ass and a good set of tits. But
That was in
but- but-
She's a white
2016.
girl with short hair. She's a rap video star, and that's what
Yeah,
they're probably
yeah.
calling her about.
Yeah.
Because those people probably don't even know that they're the ones that she's talking about. They're like probably a modeling agency that was used as this foundation for her thing. Like they
They're
probably
like,
have no
hey, we got
fucking
some
clue.
work.
Yeah.
You want,
Yeah.
you're up to work.
Meme Copium says, "Hey, baby, up for some Netflix and chill." I was
I was
trafficked.
trafficked.
Well, and here's the one thing that I'll tell you guys too is that, and this is why I'm giving you a peek behind the curtain here, is that I interviewed yesterday a woman here in DC who runs a halfway house, and she was trafficked herself from 13 to 15, and was able to get out, never looked back. Went to school, got her GED, all of that stuff, got her license in social work, opened up this halfway house, to which, we'll get into it later, I'm sure. But when Eliza talks about, I opened up a halfway house, doesn't really work like that. You have to go through a bunch of requirements and all that other stuff. It's not that easy, number one. Number two, she has no problem saying who she is. Granted, it's an undisclosed location that they are at, but it's called Courtney's house in Washington, D.C. And when people ask her, where, she's like, Google Courtney's house, send me a message, we will find you. Not only that, this woman from Thursday to Sunday, from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. is going out in what's called the Blade. She's driving around the Blade, which is a term for the number one prostitution street. It could be several blocks, patrolling it and trying to see if she sees any young girls. She doesn't try to pick them up because she knows that a pimp would probably go after and kill them or their family, possibly. But she calls the police and says, I see her. She's here, and this is somebody that's actually in the game. And that's why I get so aggravated, when I hear her, where she's like, they're still out there and they're prominent. No, this woman is out in the middle of the freaking street, looking at these girls going through missing persons papers, and then calls the authorities.
Yeah.
And again, if they're still after you, Well, and if they're still after you, why the hell are you being a public figure then?
Yeah, she's acting like she's in a John Grisham novel. So, Flagrant Trigger says, Farron, have you tried to get in touch with WSHH as to why they pulled the video? I don't see why they would given the ad revenue from the traffic it had to have pulled recently. Worldstar Hip Hop. Have you tried to get in touch with Worldstar?
Yes, and I have not gotten anything yet. I haven't gotten anything yet.
So I found the thread about. So this is from a month ago. Before all this exploded. So this is from the My Chemical Romance subreddit. So what's the full story about Eliza Cuts? I've seen the Anyone Remember Eliza Cuts threads, but I'm having trouble piecing the whole story together. WTF happened? So this comment here says she was a hairdresser that was obsessed with Gerard and managed to force herself into his life through work and a friendship she formed with Mikey and Alicia. I don't know who any of these people here. I couldn't pick My Chemical Romance out of a crowd. I probably have heard one of their songs, but I couldn't tell you what they are. So yeah, search World's Most Hated Crew for more info about her and Alicia. The general understanding is she all but stalked him, infiltrated his life so she was unavoidable, then went off the deep end when they were in a relationship and he left her. Then he was engaged to Lynn's within the same year. She also made herself and information about her and Gerard very easily accessible to fans, flaunted their relationship, then got mad when he got hate about her behavior. She lurked MCR sites and communities like LiveJournal and posted public blogs that could be easily read. MySpace, BuzzNet, all now purged. It was wild. If you haven't read her fan fiction she wrote, here, links are dead, but the text is also in the post, about their relationship, it explains some things. Albeit poorly, since it's written so terribly, it's hard to read. I'll also note that there was a long-standing rumor that Gerard paid for her to have an abortion, that she may or may not have started herself, but she later denied that ever happened and stated she was never pregnant. So this one says, and she was busted years ago after Gerard left her for spreading falsehoods about all the band members and some of their significant others among the fandom community. One of her methods was using dummy accounts to parrot and agree with her views, opinions, gossip. I remember one old MCR forum staff exposed her posts on it. It was a whole thread of her just posting on different accounts, holding entire conversations and treating quote-unquote information said in it like it was well-known, so others would spread it elsewhere, which some did. She was responsible for a lot of the hate Gerard received during the Danger Days era, and she is the basis for some of the hate Lynn's received, some of the stuff that has been long proven to be her bullshit lies. I've seen people in this very subreddit parrot still to show just how deep this misinformation runs. So, yeah.
Always a lie, apparently.
So, yeah, like, pretty fucking strange. Like, is anybody in My Chemical Romance fan that can...
Nick? Where's Nick?
Like, yeah.
Yeah, it was
right.
for Nick.
Nick, I need you. What are the Danger Days era? Because that'll give us a timeline as well.
No idea.
Sorry, I'm doing laundry, reloading as I'm in
That's
here.
all right.
But I was a huge My Chemical Romance fan.
Okay.
You know the song, the worst that I could say. Things are better off this way.
No.
So long
No.
and good night.
So
Helena?
apparently, this must be after she was
You're
trafficked.
not even going to give me a fucking compliment.
Oh,
after
sorry.
backing that shit out?
Oh, God.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with the song, so I don't know what it's supposed to sound like.
Thermalite. Anyway, moving on.
So,
That's nice.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Thank you, Tam. Thank
so
you.
apparently, the
Very
Danger
kind.
Days period is an album. So Danger Days was an album from 2010. So the Danger Days period when she was with them was, according to, if we accept her timeline as truth, is in the 17-year-old trafficked for 9 years, then finally got out the second time. That would put that at 2007, which would be, you know, so that would put her My Chemical Romance days after she was trafficked.
Yes, because then in the
Yeah.
tough love timeline, She does talk about how she gets a boyfriend. But then she also then at another point says that a boyfriend is the one that trafficked her, where they think that she actually blames Gerard. I don't know. By the way, I love Stabby McStabwood. Ugh. I'm out for real. She's singing. Fuck you.
Renee Collins asked Farron what happened to this afternoon's live stream. It got blocked by NBC.
NBC for the Dwight Schrute speech. I am uploading it to Rumble right now. It's at 56%. Even Brittany texted me. She's like, "What happened?" And I'm like, "Fucking NBC." Which now I know. I'll just have to say, "Hey, remember that one time in the office, so that I can't get a copyright claim?" Assholes.
So Olive said first time traffic resulted in drug use in hospital. That's the Mount Sinai thing. Went home and then back out to LA. Then started the chemical romance relationship. Yeah, but see that timeline doesn't work. Like that's the thing. The fundamentally none of her timeline works. So, and it's because she lied about her age at different times. It's yeah. If you're gonna lie, be consistent.
I wonder if she lied to this modeling agency, as they do. Like, oh yeah, I'm 18 when she's really 17. Then she's like, oh, I was trafficked. They did horrible things when I was a child. And then she just told them she's all, I don't know. Just
So
spitball.
I saw someone on Twitter found this. Maybe this is her being trafficked right now. Like because this is using her photos.
Curve model Eliza, I doubt it.
So
is that her? Or is
but
that
yeah,
someone else?
that is this is 100%.
She wears so much fucking makeup. I couldn't tell. Like sometimes it's.
So,
Tim, you always lie at the beginning of the game. You always do.
I don't. That's why I'm still single.
Also,
well, you're not.
Brittany,
you're not in the game.
I could be. How do you know? Don't judge me.
Wait, go to that swimsuit shot. I want to see that one.
Yeah, go back to that.
Oh, swimsuit.
Yeah. Go back to the tits, please.
Yeah.
Well,
so here's the reason why I want to say this is because
looks better with longer hair.
Brittany Venti and I, we were on the phone till like 3:00 in the morning looking at all these different like campsites and stuff. And well, sorry, that came out. Definitely the wrong way that I wanted it to.
No comment.
Well, if you go to her model Mayhem, okay. And when I say we were looking at campsites was because when you go to her model Mayhem, it says book me through my management, Helen Troy Modeling at gmail.com. And then when you look at their website, like it's down, but then we went through the Wayback Machine and it looked like it was kind of like an upscale escort service. But then when you look at the Gigi girls who also tagged Eliza, who also have a number of threads on her, it's literally a urban porn site. And then we were looking through to see if there were like any old shots of her there, which we didn't see anything. But then there was also just from being from Chicago, there was these like posters that she would put out there on her Foursquare of like, hey, I'm Eliza. I'm a new club promoter for Underground and Spy Bar, to which I've been at both of them. You miss nothing. Clubbing was not my scene, but the way that she looks, she reminds me of those club girls from 2007 because she would have been. I'm 36 now. She's 41, so a good 7 years older. 36, 41, almost 7 years older than me. And I had gone to those at like 22 in Chicago just because, and I wasn't even there to like have fun. We would have sometimes Bulls appearances where we would go there, go for like an hour, walk around, take pictures, and then leave. That was kind of like the Chicago scene.
Yeah, advertisement, basically.
Exactly. And so I used to see those girls and I used to be like, oh God, like, why do they do that stuff? Like, and I'm talking wearing the wide-eyed fishnets and the underwear and all that, basically like what you saw her wear in that music video. But my point being though, is that on her model Mayhem, she says that she is 5'9". And because Brittany sent me the link to the model Mayhem and I literally had a drink and I almost spit it out. I was like, she is not 5'9". Brittany's like, well, I don't know. She might be 5'9", you know, and I'm like, Brittany, I'm 5'8.5". She is not 5'9". And you want to know how I know? I am all leg. I'm one of the shorter models. When I wasn't a cow, when I used to do runway modeling, you're all leg. She's very stumpy. When you look at, and I don't mean that to be a bitch, but when you look at her in these music videos, she's the shortest one out of all of those women. And you even see when she's on the Steve Harvey show, there's a girl next to her that's for sure 100%. That is not 5'9". That is not 5'9".
It might be
at
5'9"
all.
with the hair like that.
Well, yeah.
With the
the
hair,
heels.
yes.
Hair and the heels.
That's probably
5'9", yeah.
That's probably a good 5'6".
Yeah, I'd say 5'6".
And I'm telling you, this sounds really weird, but like when you know female bodies after working like runway, because there were times like, oh, this doesn't fit me, this doesn't fit her, oh, this, and you're just used to seeing, because I did runway modeling and then I did commercial print, and you're used to seeing bodies, and you're just kind of like, okay, no, that, yeah, and you can just see by looking at somebody, that is not 5'9", at all. When you see somebody that's 5'9" or 5'10", 5'11", anywhere more than that,
Look,
you know, you can see it.
It could also be that she puts down 5'9" because she's close enough to it in heels. That because some agencies will go, we're after
This
a
is
model.
true.
We're after a model. Like they'll get a request, and it's like, oh, we want a model. She needs to be 5'9" to 6 foot, blonde hair, whatever. And then the agency would just go, well, look, she's 5'9". That's okay. That's the cutoff. Like they're not going to get out the measuring tape when you get there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh no, they will.
5'5".
Agency, they will.
not
Agency,
all
they
of them
do.
will.
If Chicago agency, if that's where she was at, they do.
If you show up to a shoot and you look and you have the right look, most photographers will just go with it.
Yeah, when
They're
you
not
go
they're not going to
the
sacrifice an
videos-
inch.
Well, when you go to the video,
Well, that's how I was. I was 5'8.5". I was like I was a smidgen shorter than everybody else, but they were like, okay, well, just give her an extra inch of heel. And
It's
she's
always the people who are 5 foot something who have to have the half.
right.
You
Shut
don't
up,
ever
you fucking giant.
you don't ever say you're 6 foot 3 and 3.25. Like the quarter doesn't matter. The 6 foot.
You guys,
Fucking
do you guys
Heidel.
know how bad I wanted to say that I was 5'9"? And somebody said Pixar, it didn't happen. Trust me, I'm looking for him. I'm
Yes.
trying to find them for you.
Yes, please share.
They're here somewhere.
I'm seeing ones that say she's 5'2", one that says she's 5'5", one that says 5'6". Nothing says 5'9". I mean, I know that's what she said, but I'm looking on the internet. They're just guessing too, but you know.
So Olive said before.
This one
So
says
Olive said before that I think she said she was 16 the first time, then 30s the second time, then she left for help. Then she left for the help place and left and came back and got with her boyfriend trafficker. So I found this timeline based on public sources, I guess. So this is the Decoding the Gurus subreddit. I have no idea what this subreddit is. This is from 21 days ago. Radiant Committee 5512. So here's what I found about Eliza Morthland. Morthland is her real
How
name.
could that happen?
Born 1981. Lived on a farm. Daughter of a Republican politician. Loving, good family. 1996, groomed at age 15 by phone and letter. Holy shit. By letter.
How does that happen?
Letter.
Hey,
Not a
Meme
farm.
Copium. I just realized memes
Remember-
in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, memes have been in
Remember-
chat before, yeah.
Yeah, remember that 1996 emails like messaging and
That's great.
Twitter wasn't around, so it happened.
Oh no, I just
Yeah.
think it's hilarious to be like, well, the idea
Have
that she was
actual
groomed by
evidence.
letter, like,
Yeah.
dearest Eliza, you are
But how
very
would they even
attractive.
find out
Please
about a
come out
15-year-old
to.
girl? How'd they even find out about this chick? She
Yeah,
lives on a
well,
farm, apparently.
No, she was the daughter of a famous politician, or I shouldn't
Was
say
he a
famous
politician at the time?
Not
But,
famous, but
but a
Just, yeah.
I didn't know
politician.
he was politician at the time or was afterwards. I don't know.
This is the pre-stream, Robin. Welcome. This is my stream. So yes, 1998/9 went to Chicago, met photographer at Vans Warped Tour. Same year went to LA. Within 48 hours, sold for $500 to a gentleman in Hollywood. 2000 2002 overdose, left sex trafficking. 2005 cosmetology school. 2000 to 2005.
Wait,
groupie
what?
Well, this
She
is
said that she went. She said she went back into trafficking 3 months later.
I know that's the thing. Some of the public stuff says she had a gap, which is what Olive was saying, and then there's another interview where she says 3 months, which was the one we just watched. Like it's all over the place. So 2005 cosmetology school question mark. I guess.
Yeah.
Yep.
She's in her.
She does have her
20s now.
cosmetology license. She does.
Okay.
Yes, I can verify that.
2005 groupie for MCR, had some relationship with Gerald Way, stalked the band apparently. 2005 to 2005/6 lived in Williamsburg, New York. 2006 appeared on the show Blind Date. 2007/8 hanging out with friends in Chicago. That's the Eliza Cuts videos that are on YouTube still. For how long? Who knows? 2010 American Idol audition. 2008 to 2013 married with surname Sepp. Living in California and Germany, husband in military. 2008-2013 model with Model Mayhem, various shoots and music videos. Runway model on Steve Harvey show. Okay, so yeah, so
I fucking was muted for like the last 5 minutes. God damn it.
Welcome to my world.
model. So 2013 to 2016 model with Model Mayhem under Eliza Knows. Brand ambassador / model for Royal Lux Apparel. 2016 rescued by Eve's Angels, taken to safe house middle of the night, 2 states away. Claims to have been trafficked for 15 years. Well, earlier we heard 9. Was beaten and bashed multiple times. Sexually assaulted, traumatized, Stockholm syndrome. Decided to go back to that lifestyle second time. Claims she never did drugs, but in podcasts got addicted after 2 days of going to Hollywood. Had an overdose. By all appearances, she looks healthy and not a drug user. She looks like a young 41.
Yeah.
Essentially, she appears to have been a model working in Chicago from 2008 to 2016, doing various photo shoots, music videos. From 2008 to 2016, Chicago, Obama's involved.
Yep.
Music videos, fashion, trying to make it in the industry. There are many photos showing this. She's taken various jobs in fitness centers, waitress, TV work, modeling, music videos. Look, I admire the hustle, like having all those jobs.
Absolutely, 100%.
Hip hop music videos, etc. She often traveled to the farm and the family for time out, and then back into the grind. Lives in LA for 8 years and also in Williamsburg, New York. Travels a little, chasing work. Afraid all day, every day. Has had to wear bulletproof vest, which sounds ridiculous.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, where is this timeline?
I'll send you the link. Put it in the private chat.
I carried around barbecue skewers, the metal ones that I pocketed that I kept in I basically created an internal pocket in my back pocket that I had to keep with me at all times. But I stopped that once I got out of the situation. So I can see the need for protection.
So apparently,
Protection from
this is an old
people.
interview.
Protection from people.
No, you.
Oh, got him.
Tuesday at 4 p.m. You know.
Don't want to get struck for like some weird music. God damn it.
You will get struck for that.
Oh my god, this music is terrible.
My God, it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
I'm just listening to it in
supposed
the
to-
background so I can get to where they're actually talking. Okay, I think that's it. It ended with an explosion,
I'm
so I assume that's
trying to
it.
find these pictures where I'm like all legs and I'm so much skinnier and I'm like getting depressed. I'm not eating for the next 2 fucking months.
Really? What
You
the
think
fuck
I'm
is
kidding?
this? Come on, get to the fucking talking.
What's up, cyber world? Thank you so much for doing what's best for yourself, and that's tuning into live hiphopradio.com, the only station that matters. I am your host, Daisha Hicks, aka Just Die Already, Jusbye already.
I want
Some of
to
you
die
need to
already.
go kill yourself,
Yeah.
but until then, just tune into the
Oh, there's more
Elissa.
pictures. There's
Here
more
on
pictures
the
of Eliza.
rundown, your favorite place to be. So today's rundown, I always get some of the best people out there that's doing their thing. Today, this young lady is definitely hitting all of those standards
should
of
really be
what
careful,
I
'cause that looks
consider
like
to
it
be
gets
super
worse.
dope. She is a model. She's in between plus size, but today she looks slim size, so she's going to explain that, but she has done plus size modeling. She's doing her thing out there as far as just creating a type of look that is so intriguing. I was very intrigued by scrolling all of her social media. Such a good time. And she's pretty live on Snapchat, too. She just had a full day about yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, giving the internet, the world, her modeling experience and the pros and the cons, the uglies, the goods, the bad. You know, just giving the tea, basically, and we
my God,
live
this
for the tea. So let's not wait any longer. She goes by the name of Eliza Knows, and we're going to get to know her a little bit better. How you doing, darling?
What's up, guys? How you doing? Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I just realized
So as I was warming the
I just realized I'm absolutely blasting the audio because, like, it's really loud in my headphones. But I thought, oh no, it's not going to be. But yeah, it's really loud. Like I've just turned it down. Sorry, chat.
audience up because I like to get some.
Yes,
more
girl, you
for
gave
them.
me the best.
Yes.
You gave me the best intro ever. You made me sound very grand. Smart. Okay.
You gotta live up to it. You got to. Yes, I have to investigate and do research, which is called trolling, if you want to be honest.
Girl, and there's a lot of tea. There's a lot of tea. There's
a lot of tea.
You probably know more about me at this point than I know about myself.
Well, not too much. But I want it to be fresh when you give me the tea. I don't like stale tea. I don't like, I already sipped this tea.
I love it. Girl, that's the Brooklyn in you. I swear to God, you guys savages. In Chicago, we have it, but I swear to God, Brooklyn Harlem.
No, my face is like, Chi-Town. I don't think so. Y'all are pretty hardcore.
And Chicago. Chicago has taught me everything that I know about hustling. Like, I went from being a farm town girl. I'm a farm town girl. You know, my family has over 500 acres, like 3 hours west of the Chi. So I spend a lot of time out there with my family. But
time out. T.O. She said in a number of podcasts that she grew up very poor. That, you know, her parents still are working class and all this other crap. 500 to 550 acre farm. That's not really living poor.
No.
Good sized farm.
Like,
this is an interview from 2016, Tim.
All right. I'm
I
just
just
seeing
had
the
to point it
pictures
out.
on this page. She looks pretty old in some of these for being 2016.
Well,
Not
she
that I
was
care.
pretty
Just
old.
saying.
She was pretty
Yeah,
old
I
in
know.
2016. She would have been what, 30 something?
Yeah, she would have been
She's older than
35.
that.
Yeah, she would have been 35.
I mean, I'll say in this
The
picture,
hair makes her look older than she is. Guaranteed. Like short hair
I will
women
say
makes
this
them look old.
though, is that in this picture, okay, just as, again, I am not trying to brag that I was a former model because I'm fat now. I'm just saying, knowing the industry and knowing what they like and how to stand out, which is another personality trait that some people exhibit when they want to have attention. They like to stand out. This is a beautiful picture of her. You know, she's got a great body in this. She's got a very, I I don't want to say exotic look because exotic. They always mean like, you know, oh, I'm talking about the one on the top though.
Yeah, there's nothing super bad in here, so I can't scroll down. I just opened it up on another tab, and it's like it's just gonna.
Well, the rest of these though, I think are garbage. I'm not gonna lie. The rest of these are garbage.
Really bad. Like I would guess that she's mid 40s in this one picture. Where's it at?
Yeah, the rest of these are actually awful.
Go back up to like the top ones, her top hairstyle. I don't know what it is with the younger generation. They don't know how to fucking wear a pompadour. They don't know how to try to do the faux rockabilly style. They should just not do it.
But that picture right there with the white dress, the tan, that's actually a very exotic. When I say exotic, I mean just different. Because again, a lot of people think exotic, you know, like, you know, Colombian or whatever. But that's actually a really cool, distinct look. And any other modeling agency would be like, I want that girl. Like, I want the girl with the short blonde hair, because you're always kind of looking for models that you can sell to these companies that are going to be like, oh, wow. And that's the one thing that I realized with her too, is that she used to have long hair looking at her older pictures. And then she started cutting it short to obviously be different, you know, and then dyeing it super blonde or super whatever. Yes, Magoo's Couture is the best word to do it. But like this though, like this now is showing, you can see that is her age.
Right there, she looks like she's either milking a cow or she's trying to give birth to one.
No, I can tell you what she looks like. She looks like she's advertising contour wear.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And then if you keep going down a little bit too, like okay, stop there though. Like that is a beautiful picture. I'm gonna give credit where credit's due.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, it's a nice picture.
Yeah.
How much credit do
you can tell she put in the work to you know, fit in a dress in that. With that.
No, I actually think she has the body for it. It's a lot of it's also about posing and how to do it. But I mean, her arms look very toned.
Down there don't look great though. I mean,
but this is where you're starting to see where she's trying to go more of an urban route, where she's trying to be more of the thickness.
Short hair, big ass.
Well, she describes herself as a plus model, like plus size model too.
But plus size, this is not plus size modeling.
No, she's not a fatty.
No. Plus size modeling is not even fat modeling. This is actually, she would actually be a plus size model, but this is actually, she's going more for an urban model look. I have friends that are plus size models, and mind you, they're not the ones like that chick on the swimsuit magazine. What's her face? Where she's like,
oh yeah,
that's not it. What a plus size model is
it actually done?
Yeah, Ashley Graham.
What an actual plus size model is on the runway rack is 5'11" and above, wider hips and bigger boobs. It's almost like Amazon women.
Yeah, well, she's got the big thighs.
That's a true plus size model. This is just, and that's why she's saying I'm a curvy model, because she's short and she's got curves. But when you go to industry and you hear plus size model, it's 5'10" and above, a little bit wider hips, a little bit bigger boobs, and again, it's all about the measurements.
Normal woman dimensions, as opposed to living coat rack.
As far as this curvy model, yes.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying that ordinary models like the couture, that is living coat rack.
High fashion.
That
are really
high fashion is, I don't give a shit what your face looks like. I care about how the clothes hang on your body.
I
don't care if you have a bust. I don't care about any of that. You are a walking coat rack.
Well, honestly, I mean, in most of the companies, that's the way that they do it. And the guys that you're going to get it tailored. So, for example, like plus size models, again, 5'10", usually a C cup, a little bit wider hips. So when you see plus size, that's what you're going to get. And then they expect you to tailor it because most plus size women today are short, whereas an actual plus size model is 5'10" and above.
Yeah, 36, 24, 38 to 40.
But when you have a woman that's 5'2" with those measurements, she's going to have to get her fucking pants tailored. That's what I'm saying. Like, the actual industry plus size is not the normal plus size.
Yeah.
But they do it in the guise of that, you know, they expect at these high-end places that these people are going to get it tailored, which is going to be more money, you know?
Yeah, size 8 to 10.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's...
I only say this because I did runway modeling since I was 14. And let me tell you, it's... You gotta stay the same size. Which is why I'm like, I don't give a fuck what my size is now, because for freaking 20 years, I had to be a one size fits all. Now I'm making up for it.
I mean, I don't know what else to say. That pretty much says it all. But yeah, so I understand. You know, I mean, of course, unfortunately, the violence and everything else that goes on in Chicago is, you know, crazy. It's hard, like when you're stepping out for the night. You know what I mean? Like, and you got to think about little things like safety. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just want to pop out for the night in Chicago, and you got to think about your own personal safety or your friend's safety. That's the only thing that sucks. But to be honest, like, as far as the hip-hop community goes and the urban community goes, they really try to embrace a low violence mentality. You know what I mean? I mean, they're all very respectful of, like, the street. You know what I mean? Like, they're not stupid. They understand it is what it is. But Chicago, everybody works really, really hard to try to keep it as safe and positive as possible. So that's one cool thing about Chicago is I've had an opportunity to see people band together as, like, you know, they're trying to make the streets as safe as possible for people that do want to go out and have a safe night, have a safe experience inside. So that's the good thing about Chicago. But sorry, I got out safe.
Yeah, Dave, the music may ding me, or it may make me want to throw myself out a fucking window. Holy shit.
I'll take
exactly. I think that's why they do
I can't anymore. Like, I can't.
Yeah.
Like,
it's
so loud.
Do that.
Well,
It's
and
so
also
that
like the way that it works with modeling too is like a lot of those pictures. So what happens with modeling is that you get like what's called a comp card, and it's where you have a bunch of different looks on your like a bunch of different looks. So like my comp card, there was one where you have to have a body shot, so I had a swimsuit shot. You have to have one where you look young. So I had one where I looked like kind of like a young 20-year-old. Then you have one where you look like, you know, your age, like 30s. You never want to do one where you look older. That's just not the way that it goes. And then you have a natural headshot where it's the least amount of makeup possible because they want to see your actual features and what you look like. And then I think that then the final one is like something where it's like more Vogue, like where it's more like contemporary or like something I want to say modern, like artistic. So those are the 5 looks that you usually want to see on a comp card. Yeah. But all of those looks, though, I will say, like what she was doing, the super caked on makeup, the fake lips, all that kind of stuff. If she were to go to any kind of industry, they would or any kind of agency, they'd be like, "Ooh, I'm sorry." Now
this
that
is a nice
here,
shot.
But see here, they would tell you way too much blush. Get rid of that. Get rid of the lip. She actually has beautiful eyes.
But also, you will notice that it says it's from photographer retoucher artist. So it's gone through Photoshop.
They all have something on that page.
That would never fly for agency. Yeah.
So that's a straight shot.
This chick looks so different every time every picture. I couldn't say it's the same person.
But that's a good look. Let's like real talk. She's not unattractive.
I can't.
Like she's attractive.
No. She looks okay.
I mean, this is her most attractive. That's fucking hard. Sorry.
I love the one where I can't see your face.
That's the best shot. Mm-hmm. Where all I could see is her bust.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Why is my
all I could see is her jiggle physics, and that's just fine by me.
Yeah, see that's way too much makeup.
It's so fucking weird.
So I don't know why she's ashamed of this stuff. Like, you're a model. Don't own it.
Well, no, there's a difference between like Instagram modeling and actual modeling. Like, if, for example, look up Ford models. Okay, that's a standard industry modeling company. If you look up FordModels.com, you're gonna see
Mustang.
The exact.
Damn it, Tim! I was gonna make that joke.
The Model T is still in vogue.
Yep. Classic.
But you see how it's very chic, very natural. I know it's weird, but like it's that this is like one of the things. Ford models. Yeah, here you go. See how literally all of them look like they're not wearing any makeup?
Mm-hmm.
That is how your comp card's supposed to be. And that's where you have this different and again, like I see Magoo's like
Magoo's
natural, really?
Yeah.
However, they might have a caked on makeup, but it's the natural look. They don't want the blue underliner with the purple on top. They don't want any of that. They just want your plain Jane looking thing, because then they're able to see like bone structure, this stuff. I mean, it's modeling is a crazy
Oh, it's a
world,
meat
folks.
market.
Mm-hmm.
It's a meat market.
Yes and no. But yeah, it's I will say this. I don't miss it. I love eating cheeseburgers now. I love it, as you can tell. But yeah.
If I could stay on the stage and not worry about the dressing room drama and bureaucracy, I would be on stage every day, all day. But everything that goes on behind the scenes just bullshit.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
when you have this kind of stuff that's going on, though, is at the same time, though, I mean, I mean, even still, there's so much more coming out. What's the other one that was coming out? Oh, how she completely rode the coattails of Twitter when it came to getting stuff taken down. Did y'all see that one?
Getting the
but not-
CSM stuff taken down.
No. Hang on, let me find it. Where is it?
I know it's fucking earworm. God damn
It
it!
is. Baby, look at
What the
me.
fuck? She's a trans sex worker now as well.
What?
Yeah, I think it's.
Well,
Stop
there's a report
using
from
trans
Polaris
people.
Network. Polaris
She
Project.
has a penis, is what she said.
The National Human Trafficking Hotline. Stop
Oh,
using trans people as your battering ram to attack sex workers. Tweeting this would imply I'm not a trans sex worker myself. It's best to tread lightly in these situations. What are you talking
Weirdo.
about?
Okay, so in the
What?
Tough
You
Love
don't
podcast,
have a penis.
no,
Sorry,
in the
go
Tough
for
Love
it.
podcast, she says that she was trafficked to an older man that lived in Hollywood Hills, and it was more of a transgender sex trafficking ring before it was out there.
What?
Before sex trafficking, yeah.
What does that
That
even
is-
mean?
Who
Did they make
knows?
her wear like overalls? I don't get it.
I wish I knew.
How would
What's your
they?
transgender dictionary? What does it mean?
Not to be mean, but wouldn't that be like completely inefficient? The transgender trafficking ring, because of all the maintenance costs for each individual would be so
Ew.
fucking high.
Oh,
Because
Anon Marga says, is she ashamed though? She could have become famous for a righteous cause, but instead of doing it the right way, she's now ruined her life for at least the next 10 years. Yeah.
yeah.
Everything she says will be taken with
Not even
taken with a grain of
salt.
suspicion. Yeah, like a handful of suspicion.
Yeah,
She's
yeah,
not gonna
like
be
an
famous when
entire
she's 50.
basket full of sand. It's like, holy hell.
Mr. Clean says, rode the coattails of Twitter equals I ain't saying she a gold digger
But you're messing with no broke.
with no broke Elon. Well, he's African American, so
fuck is wrong with Elon?
A lot.
Elon has the worst taste in women.
Yeah, he's fucking weird.
Like the worst. Like
He has the pretty woman syndrome.
He likes
Yeah.
the crazy ones.
Well,
you'd think he would have learned his
Well, yeah.
lesson. Like
I got a buddy like that. He likes just
Previous.
absolutely insane.
he thinks he's
Elon
Richard
Musk's
Gere.
dating history. All right, so this is page 6. I think it's New York Post. So Elon Musk dated his ex-wife Justine Musk. You know, attractive woman.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Decent.
She previously referred to herself as Elon's starter wife. So
She kind of seems like there's a little slowness up top, but
So
that's
Justine
not a
Musk,
bad thing.
née Justine Wilson, was Musk's first wife, marrying the tech wizard in 2000. The couple welcomed their first son, Nevada, in 2002, but lost him to SIDS at 10 weeks old. That's the story he talks like. I think that's the still like what he means by stillborn or something like that. I know he has a story about a stillbirth.
He's freaking
Yeah,
out.
SIDS is fucked, man. Like SIDS is terrible.
Yeah.
She looks like what's her face, Christine Stewart in that picture.
Kirsten Stewart, yes.
Yeah,
But this isn't her. This is Tallulah Riley. Couple went on. The
Both
couple
those
went on.
same person.
The couple went on. Well, so that's her. But this is Justine Musk. So the couple went on to have a set of twins, Griffin and Vivian, in 2004, and a set of triplets in 2006 for a total of 5 children.
Damn.
So,
This guy's got so many kids.
So yeah, it's important to remember that
But he has triplets?
He has twins
triplets.
and triplets.
The fuck?
IVF.
Oh,
Hey,
100% IVF. So the incidence of multiple births is like something like 80% higher than the natural, like the normal population in IVF situations because they implant multiple embryos.
right. Mm-hmm.
So
so he's got Mexican Full House.
twins and triplets, yes. That's Mexican Full House. So Tallulah Riley must begin dating Tallulah Riley shortly after his first divorce. Got engaged 6 weeks after he filed for divorce. Play the Not a Great Plan clip. And then, of course, Amber Heard.
Our one and one only.
So,
Raise the bitch.
someone who needs no introduction. And then, of course, Grimes. Like,
What?
Yep.
Discount Madonna.
so,
What was
Well, not
that?
anymore.
Exactly.
That's a grind.
Jeez,
that's
that's a killer's
that's
face.
those are some
That's killer
fucking
eyes.
Those are
She's
crazy eyes.
she's cutting your penis off when you're asleep. That's what that looks like.
So news
Oh,
broke in
God.
July 2022 that Musk and Zillis, the director of operations and special projects at Musk's Neuralink company, quietly welcomed twins. So that's his second set of twins.
It's not going to be any billionaires to go around or any billions to go around anymore.
Well, yeah, when he dies, like holy shit.
Everybody's getting $50.
And that was just till that was just till 2022. So he certainly has a type, and that type seems to be fucking nuts.
Or gross.
A bit of funk on them.
So
Yeah.
where was I? That's where I was. Yeah. So 4 days later, an open secret. Twitter. So 4 days later, Twitter responded and removed those top 3 hashtags used to advertise CSAM child porn. Eliza Bleu Morthland lied about this. We got Eliza's lie accomplished for real in the real world. Okay, we'll go into this thread. So Twitter blocked hashtags to promote child sex abuse material after the NBC News review. We got this investigation rolling. Some people like Eliza Bleu, aka Eliza Morland, lied to you. We get real investigations done and we get real world results. Wow, the most popular hashtag used to sell child abuse material on Twitter is almost completely cleaned out.
Like Gabe of Open Secret has been on this, and he's actually going to be speaking in the documentary as well. And one of the things that he says is how a lot of the groundwork that they have done, she like swoops in and takes credit for. And granted, like,
Well, when
at the
you're an
end of the
advocate,
day-
that's what you do. Like,
well,
apparently.
and you know, it's one of these things like, you know, you don't want to make it a turf war because at the end of the day, it's about, you know, just advocacy. Yes. But when you have somebody that's been doing the groundwork and doing everything, and then you have somebody that it's like, oh, I'm just going to Google sex trafficking and then just start posting shit and then taking the credit for it because now I'm on the, you know, Mike Malice podcast and I'm on with Shapiro and I'm on with all these people, you know, it starts to make people a little angry.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. You start to look like a glory hog.
Well, you were going to say a glory hole. I was like, that's worse.
No, glory hog.
Yeah, it's one thing if you're shouting the people out, but when she's even refusing to name the people who saved her, it's kind of strange.
Yeah.
You're like, this is
Very
the
odd.
organization, give your money to. No, she says, give me your money, the Eliza Bleu Foundation, who goes.
And
where the
she's
cat
not a
goes.
YouTuber, and she's begging for super chats. I mean, that's the kind
Mhm.
of thing I expect from YouTubers, not from advocates.
Hey, she learned it from DSP.
Well,
It's odd.
and let's be clear too. It's one thing to be like, hey, give me half the super chats to give to this halfway house or to give to here or to give to there. It was no, it's
Yeah.
going to go to me because
Yep.
I'm a survivor.
Her foundation.
All right, Destiny's Child.
Probably goes right into her bank account.
Well, 100% it does. 100%.
Yeah.
She doesn't have the internet, Tim. Come on.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
she doesn't
Yeah.
have the internet, doesn't have Wi-Fi.
Okay, internet.
Can't read.
Lover boy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Lover
God.
boy.
Yeah.
Are those the main accusations? And are they suing for damages or are they suing to get them arrested?
So this is in the context of the Andrew Tate stuff. Her last appearance on Timcast.
So really quickly, the survivors are remaining anonymous, and this was like a last-minute decision today because of fear. And fear as a result of the legal team is afraid for their safety. And that's where we're at. I'm afraid
In the
for
United
my own
States?
safety. I'm afraid for my own safety, even sitting here speaking about this. So that's where we're at with it. So we need to make sure before those survivors step forward, if and when they choose, because it's always up to the survivor. You can be a part of a lawsuit and be a Jane or John Doe, right? But if and when these survivors decide to step forward, we need to make sure that they are safe. And this goes to any survivor out there that's listening. If you decide to step forward in this case, either as a Jane Doe or whatever,
But so this is a monetary lawsuit then? If they're remaining anonymous, it's not going to be a criminal proceeding in the United.
Watch Tim's face. Like, just watch his mouth. I just
decide to
something.
step forward in this case, either as a Jane Doe or whatever.
But so this is a monetary lawsuit then? If they're remaining anonymous, it's not going to be a criminal proceeding.
Like, it's ever
to make
so
sure that
slight.
they are safe. And this goes to any survivor out there that's listening. If you
Human
decide to
enhanced.
step forward in this case, either as a
Human
Jane Doe
enhanced.
or whatever,
But so this is a monetary lawsuit then? If they're remaining anonymous, it's not going to be a criminal.
Did anybody get it?
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a civil suit. They
No,
want money.
no. Not what he's saying. What he does.
When
When he says, so it's a civil suit. It's about like it's a civil suit. It's money. He has the slightest smirk, but he like stops it.
Yeah.
It's like a micro expression. Micro expressions are
his-
real, everybody.
Yeah,
Micro
his
expressions
right
are
corner.
100% real. And if you can catch them, you can know what someone's really
Right.
thinking.
Oh wait, because I'm confused because I understand what he is saying is like it's a monetary, so it's not criminal. Like you're not going to jail.
No,
You want money.
Smirks.
he smirks
smirks.
like because he knows he's just got her. Like he's got her
Yeah,
in a.
he's got an
I see what you're saying.
It's an
Okay.
I gotcha. It's an I
Yeah.
gotcha.
I thought you were talking about like monetary means like civil
Yeah.
suit. Sorry, okay,
Well,
I got
he's-
it.
That
he's
is what he
trying to-
means.
That is what he's saying.
That is what
That
he
is
means,
what he's
but
saying, but it's also and it almost goes
But
that's what I'm
what I'm saying is I didn't see that I gotcha. Like
it's
I don't
just-
believe
it's
you.
almost slightly like maybe I'm seeing stuff that isn't there, but that's what
No,
I'm
no.
Hey,
Keep playing it.
Hey, Thermo. Spent
No.
some
Go
time,
back. Go back and play the rest of it.
Have you spent time at the tables or guarding the tables?
guarding the tables.
Yeah.
But so this is a monetary lawsuit
Gambling.
then? If they're
Are-
remaining anonymous, it's not going to be a criminal proceeding in the United States at least.
we'll see where it goes. I mean, it depends on whomever steps forward. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't.
But I mean, if this goes to a lawsuit, then it's a civil case where they can remain anonymous.
if they can't remain.
Lover boy.
Yeah.
By the way, hang on. We'll see who steps forward. Now,
It's because
I don't know if
she
you guys-
started the case with like fake people.
No. So she actually so when do you guys remember when the 13-year-old was the John Doe on Twitter, where it was that Twitter wouldn't take it down because he put up he gave that whole case, right? When she first
Yeah.
went on Timcast, right? She has been like that legal firm's like, not mouthpiece, because she definitely is not like their media person, but like, hey, like, you know, if we need people,
Celebrity
if we
client.
need clients, yes, if we need celebrity clients, almost like a Gloria Allred without her law degree. And so now, like with her doing that, that's why she's like, you know, so if you're a survivor, you come forward, come do this, come do that. And so that's where I do think it's interesting, because they still have not found any criminal charges against Andrew Tate as of right now, and his brother. None.
Yeah, none. They're just detaining him for reasons.
Yeah,
And-
it's pre-trial, like it's however Romania does it. I
The
would like to
problem
point
is,
out.
though,
I would
is
like to
it's-
point out that Andrew Tate is on record bragging about how he moved to Romania because you can bribe the police and you can get away with whatever you like. So
They're just negotiating right now.
Right.
fact check false.
But also, the one thing that he doesn't have that the United States does, 99.9% of the time, is habeas corpus, meaning that you cannot be imprisoned for no crime, and basically, like, you can't be thrown in prison because
It's
people
due
think
process,
you're guilty, and they're waiting to figure out what they can find until you're guilty. Which, mind you, that happened to a lot of the January 6th people. A lot of the January 6th people, because they eventually found out that many of them didn't even walk into the Capitol, but many of them were imprisoned, and that's why many of them want to sue the federal government. And I have a feeling, however long this democratic democracy lasts,
They've
they're going to probably try to drop him. But again, like, that's something that Romania doesn't have that the United States does.
My understanding of the January 6th guys is most of them have already filed habeas petitions and they've all been ignored. So
Yep. Including, I don't say this a lot, but I'll just say it on this channel because
pretty sure
I like you.
Romania's in the EU.
So a very good friend of mine, and it was crazy to see during the January 6th hearings. And again, I'll say this here. I didn't even know of the Proud Boys. I didn't know of the Oath Keepers. I didn't know of any of these organizations. I only knew of my friend, who I knew of him as Joe Biggs. Joe Biggs, I knew from Austin, Texas. Myself and another friend of mine, we were going to start a media company together. He used to work for Alex Jones. I knew him, his wife, his daughter. I used to babysit his daughter. And when I started seeing, and mind you, I saw him, I want to say 3 weeks before January 6th, where he was in town. I didn't know why, but he's like, hey, I'm in town. You know, there's a bunch of us here. Hey,
I'm just in town for this event.
Well, no, because I mean, honestly, like, if you know Joe the way that I do, they have events all over the place. So I figured, okay, it's another event. And he was like, hey, he's like, my friend, she's the main bar manager at the Watergate, and her husband he's the executive vice president of Town Hall, whose wife is Katie Pavlich on Fox News. And he's like, hey, we're all gonna go here, you know, like, come out for drinks or whatever. And I was like, sure, why not? Let's go. All of us had a great time. Nowhere did I hear of January 6th, nothing. And I want to say a week later, I think we went to, because this was when I was still at RT America, we were like trolling, and we were like, let's go to the Russian bar, you know, and like see if people notice me. It was actually more like a troll for me. And there was only one bartender that knew who I was, because he was like, oh, RT America.
Comrade Franzak.
And I was like, yes, hello, how you do? And mind you, like, it was a big joke in the entire bar. We went upstairs where they played Euro music till like freaking 5 a.m. We didn't stay till 5 a.m. because I ended up going home because I lived like about 3 blocks away from the Russian bar. He went home. He went back to his hotel because he had to Skype with his wife and his daughter. And then all of a sudden, I get a text I see video where I see him going into the Capitol. And I'm like, I text her and I'm like, hey, like, is everything okay? Like, did you make it out of the Capitol? Like, what's going on? Because I was out there doing live shots that afternoon on the east side of the Capitol, being like, hi, I'm out here, you know, blah, 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 blah. And everyone's like, sure he did. You know, I don't know. I don't get into people's marriages. All I know is that it wasn't with me, you know. I had a boyfriend. But again, I've known Joe like my brother, because again, like him and I did a lot of undercover investigations in Austin, Texas together, in the sense that there was a lot of shady stuff going on with the elections, and him and I uncovered it. And then he was able to share some of it with InfoWars, even though he wasn't with InfoWars anymore. And then we both kind of went off independently and like shared our own findings together. Because again, when this happened too, it was like 2017. And this was like kind of the rise of the independent streamers, the independent shows, you know, like where everyone was like, oh, come to my network, come to my network, come to my network. And everything was like so over inundated. But so I see him where there's footage of him walking in and I'm like, hang on, what the fuck's going on? And then he sends me a text and he's like, yeah, he's like, I don't know what's going on. He's like, I'm going back to Florida where I'm from, you know, obviously. And yes, Mr. Clean, if you are drinking vodka in a Russian establishment, you drink it neat. And also there is absolutely no Grey Goose in a Russian establishment because the French don't know how to make fucking vodka. I mean, but what do I know? My dad's only Polish, Russian, and Belarusian. Anyway, so he goes back to Florida.
Martini for you.
Go for it. Go for it. The only martini that I think you don't shake is gin, right?
You don't shake a martini because then the ice the ice breaks and it waters down the martini. You stir a martini. I know everybody likes I'll have a dry martini shaken, not stirred, because 007 orders his martinis that way, but he's ordering a weak martini.
Because he's on the job.
But see,
that makes sense.
I thought with vodka, you shake it because it gets it colder quicker. And I thought with gin, you stir it because if you do shake it, it like messes up the things in it. I don't know what they're called.
You could do what Dave does and mix it with like grape juice and milk and shit.
What's that called, Dave?
Yum.
But anyway, really quick, I'll finish it up. But either way, I see that he's back in Florida, and then I see that there, as I'm going through the news, I'm already with RT America still, obviously, and I see that there's a warrant. One of the news stories that there's a warrant out for like dozens of people's arrests, and the first thing that I look for is I'm looking for Joe, and I'm like, oh my god, he's on it. And so I call him and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And he's like, yeah, he's like, I had an arraignment this morning. I have an ankle monitor on. I have this. I have that. I've known Joe for almost a decade. Him and I knew each other not based on politics, more based on probably going out and drinking, to be honest. But I will tell you, though, you do see where a lot of these guys, because I actually interviewed Enrique Tarrio. I met many of them when I was in Austin, and you start to kind of see, not that what happened was okay or what have you, but we've had worse happen here. And you look at, like, for example, in 2013, where you had the Maidan coup in Ukraine, where we actually funded, as the United States, a full-blown Ukrainian coup to burn down the government building there, and that was okay. You're watching what's happening in Brazil, where they're going in and actually setting fire to the government building, and people are like, good job, because we hate the guy that stood with Trump. Like, you're seeing all these other countries where they're actually having major riots. And folks, I want you to realize something really, really quick, is that any time that the United States has something happen, like January 6th, a lot of countries fall behind very quickly. And that's why, like, you had Nancy Pelosi, the democracy. No, that's not what it was.
Speaking of
But again,
PTSD.
but really quick though, like you had basically all of these people. Like Joe was just happened to walk through the front of the doors and then walk right out, and he's now facing 6 years in prison for what? For what? Mind you, Nancy Pelosi, Paul Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Dan Crenshaw, Lindsey Graham, a number of people are literally caught insider trading. Look the other way.
Yeah, but they can do that because it's not a crime for Congress. They excluded themselves from that section of the SEC rules. So
How
they
convenient.
can insider trade all they like.
You know what else is excluded from Congress? If you sexually assault someone on federal grounds, especially in the congressional halls, you're not liable and you're not federally charged.
They're also excluded from OSHA rules
and certain vaccine requirements.
Yes.
And that's the thing that you look at it where you're just like, wow.
So back on the Eliza stuff. So I know you were talking about NCOS law before, but it didn't click. NCOS isn't like a regular law firm. They're not a law firm at all.
No.
NCOS law they're an anti-exploitation law center. They describe themselves as the leading national legal strategy, leading the national legal strategy to achieve a world free from sexual abuse and exploitation. I'm sure they have lawyers, but this says that they're filing the complaints to Twitter to take down the Quartering and Brittany Venti.
Wait, what?
So it seems NCOS Law, who filed the complaints to Twitter to take down the Quartering and Brittany Venti. Maybe someone should file a grievance against them with the Bar Association. That doesn't work. They can't possibly have done this in good faith.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. That's irrelevant.
Are you fucking kidding me?
But yeah, so yeah, holy shit. NCOS Law and / at Danny Pinter, who's senior counsel for the National Law Center on Sexual Exploitation, is very strange. Welcome, Agent 4000.
Here is the bottom line that I'm going to keep repeating over and over and over and over again until I am the color of my fucking blue shirt. This has nothing to do with child human trafficking, exploitation. This has nothing to do with that, folks. Nothing to do with that. And oh my God, these glasses are giving me a headache. This has nothing to do with that. Absolutely nothing. Okay? This all started when Brittany Venti, who is also a human rights advocate, asked Eliza Bleu to clarify a thread about her being in a music video and saying, hey, even siding with her, giving her carte blanche to say, yeah, you're right, Brittany, saying Eliza, I know that human trafficking comes in different forms, i.e. videos, photos, all this other stuff. Can you clarify that these screenshots was when you were human trafficked? Here's what happened, folks. She got them taken down. Why?
Instant knockdown. Instantly.
Instant knockdown. Instant knockdown on YouTube. Why? Well, we come to find out she was paid for him, which many human traffickers will say, oh, I wasn't paid for that. And number two, you start to just ask a lot of questions. And then three, you find out if this chick had zero fucking connection to Twitter, they would still be up. It would still be out there and people would be able to probably spread this by wildfire. However, it's spread even more like wildfire because this chick does not understand the Streisand effect and does not realize that Now the fact that she's taken these down, not only have people already archived them, like, hey girl, that people aren't going to believe anything that you say. And what lawsuit are you going to file? Uncivil Law, who is like the most autistic person when it comes to the Constitution, literally the most autistic, like knows every single word, all of it, clerked in the Supreme Court, all that stuff. He's like,
Shout out
I
to
have
Uncivil.
I have no idea what this bitch is going to sue for. None. And then now that the fact that the email is out there that's saying that she got paid for this, that's not private, explicit video. She got paid. Come on now. In the words of Joe Biden, come on, man.
Come on, man. Well, the interesting thing is, I wonder how tied to Eliza the Encos is, because if they've put all their chips on Eliza, and Eliza's a big money spinner for them, it would make sense that the senior counsel who works there would be like, fuck, we have to do whatever we can to protect our golden goose. Because when it comes to sex trafficking, Eliza's big on YouTube, I guess, like across the creator space. Like if you want to talk sex trafficking, you go and talk to Eliza. Like you have her on your show.
Do you?
Well, I mean, she's
Seems
welcome
to
to come on, like.
Well,
but I don't talk sex trafficking, so.
Sorry, I'm fixing my camera. The only reason I asked that is because I've been looking at a lot of different other organizations on YouTube, and there's one where it's a bunch of ex-CIA agents and ex-Navy SEALs that actually go and save children of sex trafficking. And, you know, like, for example, when...
So essentially, if you have a problem and no one else can solve it, maybe you should call these guys.
No, they're looking at it before anybody else comes to them.
Oh, okay.
Where is it here?
I thought it was like an A-team style situation.
Yeah.
No. It's called
I pity the trafficker.
It's called Deliver Fund. I actually have an interview with him on Tuesday, and it's pretty much like where he's the ex-CIA agent, but there's a number of people that are ex-military, and that's how they're able to get into and track many of these places, right? This is the thing that, like, for example, when he asks, what can you, what are organizations that people can go to? And she says, oh, well, I'm not going to tell you because I'm still living in fear. Well, I didn't ask about you, bitch. I asked about the survivors and where maybe their parents could go, maybe where they can go. I don't care about you at this point. And then that sounds bad, but I'm just saying, like, if you're for survivors, be for survivors.
Point them to somewhere where they can go.
Right.
Doesn't have to be where you went. Somewhere.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's so weird about the whole, I don't want to say where I went. Well, what? Surely you can, like, giving attention to them, these people who helped you, will be worth far more than the danger you put them in by mentioning them. Like, it's just ridiculous.
And is that the only place you can go?
Yeah.
No, it's not
actually. In danger already, you know.
That's what I mean. Okay, I don't want to put
job.
the entity I went to in danger, so let's point to another entity you can go to.
There's also a number, for example, in the United States. There's a national hotline number, but then there's also a specific number. I don't know if it's 611 or 231, but it's a specific 3-digit number, like a 911 number, where you can actually call, like, because a lot of it, you could sometimes see these girls where they go into the bathroom in the airport, and that's where you see a lot of the signs. Ladies will know what I'm talking about. Men, I don't know if you see it as much, but where it's like, if you're being trafficked, you can call this number and stay in the stall. Yeah. What would you say?
So we got Andrew Tate's phone number on the wall.
I mean, probably, but like, I mean, it's one of these things though, like where it's like, hey, you just stay in the stall, and somebody in the airport will come get you and escort you with a, like, not like a police presence, but like with a security presence, and they're all over the airports. And so this though here, I showed this earlier today.
Please don't copy strike me, Michael.
No, he's not. No, he's super
No, I know.
cool.
I bought your book.
He just, I'm not even going to say anything. Just watch. I'm not even going to say anything.
And Eliza, I follow you on my low.
Why is she wearing a tiara?
Because she's queen.
I don't know. And meat candy, you can go suck a meat candy too, by the way. Mwah.
Locals,
I invite anyone on my show who wants to come on for the most part. So
clearly, look at us.
Post about this stuff.
Yes, I would have thought that would be evident.
A lot. This is obviously as intense as it gets. One of the things that, for people who aren't familiar with the term, human trafficking, there was that law that was recently passed, and as a result, you saw things like Craigslist and RentMen getting shut down. But that's not what you're talking about. You're not talking about people who are like adult sex workers. Can you describe what you mean by human trafficking, and how big of an effect is it in our culture and internationally?
Yes. Well, I wanted to congratulate you on your book.
Oh, yes, thank you.
I mean, can we just talk? I mean, okay.
These aren't the
I know the
droids you're
topic's
looking
very
for.
serious, but let's talk about can we please talk about how awesome your book is doing for a second?
Yeah.
No, we're talking about human trafficking.
Okay. So, so I have no problem with willing.
Michael, stay on
We're
point.
talking about the book before this is over. So I have no problem with willing adult sex workers or willing adult entertainers. So when I talk about human trafficking, I'm talking about forced fraud or coercion for the sale of labor, sex, black market human organs, child soldiers, forced child begging, and illegal adoption. And in some,
Hang on.
That was a bit of concern there from Michael. I was like,
yeah, he's like, wait a minute, what? Forced child begging? You mean I can't send my kids out to beg? That's not fair.
Here's the crazy part though too.
Sorry, what did you say, Baldo?
Isn't that the point of having kids, so they can beg other
That's
people
right.
for money?
Yeah. I mean, if you
Child
can't,
labor.
if you can't use your kids
legal child labor
to make your life easier, then what's the point of kids?
Well,
I'm kidding, of course. I love my children.
Well, I mean, we all love our pets and our kids. But the part that I love about Mike Malice in this interview specifically is when you have people, and I'm not diagnosing her, but when you have a person of the cluster B personality, one of the things that they do is they like to mirror people. Okay. Like how Meat Candy is like, it's so brave of Farron to have a face cam after she gave up completely on the weight loss thing. We're starting to see the third chin come back. And that's where I would tell you, go fuck yourself, because I'm putting together a documentary and I haven't worked out in probably 5 days. So sit and spin, motherfucker. But I digress.
Feed the trolls, Farron.
No, I do love them though every once in a while. But so my point though is that you have some of these people though that with these cluster B personalities, they look at people and they mirror them. And again, I only know this because I dated one for 3 years. And Mike Malice, exactly, I'm the one who diagnosed this now. And Mike Malice, one of the biggest things that's like the creepiest thing to people like this is when they don't have a lot of emotion. And you see Mike Malice where, he introduces her and then she's like, can we just talk about your book for a second? And he's like,
No,
we're going to talk about human trafficking. And then you see all of a sudden she gets really uncomfortable. And all of a sudden she changes. I mean, if you rewind it and you see it, it's so prevalent. So prevalent. But then there's other multiple times too, where he just doesn't understand what she says. And you can see where his face starts to get he does not hold back on how he feels about a question or what he's thinking. And then you see she gets nervous and her eyes start to go all over the place.
That's a fucking fantastic pause.
And how big of an effect is it in our culture and internationally?
Yes. I wanted to congratulate you on your book.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, can we just talk? I mean, okay. Look, I know the topic's very serious, but let's talk about can we please talk about how awesome your book is doing for a second?
No, we're talking about human trafficking.
Okay. So, so I have no problem with willing.
we're talking about the book before this is over. Yeah, so I have no
See,
problem with
like,
willing
really?
adult sex
Look at that
workers
camera.
or willing adult entertainers. So when I talk about human trafficking, I'm talking about forced fraud or coercion for the sale of labor, sex, black market human organs, child soul.
For the sale of labor. No, doesn't have to involve any sex. Like, if you were if your boss lied to you to get you to work a shift, congratulations, Eliza Bleu thinks you've been trafficked. That is essentially what she just said. That is literally what she just said. For like forced or coerced or fraudulently tricked or whatever.
I've been victimized
into giving up your labor. Like
I'm also a victim.
Like
how do I
I've
get
been
out of this
coerced by
lawsuit?
the
I'm a
government
sex.
to
I am
work.
now a trafficking advocate, an advocate against trafficking. So
The part that I just love though is where she's like, "Can we just talk about your book for a second?" And he's like, "No."
no.
And
And
that's where I will say what I do love about men in this world is y'all say what you think, and you know what? Some bitches can't get it, and that's where she's just like, like I fucked that one up. But he's just like, no.
Her brain also skipped for a second when he says no. She's like, now what do I do?
And then after
Soldiers.
that, then she goes on to where she goes into this, and he's just kind of like, I mean, his body language is not seen, you know, like he's just like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And then she's like, okay, she's like, but before we're done, we're gonna talk about your book. And he looks at the camera and he's like, oh really, bitch? Like,
Yeah,
on
that
my
was
show.
definitely looking at the audience moment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Peanut
exactly.
Fiend says at Fair and Balance, sup, can't wait for part 1. Can't believe how freaking deceitful Eliza is. Yeah, neither can we. When
And
he's
the other one that they're saying is they're like, oh my god, Fair and Balance is so angry because Tem won't date her.
oh my god, Farron, stop.
Stop looking at fucking chat.
Tem, why won't you date me?
Wait, you two are dating now?
Tem will date you.
No, he won't. Not according to Meat Candy.
Tem's issue is you're from Chicago, so.
Well, he's from Detroit, so
when
it's like Romeo and Juliet. One is from Detroit and one is from Chicago.
mortal
There you go,
enemies.
Meat Candy.
Destined to
Very
knife fight in the
nice.
street.
I honestly did not think we'd be 3 hours in and I'd still be on this topic. Again, the last 2 weeks I've phoned in all my prep, and I've gone like the show's got like I'm like, oh, it'll be a short one, it'll be fine, and it's been like
7 hours.
incredibly long and like deep dives into bullshit. So anyway, when's the doco supposed to come out? Is it next Friday or the Friday after?
So there's actually, it started as one part. Okay. It's now morphed into 3 parts. And it's now possibly, it might be 4 parts, but it's going to start out every Friday. So starting February 2nd, or I'm sorry, February 3rd. And then it'll be each following Friday. Part 1 is going to be about human trafficking and what it is and what people actually go through.
What it actually is.
What it actually is.
Yeah.
Did I miss anything?
Not at all, honey.
We're still talking about Eliza.
No, we're still talking about Eliza.
Yeah, exactly.
Still talking about this bitch.
So no.
And
so,
then
so each one's going to have its own little sub theme.
right. And then part
Okay.
2 is going to be basically her timeline of everything that she said that happened in her life. Part 3 is going to be the specific timeline about her getting in with a lot of different grifts, being the Twitter grift, the Julian Assange, the suicide prevention, a lot of different grifts that she has gone through over the years, and also her 4 different names that she's had. And then part 5 is probably going to be not only about her, but also about Elon. Because Elon is not safe in this. Elon is known to have a lot of problems when it comes to women, judgments, you know, and not even that as well. While he might be this great innovator to a lot of people, he has a lot of problem running the day-to-day operations. You know, he even like tweeted out earlier this evening, like, you know, oh, when I come home, you know, I don't know the day-to-day operations. And it's like, well, that's your fucking job, number one. But number two, it's also then going to possibly go into like, what is the future of free speech? Like, does Twitter even have a chance? Because from what we're seeing at this point, we're probably not going to see a lot of any change. As Thermo said earlier, you know, meet the new boss, same as the old boss, you know? So never did I think that I was going, it was always on my bucket list to make a documentary, never a 4-parter, probably like an hour long each. Never saw that coming. I'm up for the challenge though. Like I said, there's a lot going on, and there's a reason why I've now like kind of built a team, and like I've made like a community effort where anybody can message me and show me what they found or what have you. I still have to vet it because that's what journalism does.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are very, very interested in this. Not anything to do, honestly, with her voluptuous past, I guess you could call it. A lot of people don't even care about that, but a lot of people want the truth. They're like, was she trafficked? Was she this? Was she that? And then also, why is she so close to Elon, and why are people getting banned? That I think are like the two major sides of the coin when it comes to the story.
Just a sidebar on the welcome to the new boss, same as the old boss. So Nick Fuentes was reinstated this week. Yeah. So that's a good thing. No, and it's gone.
Oh no.
Yeah, no way.
So
that was a mistake.
So yeah, he's the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah.
Did he go cum hunting on Twitter?
Probably got out the torch.
Forced child begging and illegal adoption, and in some
His it's the forced child begging is what Michael
like,
goes, wait, what?
Because you know why? That's not human trafficking.
No.
cases illegal child marriage. Not all child marriage, unfortunately, is illegal or considered human trafficking. And the list goes on and on. So when we talk about human trafficking, it's a very broad,
Took his face off the screen.
extremely nuanced crime.
Yeah. So
in my
so he's very so he can be like, what the fuck?
particular case, I am a survivor. I was trafficked domestically here in the United States, and I'm a United States citizen. So that's kind of, it was sex trafficking in my particular case. And so I don't have any problem with willing adult sex workers. I don't have a problem with willing adult entertainers. Unfortunately, sometimes the conversations get a little muddied. So I try to separate them as much as possible. What I like to focus on for the most part is child sexual abuse material, particularly on our social media platforms.
Yeah, one of the things that I saw, and I would love you to go into this at some length, is Jack Dorsey had been following you. And
Still does.
Yeah, and you were complaining, you were pointing out account after account that was posting child pornography. We're not talking about someone making some joke or lewd comment about children. We're talking about full-blown child pornography. You are bringing this to Twitter's attention, and they not only didn't care, I think in some cases you were the one who got in trouble, or other people have gotten their accounts locked for complaining about it. This seems completely incomprehensible to me, because even 4chan, my buddy Jay, is a mod at 4chan. The one thing 4chan will ban is CP, is child pornography.
100%.
So even they are like...
And that's because CP equals feds. Like the thing that'll get you will get you banned off, or should get you banned off anything like fast as is anything that even resembles
it's illegal.
it. Yeah. And places like 4chan are like super paranoid about that stuff, because that'll bring the cops.
That usually is the cops.
Yeah,
Except-
well.
Oh yeah.
And what's different with
FBI is
Twitter?
the largest child porn database
What's different?
in
What's
the
different?
entire world.
What's different with Twitter is the cops are already there.
Yeah, that's
It's
right.
funded by the cops, or sorry, feds.
And it also, it's always interesting what they choose, and like what the government chooses not to give a shit about. They're fine with it on Twitter. Because realistically, if the government had actually gave a shit about platforms that traffic, like that distribute child sexual abuse material, Twitter and Facebook would be gone tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. And Discord.
Don't they have their own?
This is a line we're not.
And Discord, yeah.
Don't they have their own databases of child porn?
The feds do, yeah.
No, I mean Facebook and Twitter.
Oh yeah,
You know,
probably.
the way it works at the socials is they use the FBI maintains a database of CSAM, and they use hashes of the images,
Oh, okay,
like
so
their
they
known
actually have-
images,
they
and
don't-
the
yeah.
social media companies like compare images uploaded to those hashes of known images. It's
Okay.
what Apple was going to do
It makes more sense.
on their devices. Before people were like, "Whoa, wait a minute! Everything I do, like every photograph I take, will be run through a federal database." That's not fucking right. So, but what it was is every photograph you had would be run through that hashing algorithm. So,
Crossing. That makes no sense to me. So can you please explain?
Yeah, so just to be really, really clear, and I apologize to anyone that's
when was this? This was a year. This is a 40-year-old woman wearing a tiara, who isn't marrying into a royal family. I just want to clarify that she's not attending a royal wedding.
Hey, sometimes tiaras are fun.
You got to remember, she's trans ageist right now. She's identifying as someone younger.
Identifying as the 36-year-old, or
Yep.
Trans class, apparently.
listening, this is going to get like kind of dark and graphic, but just so that we're crystal clear, we are talking about young children under the age of 18 being sexually exploited. So that
young children under the age of 18. I mean, as someone who has had 3 18-year-old children at this point, they weren't
Really?
children. They weren't children at 18. They were teenagers.
Yeah.
Like at 17, they were teenagers as well. Children is, a lot younger.
that either means that they're groomed by a predator to send their own sexual exploitation. In some cases, we see children exploiting themselves by selling their own child sexual abuse material. And in the most egregious of cases, it is adults sexually abusing children. We're talking about anything from little babies to toddlers. So this is the type of material that's...
Wait, babies to toddlers? That's your range?
I don't
You gotta
understand.
you got to remember, she's trying. When you're trying to bring attention to it, you've got to make it as sensationalized as possible. Make it like, oh
She's
wow.
also starting to feel some heat as well, so she's going
I'm
nuclear.
not saying it doesn't happen. I'm not saying she doesn't know, but she's taking advantage of the heartstrings. So she's adding more and more.
Yeah, lemon party toddlers are exploiting themselves. Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
sending pictures out.
This is the problem. This is the problem when you do this broad brush of everyone under 18 is a child. Like, are there girls who are, are there teenage girls who are selling their nudes? Absolutely. But that is a different part of the same problem. Like, you need to clarify this stuff. From fetuses to toddlers,
Oh my
yes.
God.
Well, and that's honestly like when I heard that, when she said fetuses to toddlers, you could see Mike Malice is just kind of like, wait, what? Like,
No, he said
there's-
babies to toddlers, but yeah, she said babies to toddlers.
But
yeah,
still.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
B6,
either
B6
way-
said from fetuses to toddlers, yeah. Like,
there's a lot. Oh, excuse me. There's a lot in this interview where you can see his like just natural reaction, where he's just like, "Did I what?"
that's why he's not on the screen. That's why he switched it to her cam, because it's like, oh Jesus.
Well, I mean, I get where it's like a show, like where you're going to go back and forth just to kind of keep the viewer engaged. But even when he is on screen, there's times where he's like questioning her. And he's just kind of like, I don't know what this means. But
on Twitter. Now, when I say on Twitter, I'm not talking a small number.
Oh, this
It's over
one, yes.
65,000 child sexual abuse material, images and videos was reported to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in 2020 alone. So that's over 65,000.
Sorry, I just want to bring this up. Yes, parents have a good long talk about safety and social media. I can say from experience, like you need to talk to your children about social media. You need to talk about what you can and cannot share. And if you've got girls, you need to tell them many times. So
Oprah
Yes,
Winfrey did a
and
special-
remember, when push comes to shove, you are in control of that internet cord. If you've got to cut that cord, fucking cut it.
When they've got their own phone, that doesn't really work. But
yeah, but you know what I mean.
My point is, make it clear to your children that the internet is forever, and that the moment they send anything to someone else, it's out of their control, and they should consider it. Don't send anything to anybody else you wouldn't want everyone else to see.
That you wouldn't want your grandma to see.
No, just anybody, just a random stranger on the street.
Wish they would work by that.
Like
fucking
if you wouldn't be comfortable with, Joe Blow who just walked past, seeing the photo of you that you just sent, don't send it.
National Center. So we're at an epic crisis. Jack does follow me. And that conversation is really interesting. I was trafficked on Twitter as well. So there's been 3 profiles to my knowledge that my former abusers made to traffic me on Twitter. I didn't realize because I kind of just signed up for Twitter in late 2019. So it was like one of the last few days of 2019, I signed up for Twitter.
But what does that mean that they trafficked you on Twitter? How can someone traffic you if they're not in contact with you?
This is identity
so the way that was working, I didn't know about the profiles existing because I wasn't on Twitter and I wasn't looking for them. The way that my former abusers were doing it is that it was going back to my Instagram. The Twitter accounts were linking back to my Instagram, and they were trafficking me off Instagram, Backpage, sugar daddy websites. I mean, whatever type of internet trafficking is what was happening. I'll go into more detail. So
internet trafficking, like what the fuck?
Were old men coming to your house wanting to pay for sex? I'm confused. What the fuck is she talking about?
She's literally described catfishing, like
literally people using her pictures. What she's fucking talking about? Jesus.
Yeah, her model pictures.
Yeah. Like my traffickers set up Twitter accounts with my profiles linked back to my Instagram page. Like seriously,
pictures they paid for.
If this was anybody else, this would sound like a fucking cope. This would sound like someone who made like Twitter accounts to advertise their sexual services, and they're like got busted doing it, and they're like, no, that wasn't me. I was being trafficked. Like those aren't my accounts. Those are accounts that were trafficking me. Like that's what it sounds like. It sounds like a fucking cope.
She also said that it was her first time setting up a Twitter account in 2019.
2019, yeah.
But she also said in another video that she set up a Twitter account in 2012, and I think Chrissy Mayer or someone else had that video on their Twitter.
Oh God, what's that from? Because she goes on Twitter for something. Oh God.
You know what this
look at my
sounds like?
notes.
You know those porn. You know those
Look at my notes.
porn bots from not safe from work Twitter that keeps like here click on this.
The ones you reply to all the time. Yes, Dave.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like a profile. In my particular case, the profiles look like profiles that would be me, but trying to entice business to sell me, bringing it back to my Instagram where they were doing business. Fortunately, in my particular case, there are no nude images or videos of me on Twitter. Thank God, right now.
Right now.
Interesting.
Right now.
So, what's this one, Baldo? Okay, so.
And you can always add me on Facebook.com/Eliza Site, Twitter.com/Eliza Site.
I was trafficked on Twitter as well. So there's been 3 profiles to my knowledge that my former abusers made to traffic me on Twitter. I didn't
Dude,
realize
it is
I
a
kinda
cope. I was right. It is a fucking cope. She's just talking about accounts that she had. Dude.
Yep.
The fuck?
This is unraveling real quick.
the day is young, I guess. But it would go back to my Instagram, and that's how they would traffic me, sell me without my full consent and without my knowledge. When I joined Twitter, an ex-boyfriend actually pointed out the first profile. After I reported it to Twitter, it took them 3.5 months to take it down. The second profile took 5 days. They actually took it while I was on my way to do they took it down while I was on my...
Yeah, Magoo's former abusers that she won't name because she knows they'll sue the fuck out of her. Not just that, former abusers that she won't name because they don't fucking exist.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
I'm
at
in the
this
boat
point-
that none of this whole thing exists. She made it all up.
Yes, listen, you incel prudes, underwear posts aren't porn, they're empowering women. Yes.
And that's not what we're having an argument
That's not what-
about.
that's not
not what
what
we're
we're
discussing
talking
about.
about.
This is like, okay, go for it. But
Oh, I assume he's being
hypocrisy.
funny. The one and only time he's been funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, way to do my interview with Tim Cast, and then the third profile.
Does she think his name is Tim Cast?
I doubt it.
Because
No,
that'd
still-
be funny.
She almost said Tim Pool, but it
would be
wasn't
funny.
just Tim Pool.
Yeah.
But that would
The
be
platform
hilarious.
has refused to take down.
Okay, so I don't understand. So someone creates a fake profile of you. There's photos.
Neither do we.
Yeah, a lot of us
I don't understand. Fucking none of us do. You and us both, Michael. Jesus.
Photographs of you. How are they monetizing this? How is Twitter getting a cut? Like what's literally happening?
Yes. So Twitter makes cut off all of our Twitters based off advertising sales and data sales. So any profile that's on Twitter, they get a cut of it. So they can say
Only large ones.
Cue that's not how any of this works.
Yeah. That's not how any of
Like,
this
that's not how that works. That's not how any of this works. What?
Hashtag not monetized.
No, well, no, there's no monetization on Twitter. The only way you monetize your Twitter is, well, like Elon wants to do that. He wants you to get a cut of ads that appear beside your tweets. But the only way you monetize Twitter is if you monetize it yourself. Like if you do a promoted spot. Like if you promote stuff on your Twitter account. Like, does Twitter make money from having many users? Yes, they sell ads. Everybody does. Like, this is retarded. I can't believe it's 3.5 hours and we're still fucking discovering shit.
say to Pepsi, Coca-Cola, whomever they're doing business with, we have this many active users on our platform. So in essence, you and I are definitely making them money. When it's a free platform, we are the product.
But how are these people who are using your images making money themselves?
So
They're not.
Right, it would depend. So my trafficking situation is going to be a little bit different than what we're going to talk about with the children. So in my particular case, they're impersonation profiles that would have led back to them selling me to do business. So they would lure somebody in with...
I need to hear that again. Like, I don't understand.
That are selling her to...
Like...
What?
So, right, it would depend. So my trafficking situation is going to be a little bit different than what we're going to talk about with the children. So in my particular case, they're impersonation profiles that would have led back to them selling me to do business. So they would lure somebody in with the profile. Like, oh, this is a pretty girl, blah, blah, blah. Because, I mean, it's been a...
Debatable.
Look, I'll be fair. When she's not wearing a tiara and she's got a Norgs almost out, then yeah, pretty cool.
I'll just be an asshole.
I don't know that I would use the term girl though.
Something must be wrong because my brain must be really fried right now because she's starting to make sense.
Yeah, you're fucked.
Yeah.
while that I've had the opportunity to be free. So it's not like it's still happening.
Sure,
Thank God.
right.
But they would lure somebody in, direct the business back to, I'm assuming, either a dating profile or, kind of like when you see folks saying, oh, click this for my nudes or whatever, they would send them back to my Instagram or other profiles, platforms, I guess. Who knows? 'Cause I
Nailed
can't see
it.
inside the DMs.
What the
So I don't know
fucking
what's going
nailed it.
inside on the DMs on the back end.
She's not
But
explaining this
I have
properly.
been able with.
I don't think she can explain it well.
No,
I
well, see,
think
what
because-
she's trying to
her Instagram.
Yeah, what
So
she's trying to
her
get
Instagram.
at. What she's trying to get at is you set up a profile and you and pretend to be her, and in the links of "this is me," you put genuine links.
Yeah.
But in the parts that you say you want to see this, you go somewhere else, and she's just not explaining it properly. Because guess
she's-
what? It probably hasn't fucking happened.
But
She's
she's
not
also
sex trafficking.
And that's not
she's
trafficking.
explaining. What she's explaining is someone catfishing someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, is her
Like
images
not
being used to
catfishing in
catfish?
the sense of I send you pictures of Eliza and say that's me, but in that I have a public profile that says I'm that looks like a hot chick, and come see my nudes is a link to a malware website. That's the only way they're making money.
Yeah, and they're using
Or getting
her
you to sign up
legitimately.
for cams that purport to be like her, but it's not. It's someone else. Like
Man, I get them like
Cam,
every
unless
2 or
they're-
3
yeah.
days.
Ken's like, unless they're selling your physical or physically or sexually via your body, or selling your nudes illegally without permission, you can't call that being sex trafficked. You can't even call that being trafficked. Like, in no way are you being trafficked. Your image, your likeness rights are being abused.
Yeah, it's identity theft at most, right?
Olivia Olive says,
Basically.
did you see Cartoon Map was suspended for making a joke about her story? Seriously? So you can't even joke about her fucking story? What the fuck is going on?
Elon,
What the
the
fuck
world's
happened
biggest
to the
simp.
First Amendment? What the fuck?
Like, Twitter's never been a First Amendment platform, but that's some fucking bullshit. Like, Jesus Christ.
Well, it's supposed to be under Papa.
That, yeah, Eliza Bleu coming to OnlyFans. Like,
Oh no, Jesus fuck.
that might be her last option to make money if this fucking keeps going.
Yeah.
An organization to sort of track some of the use of these profiles and some of the communication back with other profiles, and it's really scary. So it would be someone that they would contact to do some type of business and then take it somewhere else. Now, what does scare me about those profiles still being active is that my abusers are still free. So they could be using my image to contact survivors that are already more vulnerable, of course, for trafficking or abuse. They could be using those profiles to traffic other women. That's the truth. They didn't stop.
So
when
this
they
bec-
locked me, they didn't stop.
So this is a kind of identity theft kind of situation, but instead of getting a credit card in your name, they're basically saying, I'm you. I'm also known as this. Come talk to me. Or in the alternative, instead of being some kind of vague positive thing like I'm going to be your friend, it's that you want to see sexy pictures of me, come join this site. And you're basically being an unpaid spokeswoman for whatever nefarious organization or person this is.
I found there was.
That's none of this. That's not. Holy
That's
shit!
what he
Every
was saying.
celebrity in Hollywood is trafficked.
Yeah.
Like,
that's
China
what he
is the
was
trafficking
getting at.
capital of the world because they fucking use photos of celebrities to advertise shit. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, this makes a mockery of actual fucking honest to God trafficking.
I just don't understand. Like, she could avoid all this shit and not step on fucking rakes if she just stuck to being an advocate. Just not even saying anything. Nobody would care. Don't fucking blow up about shit.
She's made herself so hot to the touch that no actual advocacy group, no charity will touch her now. She cannot continue this anymore. She's that hot right now.
That's why she's created her
how
own
much they've
stuff.
seen. Like, this shit gets buried, and then we know about it, but nobody else does. All the normies don't know. She's just she's still the same person to them. They don't ever see. It's the trick of controlling media.
Yeah, have any mainstream media outlets reported on this? Like CNN's not going to. Is Fox?
Nope.
No. Nope. Well, let's go. One journalist gonna
And with
talk about it.
With Twitter deleting stuff, how long is it before a friend of a friend in Google decides, right, anything from Eliza that's come up that's bad, we'll just start banning?
That's what I said before. Like this, like if this fucking spreads to YouTube, like holy shit.
No, I just mean like
We're gonna get
Google.
banned.
Like if you do it from the search algorithm, anyone who tries to do some research on Eliza, who's like, okay, well, we're an anti-trafficking advocacy thing, and we're going to bring her on. Let's do some research. Let's actually do what we should and look at her background. And there's nothing there.
That is Sam. That is an interesting question. That is a very interesting question. Was she on Amber Heard's side? Because she's, buddy with Elon. I wonder if she said anything about Johnny Depp. I mean, maybe Amber Heard was trafficked according to her fucking definition.
Well, she clearly
It's a website. Actually, maybe I shouldn't
I'm just gonna play this while I look.
talk about it. Yeah, I'll probably leave that out. But yeah, there's a lot of things that go on. And now more than ever, I am terrified because survivors are already vulnerable because they've already been trafficked, that they are using my name and likeness to contact our most vulnerable. Especially, they could say, hey, I'm on this, I've been on these shows. Oh, and then, get the victim or survivor to trust them and then say, oh, come out and live with me, especially minors, because minors.
I hope she's not projecting there, and we're going to find out she's got fucking people in a basement. I don't know. So here's saying, I don't have much of a personal opinion on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case. I'll let the courts decide. I will say that both women and men who are survivors of domestic violence deserve support. The hotline can offer support to anyone in an abusive relationship. Yeah, no, that's it. Looks like the only thing she tweeted about it.
Looks like she stayed away from that.
She stayed away from that. So, got to maintain that grift because she can't pick sides on stuff like that. Because she'd close the door on a lot of people.
She's just done it here, so.
Fall prey to this really easily.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So it is imperative. And of course, I'm not complaining at all, but I'm not verified on Twitter. So it would be difficult for someone to differentiate between an impersonation profile or a profile that was trafficking. So when they were trafficking me.
So Ken says, having been sexually abused myself and having plenty of friends, family and clients of mine who have been, this is fucking disgusting to see her misrepresent this as trafficking and abuse.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've been saying.
If someone is pretending to be her and they try to get a CSA victim to run away from their abuser to live with them, they can now be trafficked, abused by the catfish. Yeah. See you, Renee. Thanks for coming.
And this comes back to my biggest problem is what she's done has damaged the credibility of victims. And yeah,
and you wonder why people don't come out about this shit because when they do, they're not believed because this bullshit, or they're shamed because someone else was a liar and a grifter. Now the next person is automatically seen as one.
Yeah, and they'll get you were trafficked, prove it.
Yeah, fucking.
And that's not enough evidence. I want more. And
the first question will be what is trafficking?
Yeah.
Holy shit! It's just gotten so dark here. Like the storm clouds have just rolled in. I looked out. I'm just looking out the window, and it's like 4 o'clock, and it looks like 9 o'clock.
And they would have tried to get business that way. Now there's no way to get business unless they're using it for some other type of business. My thing with Twitter was they weren't taking it down even when I would contact them. Even when I still contact them, they don't take down the profiles. The difference between myself and the minors. So when I went to a national organization, I said, hey, I'm being trafficked on Twitter. because nobody could help me. I went to the police department. I went all over the place. And I'm pretty knowledgeable.
So I went to the police department. I went all over the place.
Because it's
All
fucking
over the place.
ridiculous.
Jesus
There
Christ.
is such a thing as a legal definition, and what you're describing isn't trafficking. Thus, those you are contacting to get rid of trafficking sees it, applies the definition, and says, "Well, this is either A, not trafficking, or B, someone's just being a total troll or just a dumb fucking bitch." So we're not going to look into it. That's what's going on in this case.
You know, I'd really like to see her like DMs to Twitter or her like reports of this CP shit. Like, did this really happen, or did she just tweet about it? Like,
Yeah.
did she really go and like try to like get this shit taken down, or did she? I've seen her tweets once in a while back in the day, like, "Oh, look at there's horrible shit here." Did she actually do work to get this turned down? I mean, that would be like at least
Stay tuned
some
for
sort of
Twitter files.
saving grace there, you know.
Stay tuned for Twitter files part 22 or something.
Oh, God.
Knowledgeable in this space. So if I couldn't figure out how to get help, and Jack Dorsey follows me on Twitter, and we've had a very nice relationship. Up until this point, we had a very, I would call it very nice relationship.
Drop
It was
the
someone that I
DMs.
looked up to because of what he's built in multiple ways. And I also am pretty naive sometimes.
Is
I
that the
didn't
same
know
nice relationship
who
you
I
have
was
with
dealing
Elon?
with or what I was dealing with. So when I reached out to a national organization to try to help me to contact Twitter and to try to do something about these impersonation trafficking profiles, then they told me about John Doe. John
Why is she
Doe
still
is the
talking
first
about
survivor
this?
that's suing Twitter. So
Jack-
sorry, that's a lot of information.
No, that's fine. So tell me.
It's a lot. It's really intense, isn't it?
Well, of course
Jack
it is, but I mean, I
Dorsey
think just
reminds
like
me
with North
of,
Korea and other stuff,
Both of the
people need to
Clowns.
be able to kind of.
Yeah, look, the
Wayne
Meet
Gacy.
Kenny, that's a good point. No one should believe people claiming sexual abuse, trafficking, rape, etc. without proof. It's how we get the Duplicross team getting falsely accused and railroaded. And yeah, look, it's sad, but people lie. And people lie about horrible shit that happened to them, and it's fucked up. Like it's that's some bullshit. Like to take someone like, because realistically, you're stealing someone else's story, you're stealing someone else's trauma, and making it
And
your
you're
own.
destroying someone else's life.
Yeah, and that's just on the victim side. You're also potentially destroying someone's life. Like an accusation nowadays is just an accusation can destroy you. Frequently does. Like.
There's at some point you do require evidence, but if someone's just like, look, this happened to me, I just want someone to listen to me, I'm not sure you really want to start asking for evidence at that point. But as soon as they start pointing the finger at someone, that's kind of the point where you're like, okay, you've gone from, I just need someone to help me process this, okay, fine, to let's destroy someone. At that point, it's like, okay, we need to get some evidence for this. I'll sit down and you can tell me all the bullshit you want, and if that helps, fine, that's whatever. But the moment you move away from this is helping me to this is hurting someone else, that's where it becomes, okay, now we need to verify.
Yeah.
Thermo gave me chlamydia.
Thermo gives everyone chlamydia.
That's right. So Magoo says, by not naming her abusers, quote unquote abusers, who are still on Twitter contacting her, as she says she's putting other people in danger. Like,
Well, yeah, how selfish is that?
get
This
it.
person abused me, but I'm not going to name them.
name them, yeah. So
I'm not
I'm
gonna-
just going to let them continue doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
Because
How
they
much
don't
does she
exist.
really care about other people?
Well, yeah.
She cares
And
about
doled
herself,
out
and that's it.
piecemeal because
Well,
the
she
whole
cares about perpetuating her lie.
That too.
And naming her her so-called abusers could potentially bring that lie crashing down. Well, guess what? It's a bit too late for that. So,
oops.
Yeah.
totality is so removed from our normal experience that it's kind of hard for people to wrap their heads around it. So what I wanted to ask you about is, like, can you discuss a bit about this? It seems unbelievable to most people that you can go on Twitter and see like lewd and nude pictures of children. This just is something I think most of us would regard as a literal impossibility. And there was a New York Times article not that long ago that someone brought to my attention, which just kind of completely floored me, where they have, I think it was the FBI, had an organization dedicated to fighting like child pornography.
Yes.
And they didn't have enough people to even deal with the infants who were being
Correct.
filmed.
So if you're talking about so there's been multiple series done by Gabriel Dance and Michael Keller from the New York Times. By far, and I'm not a huge fan of the Cathedral, but by far the most extensive and thorough journalism around this area that I've ever seen. So people like to say, oh, I don't believe it's happening. Oh, I don't believe it's happening. It's happening. It's in the New York Times. It's widely reported on, not even just by the New York Times. But so the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is sort of the clearinghouse for all of the child sexual abuse material. At the time when those...
This is a great point. So Peanut Fiend says, I used to think Michael Jackson was a pedo and Mike Tyson was a rapist. I stopped assuming people were guilty and look with a lot more scrutiny. With claims now, emotions can skew your decisions.
Didn't Tyson get convicted though?
Was he? Or
For domestic violence against Robin Gibbon.
I thought he got.
Yeah, but I don't think it was rape. I think the rape thing was BS.
No, he wasn't. He was caught for putting his hands on her.
Yeah,
because that's hard to hide being hit by fucking Mike Tyson.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
And Ken says, if a friend / family member comes to you, trust them and support them. Get them in touch with the right resources, and you can verify the accusations as you work through it. Sorry, Tim, what was that?
He was found guilty, sentenced for 6 years for rape.
Oh.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
But there's debate over whether justice was served.
Oh.
Well,
I don't know. After watching like trials, it's like I can't even if he was found guilty. I'm in like I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, but there's still people who think Amber Heard didn't do what she did. So
yeah.
I reckon there'll always be debate.
Wait a minute.
People pick their sides, as they say.
Gabriel Dance and Michael Keller pieces came out, the numbers were lower. Now we're looking at 65 million reported child sexual abuse material, images and videos in 2020 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. The FBI and the...
Wasn't it 64,000
boy. Oh, boy. News.
Oh, boy.
Help saying Chris Chan has been released, I think. So,
didn't Eliza say 64,000 before? Now it's 64 million.
Well, no, there's 64. Wait, is that child sexual abuse material on Twitter?
That motherfucker got out.
It's happening. It's in the New York Times. It's widely reported on, not even just by the New York Times. But so the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is sort of the clearinghouse for all of the child sexual abuse material. At the time when those Gabriel Dance and Michael Keller pieces came out, the numbers were lower. Now we're looking at 65 million reported child sexual abuse material, images and videos in 2020 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. The FBI and the Los Angeles Police Department both told Gabriel Dance and Michael Keller from the New York Times that they were so overwhelmed that they could not handle anyone over a toddler, being sexually exploited. They're too overwhelmed.
But I mean, there's something very disturbing to that, because if someone is trying to be a predator in this space, they are now being fighting. Basically, you're going to be able to get away with it because we don't have the resources to deal with you.
There are some, so John Doe 1 and John Doe 2 from Twitter are a perfect example. They were both 13 years old in the video. Their child sexual exploitation was watched over 160,000 times, and it was retweeted over 2,000 times. That video, because they were both 13 years old in the video, would not have popped up as like a high priority, and it also wasn't already in the system. So one of the things that's so difficult when we're talking about this issue is that
The date on this is from a year ago. The exact date, May 28th, 2021.
the child sexual abuse material already has to be in the system for in the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's system for it to pop up on the current.
Sorry, Peanut Fiend says the woman who accused Tyson had a history of accusing men of rape. Tyson admits to the most embarrassing shit you can think of: robbery, drugs, etc. He definitely would admit to rape if he did it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think
Maybe.
that's a different,
Yeah.
different fucking level. But I just found this one. It's kind of funny. Mike Tyson now says he would absolutely go back and do it now that he's been convicted.
Lol.
He's like, I wish I did. Fuck that man.
Oh, that's harsh.
It's
Anyway.
classic Mike Tyson.
But he can now put out a book. Yeah, if I
If I raped her.
If I raped her.
Yeah, I would.
And this
I
is how I do it.
Technology that Twitter, Facebook, Pornhub, Tumblr, Reddit, Google are using.
One of those things not like the other.
Yeah, Tumblr's horrible.
Yes, that's what I meant. Pornhub. Yeah.
The moment they
Does that
banned
make
porn,
sense?
it went to shit.
Tumblr, yeah, absolutely.
Is there like kind of like a reverse image search? So like if you just
Exactly.
flag this image, the algorithm right away, as soon as it pops up, knows to delete it and clear it.
Exactly. But the difficulty is that, so that's Microsoft Photo DNA. It was created in 2009. And I've had the honor and privilege to get to become friendly with the professor, the Berkeley professor that designed the platform. And I've had an opportunity to meet with him, and he's taught me so much.
To be fair,
and
if
there
it was
is
created in 2009, how much processing power would it really take to just every image that goes on and is flagged gets hashed and put into a database?
That already happens. My understanding of what happens is on Twitter, when you DM someone child sexual abuse material that's in the database,
Yeah.
it gets blocked immediately.
Well, I'm not going to test that.
No, I'm not going to test that either. But that's, like I said, that's my understanding of how it works.
No, I meant the whole.
And Facebook's the same. Like they're all the social media that use this database. It's the same.
Yeah, but I meant the whole the toddler thing in the LA PD. Like, they can't deal with anyone that's over a toddler. So is that because she said something about because of the database?
I think it's because they were overstretched.
Yeah, it's because there's too much of it. I think
okay.
that was her point. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Eliza had nothing to do with Twitter blocking CP. Yeah, the Twitter blocks what they can algorithmically. The problem with blocking the CSAM stuff is it's new every day. Like if you think what exists now is all that ever exists, like all that will ever exist, I'm sorry, that's wrong. That's just how shit is. It's like thinking that everything that's on YouTube is just what's there and it's never going to be any more. Like, unless everybody died tomorrow,
yeah, we could just
it
find them and
sucks,
kill them.
but there's going to be
It'll work.
more child sexual abuse material generated tomorrow. Like, it's fucking horrible just to even think of it. It's like they're King Canute standing there ordering the fucking tide to roll back out. They can't stop it. Nobody can stop it. The best you can do is mitigate it. You can use algorithms to find it and bring the people to justice. So,
Speaking of which, did anyone see DeSantis and what he's doing with pedos?
that he wants the death penalty for people who fuck kids.
Yep.
Yeah, I hope they swing.
Yeah. No, a wood chipper. Federal wood chipper.
Um,
Nice government approved wood chipper.
And make money off it. Make it pay-per-view.
Yeah, make it absolutely. Stream that shit. You can.
Yeah,
you
bring
can,
back public hangings and all that stuff.
Public chippings.
Yep.
And you
They
know
can
what? The federal government can set up Chip Square. With just a big wood chipper in the middle.
With multiple shoots going in.
Hey, the Saudis used to do it in soccer stadiums. So
Yeah, buy tickets.
Technology that exists.
Yeah, sell tickets.
I got just
That's way more-
the fucking ticket for that. Where's the let's show chat. This is our new savior. This should be what we use.
Saver.
Was it a John Deere or something?
That'd work. That's fucking.
That'll
good.
do a lot at once. That'll do a lot.
Yes, it would.
Industrial standard.
The 5048.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's basically built for it.
Yes, it is.
They paved the right colors as well.
And
The kill chipper.
do they
My-
get fed in alive or dead?
Feet first and alive.
Don't
Nice.
care. Either way.
Don't care.
No preference.
Feet first.
As long as it's
toes
easy
pointing
clean.
Upward.
As long as it's easy clean. Stabby just sent me a video. Thank you, Stabby.
And dead animals make great compost, so I assume dead humans would make good compost too.
Oh,
They
make great
do,
compost.
yeah. I mean, I've been told.
There was this movie with
If you're looking for bodies, and
Kathy Bates.
and there's like and they're buried in like a field, look for where the grass or the plants are growing most.
Yeah. What she did is she.
That's for shallow graves, though.
Yes, that's for shallow graves. Yeah.
She cooked her victims and fed them to the police.
That sounds very Cartman from South Park.
Yes. I make you eat your parents.
Let me start off by apologizing to anybody that isn't really interested in this particular topic. I know that to some people it's going to seem just like
I should have started the show that way.
pointless Twitter drama. I get it. Trust me.
I can't. I'm not going to watch this guy's video. It's 40. Like he's only got 401 subs. I don't want to like steal his views. Yeah, I'm not gonna like. So go and watch this video.
Post a link.
What? I feel bad about like.
I do. But this is something that, while on the surface might
giving him
seem like
exposure.
nothing more than manufactured pettiness
Oh.
over a woman's past,
Oh, no.
has rapidly escalated into an all-out war against free speech on Twitter by a woman who claimed that she would, quote, die on the hill of free speech. Let's recap. Eliza Bleu, also known by the aliases of Eliza Cuts, Eliza Knows, and Eliza Seep, a woman who has been chasing social media clout her entire life, has recently gotten herself into a position of power at Twitter through her own claims of being, quote, trafficked for the majority of her adult life.
I wanted to say something first that you said that I'm a
Not
survivor of
again.
trafficking. I did say that, but not till later. What I first said was, I'm an ex-prostitute, and I had a pimp, and everyone's like, and it's your fault. Because
But we didn't have But Annie, we didn't have the language to put to it. We didn't have the language to put to it back then. I mean, this wasn't, this wasn't
I
a
think it's been
conversation the
termed
way
for
that
quite
it
a long
is
time.
now. We did not have the language to put to it then. And
Yeah,
I feel
we.
like what you said was
I saw this
perfect
post by
in
Chrissy
what it
May.
was.
Yeah.
And to be brutally honest,
we.
depending on the folks that I'm talking to,
It's like, who's we? You
I
got a
would
turd in your
navigate
pocket?
and say pimp, trafficker, it just depends.
After I turned 18 and after things happen after that, I can honestly say I do play a role in what's going on around me.
And also, survival sex is not considered human trafficking.
What's
There's
survival
still
sex?
even so.
Don't know.
So survival sex would be if you need something like housing, drugs, medicine, food.
So being a
Hold
sugar
the
daddy.
fuck on.
What if you need protection from Ray Ray?
No, hold the fuck on. So, getting your kids to go and beg on the streets, that's trafficking. Sucking dick for drugs, medicine, food, or housing isn't.
As long as you choose to do it yourself.
As long as you choose to, like, what the fuck? Man.
You're selling sex to survive, but you don't necessarily have a pimp or a trafficker. Survival sex is not considered human trafficking.
And there were moments where I could have chosen to handle things differently and I didn't. So, although bad things happen to me, I am also capable of doing really horrible things.
Yeah, I think we said
Yeah,
it.
no
just right.
shit.
Despite never providing proof to support her claims of being trafficked, she quickly became a darling of right-wing talking heads online, all of them praising her for her work against trafficking. But the question still remains, what has she really done? Everyone deflects from her dodgy past by pointing out her, quote, good work, but what work is that even? Add into that Eliza's shady past, where she was known in many circles as being something of a groupie, desperately seeking fame and attention, all while being friends with known creep Jeffree Star, a man with a laundry list of disturbing allegations against him. So, when these questions got addressed by YouTuber Brittany Venti, Eliza quickly weaponized her influence with Twitter's safety team to have her locked out of her account for, quote, sharing a non-consensual image. The image in question was a screenshot from a World Star Hip Hop video that Eliza Bleu, under the name Eliza Knows at the time, got paid to be in. Eliza has since had the...
We know all this stuff. So.
Yeah.
I tweeted out the link. Go subscribe. Throw him a sub.
Hopefully there's more news than just Eliza.
Oh, yeah, we're 4 hours in. Like, I've got... Hang on. So, I have a little bit more. Like, fucking... I've got cultural stuff. I've got a thing I wanted to talk about on Adani. I've got some Aussie news that I know everybody loves. Then I was going to cover Rumble and do the died suddenly section, which includes the Pfizer stuff, because like I have to do a Rumble switch today because you can't cover the Pfizer stuff on the Veritas stuff on YouTube. It's just getting struck. Pelosi stuff, the shit going down in Memphis and in California, and then bits and pieces. So, yeah, I have lots of stuff to cover. So it's not just all Eliza, even though it feels like it. Plus, I started covering the stuff I missed last week because we ran so damn long. So,
upgraded. The difficulty is getting these platforms to use it. They're not using it, and that's also a terrifying fact as well. There's better technology now.
So can you describe what this lawsuit is and what the basis for it is?
Yeah. So the lawsuit, so first and foremost, I just always like to remind people, so Facebook's getting sued by 3 minor survivors of human trafficking.
see ya. Thanks for watching, Olive.
Reddit's being sued by 1 minor survivor of human trafficking. Pornhub's being multiple class action lawsuits with very young children suing. And then Twitter.
Wait,
right
what do you
now,
mean by very young? Because we're dealing, I mean, what do you mean by very young in this context?
young, prepubescent.
Oh my God. Okay.
God.
And then in the case of John Doe 1 and John Doe 2, it's 2 minor male survivors suing Twitter. They filed the lawsuit. So in my particular case, so there's one kind of good thing is that in 2018, there was a Section 230 amendment signed into law called FOSTA SESTA. That is what the young men are using. Unfortunately, in my case, so when we go back and talk a little bit about my case, because it's not so explicit on Twitter, I would have a more difficult time suing Twitter. But after I learned about John Doe 1.
Also, like, I'm pretty sure Foster and Tester isn't retroactive. So,
Yeah, also,
like,
comparing a picture of your underage self doing whatever sex thing and then what she's got going on, like, to even have the balls to compare that as like a like thing is just fucking offensive.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, these 13-year-old boys were whatever raped on Twitter and it was passed around. But you know what? Somebody used my picture and then they like sent it to a grifter website. So that's the same, right? I can't get the police to do anything about that. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, like the gay couple that's in the news now for doing stuff that is just fucking unspeakable.
And now John Doe 2's case,
Why not talk to Brittany? She's streaming now. I don't have Brittany's details. I don't know Brittany. I'm tiny. Like,
I sort of own.
If you guys want to go watch Brittany, by all means. Like, I don't mind. We're almost done with the Eliza stuff. Like, I don't know that there's much more to say. Let's see. Like, her lawsuit's bullshit. Like, it's all, like... yeah, Britney's live now.
Wants to join
If we
So,
want to
and
get talk
quartering.
after like
there
7
she's,
hours.
she's streaming now.
Like
So I
Brittany
use
out.
OBS stream, not StreamYard.
So yeah, if you want to go over and watch Brittany Venti, by all means, I encourage you to do that. Thank you for coming and watching.
It's a warning. There should be a warning on that. A warning label.
I think we're going to continue on to the other stuff. So yeah, look, this is the shit that keeps on giving. Like it never ends. It there'll be more like this. Like Farron's documentary is started as one part. It's now 5. Like then it was 3 parts. Now it's 5 parts. Like by the time Farron gets to part 5, there's going to be like another 8 more parts because the hole just keeps getting bigger. Like this is the rabbit hole, and the warren that contains all of like Eliza Bleu's secrets is just enormous. So anyway, moving on. So I had some culture war BS. Because everybody loves the culture. Everybody loves this. Everybody loves this culture war. So yes, Sebastian Croft apologizes for hurting anyone voiced by a male main character in Hogwarts Legacy, claiming there's no LGB without the T. So Hogwarts Legacy is, of course, an upcoming video game from Warner Brothers that lets you be, a wizard. You're a wizard, Harry. Lets you be a wizard at Hogwarts years before the
centuries before. This is like
century. Is it a century before? Yeah,
Yeah,
it's way before the story of Harry Potter. So it's
yeah. This is.
I think it's set in like the 19th century.
Yeah, like around the 1800s, and the movies take place in like 1930 to 1986, that era. So
yeah, I thought the books were contemporary with when they came out.
Yeah, the books are contemporary, but the Fantastic Beasts stuff is set before Harry Potter, and this is set before that stuff as well. So Dumbledore isn't.
Oh, then it's got to be like more than 100 years.
yeah, the headmaster is Sirius Black's like grandfather.
Yeah. So yes, he's sorry if it hurts people, but he's not gonna return the money.
Good, he shouldn't.
Good.
The problem is, and it fundamentally comes down to the Harry Potter franchise is bad because what's it called? JK is bad because JK's the turf.
I had some Yahoo attacking me over this bullshit about the Goblin Holocaust and being portrayed and it was a German guy saying, "Oh, I'm German, so I know what it's like, and if you do that, then it's bad." And I said,
"Oh, I saw that. Yeah, that guy was a weirdo."
Yeah, it's like, dude, you realize you're trying to Holocaust playing a Jew, right? Can you guys for 1 second stop making everything about the Holocaust? Just fucking stop.
But the Germans.
But yeah, it's the Germans.
The Germans.
Everything. Nazis everywhere. They're everywhere.
So Farron's going to leave us. She's going to go and talk to Brittany, and she'll be back later.
See you, Farron.
Bye.
So if you want to follow Farron, pop over to Brittany's stream. Thank you for watching. We will continue. We will continue doing this, doing our thing. So, and more is the I guess I should have called this trans stuff because it is kind of transy stuff. But
Transient.
thank you, Stabby. The stream is worse than the Holocaust. Yes, thank you.
Agree.
Well, actually, I do have a.
Happy to be here then.
There is.
We're all in this train car together, boys.
That's harsh. That's harsh, crazy KK.
We just gotta make sure we go
Elbow
through our
cough.
list correctly, though.
This shit annoys me, and I know you guys have been in the chat going back and forwards with Ken about this kind of stuff.
If you want girl parts and you don't have them, you can do special surgery where they turn your penis inside out and there's a vagina inside. If you want girl
That kid
parts
shouldn't even fucking know the name.
Yeah.
Honestly.
have them,
This is a boy, mind. So, meh.
Crazy fucking people, man.
And how does he find out about it? Because he was told about it by his
Exactly.
parents.
Wait, Christine Buttons. What's this? Yeah, penile inversion
You
vaginoplasty.
don't have.
Is that an account from a 4-year-old verified? Is that what that is? Or is that the one?
No, this is
Wow.
this is a
Or just a person?
So this is someone who works for the Daily Wire.
Okay. I was going to say.
So,
it looked like a kid for a minute.
Does,
It looked like
does
a traffic.
anyone, does anyone remember their childhood age, like their age of imagination? Does anyone remember that still?
I remember having all sorts of weird fucking thoughts, and I'm glad Mike didn't have a crazy parent to say, "Oh yeah." Well,
I'm pretty
yeah,
sure.
yeah."
Well, look, I'm pretty sure there's a photo of me dressed as an Indian for a fancy dress party, like a woo Indian, not a red dot.
I
Don't you
was
wish you could go back and
I
be a
was told
transracial
by
Indian?
my brothers that I could fly if I could just if I just
Jump out the
tried.
window.
And
Yeah.
so what I did is I jumped off the roof of my house because I was dumb enough to believe it.
You heard R. Kelly and you thought, you know what? Yeah, I believe.
I was close to doing the same thing.
Pretty
So, yeah,
much. Children are so gullible at this age.
they
they're
know
fucking
literally
stupid.
nothing.
They're
They know
fucking
nothing.
stupid.
Yeah,
They believe anything you tell them.
that's how they get trafficked, Dave.
No, I know.
Unironically. So, Dr. Dana B, a therapist who runs WPC Willie.
This
Philly,
pissed me.
Yeah.
You saw me in the Discord. This fucking set me off.
Therapy center geared towards LGBT people who already struggle with mental health thinks that it's her duty to teach white clients who hate themselves that they're the problem and that they need to work to end white supremacy.
I want to talk about myself as a therapist who is
This
working
is
towards
something completely
anti-racism
different.
at all times, and that it is an ongoing process that I don't take breaks from, and I'm doing totally imperfectly. But that holds a lot of meaning to me. And I want to talk about it as a white therapist with white clients. And I want to just open up the conversation around white therapists having a real responsibility to address the way that white supremacy.
I think so. It's a dude or an ugly, ugly woman.
So a dude.
Supremacy is playing out in the world.
An ugly woman is not a dude. It's just an ugly woman.
No, that's a dude.
Me Candy says, I was surrounded by female siblings and cousins when I was a kid. More than once I put on a dress for a laugh. Doesn't mean I believed I was female. If I did that today, Ken would try and trans me. No, I don't think Ken would try and trans me. Trans you.
Okay, so confession time.
I
actually-
look great in fucking high heels. So
I actually wore a
Derek.
dress to my formal.
I need to get pictures of when I was Frankenfurter for you guys. You might actually like to see that here and there. My ass looked great in those heels.
Granted, it was my second formal, but I still wore a dress to one of my formals.
Their
So-
white clients. And to acknowledge that the therapeutic relationship is a really great space to do this because there's trust there. And it's a political space. I know that we're not supposed to think of it that way, but the personal is political, and it is an opportunity to dig deeper with people. And also, you have white clients who are sitting there looking at you, telling you they hate themselves. And we're trained to be like, who's harming you and why, and how do we stop it? And we're rarely trained in the art of helping clients identify that they're actually harmful. And that
Ken, I really hope you don't talk to your clients this way.
She sounds like a Canadian therapist who's like, have you tried bleach?
Have you tried killing yourself? Because that's what we do now.
that part of the work of therapy that can be so powerful and transformative is that they can start to hold themselves accountable for the harm that they're doing. And in doing that, their self-hatred gets less. And also in doing that, they're lessening the intensity of white supremacy out there. There's no white client who's not participating in upholding white supremacy, and there's going to be clients who are not interested in talking about it. And I don't think that means we don't push. I really don't, because I don't think that there's any authentic mental health when somebody is working towards upholding white supremacy with a total blindness towards the fact that they're doing that. I think awareness around this leads ultimately to health, but through pain. And also, part of our work of therapists is just to figure out how to use the dyad to create larger societal change. That we're not just sitting in the room with two people, we're sitting in the room with multiple communities that we're trying to
It's not your
change
fucking
around,
job.
so that the search for equality.
Your job is to treat the person in front of you.
So
Ken says, no, I talk to my clients generally like I talk on my show, with some reservations, exceptions, of course.
So her way of therapy is, you're a piece of shit and there's nothing you've done about it, but you're still a piece of shit and you should feel bad about it.
Yeah, you're
you
white.
Piece of shit.
Accept it.
Only to her white
Accept it.
clients.
You're a piece of shit.
Although she only had white clients.
That makes her like enabling white supremacy. She needs to have at least 50% per people of
POCs.
color as her clients, and I hope she doesn't charge them, because that would be enabling white supremacy as well.
100%.
And she wouldn't be addressing the inequities in this racist white supremacist culture.
Enters the space and is part of the ethics and how we perform.
I just want to point out, it's really fucking hard to talk like that, to like use all those fucking buzzwords and pull it all together. Like I have to appreciate people who can.
It's not when you're in it. Like
yeah,
it's not. I used to be able to do it too, and I can't do it anymore. But
to be fair, she does look native.
No, that's
no, seriously.
no, she's got the native Australian nose, not the.
Perform our work in the space. In addition to all of that, I just want to say that your clients might not want to have this conversation. And I'm not suggesting anybody can be forced into any conversation, but inviting it in as the non-expert, but somebody who's also on a journey towards trying to correct the ways that you're participating in harm as a therapist normalizes that is something really important for clients to be doing themselves as well.
Bringing in a non-expert?
Yeah, of course. I always bring in non-experts when I speak to an expert.
Hey, janitor, the computer's broken. Can you fix it? Yeah, sure. So fucking bring in a non-expert.
If anybody works in IT, you should know that you're always brought shit that you aren't fucking responsible for.
Yep.
And that makes no sense, and that has nothing to do with your job because it has a computer in it. This is apparently from a Home Depot training course for leaders. Unpacking privilege. Privilege, noun, a special benefit or advantage that may be earned or unearned. Note, a person may or not be aware they are benefiting from privilege. And this is done in the style of an assembly diagram of something you would buy from Home Depot.
To trick people into reading it.
No, I think it's for an internal Home Depot leaders seminar. So yes, social privilege, special unearned advantage or entitlement used to one's own benefit or to the detriment of others. These groups can be advantaged based on social class, age, disability, ethnic or racial category, gender, gender identity, sexual orientation, and religion. For fucking hell. White privilege. Societal privileges that benefit white people beyond what is commonly experienced by people of color under the same social, political, or economic circumstance. What privilege looks like? If you're confident that the police exist to protect you, you have white privilege. Okay, so I have no white... I do not have white privilege.
And you're retarded.
If while growing up, college was an expectation of you, not a dream, you have class privilege. Sweet, I don't have class privilege.
Neither do I.
If you can expect time off from work to celebrate your religious holidays, you have Christian privilege. Okay, I don't have Christian privilege either.
Nope.
What
If
about
you can use...
What about government mandated privilege?
Yeah, government mandated.
You must take holidays. Fuck. Now I'm
Yep.
privileged.
Let's see if I'm represented here.
If you can use public bathrooms without stares, fear, or anxiety, you have cisgendered privilege.
Or you're just a boss and don't give a shit.
I shit in the ladies' room and I'm fine.
And leave the door open.
That's power move.
To insert dominance. Watch out, ladies. I wouldn't use it for another 20 minutes or so.
If you don't have to worry about how you get into a store, you have able-bodied privilege.
Well,
If
to
you
be
don't
fair, if you're fat and the door's not wide enough, you do have to worry about it.
Dude, don't fucking encourage them. They call that a disability now. So
Okay, then I'm extra disabled.
if you don't have to explain that your spouse is of the same gender you have heterosexual privilege. If you don't have to think about it, it's a privilege. Check your privilege. Racism equals, and this is the new canard. Racism equals prejudice plus power.
So what if you're just prejudiced and you got no power?
Well, it's not racism. It's
Oh, okay.
That's the thing. They redefine racism so that black people can't be racist.
Then I can't be racist because I don't have power.
That's right.
But I can still be racist.
But no,
have racist prejudice.
Baldo, you have power because you're white.
Yeah, that power.
That's how they do it. That's how they do
They
it.
just assumed my ethnicity.
Yep, they assume your ethnicity just like I did just then.
Bigot.
I don't see the heterosexual privilege is weird because I don't think a lot of people go around explaining, like their spouse at all, like at work or whatever. Like, oh yeah, by the way, my wife is a woman.
No, they're saying if you don't have to.
Who cares?
If you don't have to explain it.
Nobody has to. It's personal business. Don't
Yeah,
fucking worry about it.
Yeah, it
Just
shouldn't be
people
something that's said in
volunteering
the
bullshit
office.
information.
Like, I don't care that you like to scissor your wife.
Yes.
Why are we discussing this in the workforce?
Yes. Doesn't matter.
I don't care you're a lesbian. Fuck off. Are you doing your job? No. Well, then we have problems.
Well, apparently you like to scissor your wife, Baldo. Because
Every
in your
day.
name. It's in your name.
Yeah.
That's not scissoring. Using
Yeah, it
a
is.
Baldo isn't scissoring.
If you do it right.
Yeah, it is. You're just not dipping the wick in. You're roping the balls.
I'm not going to comment on this.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment.
I'm not a border expert.
Neither am I.
It's in your fucking name.
Yeah, but he's obviously using it wrong.
Oh,
it's
okay.
Baldo Gagger.
Oh, okay. So it's a
if
teabag.
you're gagging on a Baldo, you're using it wrong.
Well, am I the gagger or the gaggee?
Well, that's right. You're the Baldo Gagger, so you
Wait a minute.
gag people with Baldos.
What is it?
Doesn't even imply that your balls are in it. You could just be using them as gags.
Wait a minute.
Open up, bitch.
What is a group of geese?
Sorry, what is a what?
A group of geese. Is that a gaggle or a gaggle?
A gaggle is a group of geese. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It should be transferred to being a murder of geese. They should take that from crows.
Take that from crows. Yes.
Yeah.
Geese are cunts.
Because you might get murdered by geese.
It's a fact.
Well,
geese are cunts.
they're really good at protecting their flock, even if their other birds aren't geese. But if
They're
you're
learning shit out you.
What is a gathering of emus?
Yeah,
A
what is
mob,
that?
I think.
a bunch of cunts.
Is
cunt.
that an army?
It's a cunt of emus. That's how that works.
Operation Shield.
So this is the richest man in India. His name is Gautam Adani. The word Adani will be familiar with us, the Australians, in the.
Yeah, when you said Adani before, I was
Nice
like, fuck, what have
mustache.
they done now?
Well,
Yeah.
what have they done? Well, apparently, this guy's lost a whole bunch of value.
Did
on
they
his
sue him?
company. No. What
Oh,
happened is he's
It wasn't
apparently a
real.
big fat fraud.
Huh.
So the problem is, Hindenburg isn't this is Hindenburg research. So these are short sellers.
Seems like an unfortunate name.
So they released a report on the Adani groups. The Adani group is a group of companies that Gautam Adani owns. A lot of them are publicly listed. Some of them aren't. They're all on the Indian Stock Exchange, and they're worth 17 trillion Indian rupees.
So like
Which
$4
is-
Australian.
It's 218 billion US dollars.
Yeah.
So yes, so they released their report into his company, and it's pretty suspicious. So I'll go through the headline points. So it says, today we reveal the findings of our 2-year investigation, presenting evidence that the Indian rupee 17.8 trillion Indian conglomerate Adani Group has engaged in a brazen stock manipulation and accounting fraud scheme over the course of decades. So Gautam Adani, founder and chairman of the Adani Group, has amassed a net worth of roughly 120 billion, adding over 100 billion in the past 3 years, largely through stock price appreciation in the group's 7 key listed companies, which have spiked an average 819% in that period. Our research involved speaking with dozens of individuals, including former senior executives of the Adani Group, reviewing thousands of documents and conducting diligence site visits in almost half a dozen countries. Even if you ignore the key findings of our investigation and take the financials of the Adani Group at face value, its 7 key listed companies have an 85% downside purely on a fundamental basis, owing to sky-high valuations. So essentially this is saying that even if you take all the financials that Adani reports publicly as 100% true, their 7 listed companies are worth 85% less on paper than they are according to the share market. So they're wildly overvalued, even taking their financials at face value. So key listed Adani companies have also taken on substantial debt, including pledging shares of their inflated stock for loans, putting the entire group on precarious financial footing. So this is like what Elon Musk did with Tesla, where he went and got an equity loan based on using the shares of Tesla as collateral. And what happens is, if the shares in that collateral decrease in value to a certain point, the bank will call in the loan and you'll have to pay it back. So, and short sellers love that, because usually that means the company will collapse. So 5 of the 7 key listed companies have reported their current ratio below 1, indicating near-term liquidity pressure. So essentially, these listed companies, 5 of them, have no cash on hand. So then all their assets are illiquid. So if the loans get called in, they're fucked. The group's very top ranks, and 8 of the 22 key leaders are Adani family members, a dynamic that places control of the group's financials and key decisions in the hands of a few. A former executive describes the Adani Group as, quote, a family business. The Adani Group has previously been the focus of 4 major government fraud investigations, which have alleged money laundering, theft of taxpayer funds, and corruption, totaling an estimated $17 billion US. Adani family members allegedly cooperated to create offshore shell entities in tax haven jurisdictions like Mauritius, the UAE, and Caribbean islands, generating forged import-export documents in an apparent effort to generate fake or illegitimate turnover and to siphon money from the listed companies. Like this, like this could be like one of those Enron style fraud, like publicly perpetrated frauds. Sorry, I need a drink. So, Gautam Adani's younger brother, Rajesh Adani, was accused by the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, which is, I think that's their ATO or IRS, of playing a central role in a diamond trade export-import operation, import-export scheme around 2004-2005. The alleged scheme involved the use of offshore shell entities to generate artificial turnover. Rajesh was arrested at least twice over separate allegations of forgery and tax fraud. He was subsequently promoted to serve as managing director of the Adani Group. His brother-in-law, Samir Vora, was accused by the DRI of being a ringleader of the same diamond trading scam and of repeatedly making false statements to regulators. He was subsequently promoted to executive director of the critical Adani Australia division. His older brother, Vinod Adani, has been described by the media as an elusive figure and has regularly been found at the center of the government's investigations into Adani for its alleged role in managing a network of offshore entities used to facilitate fraud. Our research, which includes downloading and cataloging the entire Mauritius corporate registry, has uncovered that Vinod Adani, through several close associates, manages a vast labyrinth of offshore shell entities. We've identified 38 Mauritius shell companies controlled by Vinod Adani or close associates. We've identified entities that are also surreptitiously controlled by Vinod Adani in Cyprus, the UAE, Singapore, and several Caribbean islands. It goes on for quite a fucking while. But essentially, well, I guess it's basically Adani is a great big fraud. Behind it's all shadows, and it's a shell game. And their entire thing is going to end up collapsing because of this
one report.
This one report, yeah, which is
Nice.
the whole look. And honestly, this is the whole point of short sellers get a bad rap. People like to shit on short sellers because I don't like short selling because short selling is essentially when you borrow. So what a short seller does is they go to the market, they borrow someone's stock on an understanding that in X number of days, months, years, they will give that stock back. So they will buy it at the current market price and they will pay an amount of money to hold on to that stock over the period. So if you own the stock, you lend it to someone, you lend it to a short seller, they sell it on the open market, and then they pay you an agreed amount every month until a certain date, at which point you get the stock back. So they essentially lease the stock off you. What they do is they sell it on the open market, and they're betting that by the time the contract expires and they need to buy the stock back, it's going to be worth way less than what they paid you to borrow it. So that's what short sellers do. Though that's how short sellers make their money.
Yeah.
So if it goes down, they get the stock back at the lower price and give it back to you, and then the deal's done. If it goes up, then they can lose basically an infinite amount of money.
Which is hilarious when that
the infinite
with
downside
GameStop.
is the drawback of short selling, and that's what happened with the
GameStop.
The GameStop
Oh,
stuff.
that's so good. That was
So-
so shit.
It's fun to squeeze short
ever wasted.
sellers. Yeah, short sellers can become quite predatory too, because they'll short a stock and then they'll go on Bloomberg or MSNBC. Sorry, not MSNBC, CNBC. They'll go on the business networks and then shit on a company to try and get the stock to go down by itself. without actually having any reason to do so. But then there's companies like Hindenburg who what they do is they do deep dive investigations into companies that they think are dodgy, and this is the purpose of short sellers. It's a self-regulating mechanism. Short sellers essentially exist to find the frauds in the market.
Unless they
and
lose lots of
expose them.
money, and then the government has to come in and.
That's right.
regulate
Yeah.
it.
Plus they lose lots of money, and then the government has to come in and regulate.
Yep.
So yes, that's the Adani stuff. I didn't do a too deep a dive on it because nobody really gives a shit. I just thought it was interesting and I wanted to cover it. So suck it. It's my show. So Aussie news.
Woo.
There's some horrible, horrible news out of Australia. That
Oh.
is worse. Some of the worst news
What'd they
I've
do this
heard.
time?
It's terrible. Like it really is horrible, and I weep for Australia. And I would implore all the Americans out there to send their thoughts and prayers our way, because schooners are going to $12.
Rip.
Yep. So the beer excise is lower than the excise on spirits, which is fucking huge. Fucking hell.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, the excise on spirits is retarded. I fucking hate this country sometimes. But yes, the excise on beer is and spirits is tied to the inflation rate, which of course, like everywhere else in the world, has been a fucking nuthouse. Like has been going through the fucking roof.
What's a schooner? Is it a beer or is it a size of a beer? What is it?
A schooner is a beer, and it's a size of beer. A schooner
much is it?
A schooner is what, 540 mils? I think it's 5.
From your area, yeah, I would call it
a
a pint.
schooner. It varies from state to state, but I'm pretty sure in New South Wales, schooner is 540.
I think, in New South Wales you call it a schooner, where in Victoria I call it a pint.
$371 mil.
like at the store.
So here you go. A schooner is 425 mils, or 15 fluid ounces for you, Tim. That's
at a store or like at a bar?
At a bar.
A
So
bar.
when you walk up to when you
That's
sidle up
not
to the bar
surprising.
and ask for a schooner of like, oh, I'd love a schooner of new, thanks. And they pour you a schooner of Tooheys New. It could, in some places it will set you back up to $12 now. If you ask for a pint, it'll set you back a little bit more. So yes, that's some tragic news because because tax. Because fuck tax.
$12.
For a schooner.
Does that mean cans are going up or just
Cans will go up too, yeah. But
Eventually, yeah.
not $12 a can.
no, just 11?
Yeah. Well, no, it's not going to be $11 a can. Cans will be less because like pubs always add a fucking margin. Like there's pub beer is always more expensive. And not every pub's going to be selling $12 schooners. Like there'll be happy hours, but there are some places where it'll hit $12.
Yeah, I doubt the RSL will sell them for $12.
Yeah, no, RSL's not going to. Yeah, because they subsidise it and they make their money on the pokies.
Yeah.
So when are you guys going to start bootlegging?
We already do. Buddy.
Start.
We already do.
There you go.
So I don't think it's not illegal to brew your own beer.
Not for
It's only
personal
illegal to sell
uses.
it.
You're going to have beer brewing co-ops is what you're going to have to do.
Yeah.
Most people who
If you're a big beer drinker, you brew your own. Like you can go and buy a beer brew kit, no problem. Like I had friends that brew spirits as well.
Those
Like
are under $100.
I've had plenty of homemade spirits. Like it's pretty good. Like some of it's good, but some of it's shit.
Some of it tastes like paint stripper.
Yeah.
some of it is used as paint stripper. So yes, congratulations to Taran Brumfit, which is a strange name, strangely ironic name. Who was a bodybuilder turned body image activist, for winning the Australian of the Year. So this is her. So there's her being presented with her Australian of the Year award. There was a photo of her looking chunky. like very chunky. There it is.
Ooh.
So there you go, Tim. We'll linger on that
Yeah.
for a while for you.
Can we?
So congratulations.
Yeah. No,
So
no.
bread in a supermarket in Adelaide is $6.20.
That's getting ridiculous.
So that is getting ridiculous. This is a.
Whoa.
Let's watch this woman's TikTok.
Bread went from $3.60 to $6.20. It's 8 a.m. and I'm effing confuzzled.
I hate TikTok.
Yeah.
I wish we could outlaw it.
I'm pretty sure that bread price is now on par with Baker's Delight or Brumby's.
Well, that's a.
She was at a Drake's.
Yeah, that was a Drake's.
And Coles and Woolworths sell it for.
Coles and Woolworths is $3.90.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
Goddamn globalism! Where are our local bakers? Damn it! They're all dead now. Globalists. Fucking.
Funny thing is, she was probably at a Drake's.
Kill all the bakers.
She was probably at a Drake's that was right next to a fucking bakery anyway.
Probably, yeah.
Probably, but those were the yeah, they're not the ones.
Well, you can't get. There's no dollar bread anymore. You used to be able to get bread for $1, like a
Yeah.
loaf, even like the
It's
cheap
$1.60
bread.
or $1.70.
$1.60 now, yeah.
Coles and Woolworths.
So that's
98
a
cents
lot of inflation over a short period of time.
Yeah.
So
Plus, that is on special. That bread specifically is on special at the original price on their website. So
yeah, on the website it has the special, yeah. But yes, apropos of nothing, Australia's cost of living crisis worsens with inflation hitting a new unacceptable 32-year high, making another interest rate rise within weeks, almost a certainty. Excuse me, I just need to cry for a moment.
Rip your mortgage.
Yep, rip my mortgage. Also, at the same time, homeowners are urged to pay the Indigenous Australians a weekly rent for living on their land. And
come and get it.
yeah, come and get it. So this is their
website.
website. It's called Pay the Rent. I think presumably based on the line from the song "Beds Are Burning." The time has come to say fair's fair, to pay the rent, to pay our share.
Oh, they are talking about dole bludgers. And if we pay in rent, does that mean they're landlords? And does that mean I should get?
Does that mean they can negatively gear the whole fucking country?
Oh fuck!
You know, you should
No, I was
demand
just thinking-
evidence that they were settling on the exact land that you live on now. Like,
I was thinking the
was there a
driveway
settlement
needs
here?
ripping up and redoing. Can we get them to do
Calling
that?
calling up the. Can I?
You know they're not going to do any work.
Hey, Django Bongo, can you come? Send your boys
Jesus,
around.
Baldo.
God, that was a great fucking video the other day.
Bunga bunga.
That's a great video.
Oh shit!
So I was going to do
That
this in the
rap
Rumble
video. Can
section.
we play the rap
but
video again?
I figure if this gets me blocked or something.
Hang
I'll,
on, what
I'll
rap
cut it out.
video?
The one in the blackface.
The one we
did
the
on
one we
Australia
played
Day.
on Australia Day.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
I don't even think
was
we
the
got a
most-
claim for that. Like
That was that was the shit. It was the
I
most
don't even think
racist
that got
thing I've ever
claimed.
seen.
Hang on, let me check.
Yeah.
This, let me check.
Oh wait,
studio.
the are you talking about the Hey It's Saturday one?
No,
Where they all come out.
It was
No, the
I
live
think it was
one
a
you linked
50
me
Cent song or
to,
something. I think it was.
Hang on, let me see. Come on, right. So, don't be Rama Rama, working class man, big enough. Oh, that's him yelling. Cinema soundscapes. Yeah, didn't get an auto claim.
It looked like the video was like 110 years old.
It was the one with the out. It's out the front. It's called.
Yeah.
Out the front is the song. So, this is the Paul Pelosi. Body cam footage. Turn it up. Just start fucking low volume all the time. Ah,
Fuck.
Yeah, definitely don't want olive here. I definitely don't want olive here. Hello.
You can just feel the urgency, can't you? Get ready for feeling some more urgency.
Mm-hmm.
That cop was on his phone.
Yeah. Fucking said 2620, right? No, 2640. Oh, 40. Yeah, it literally said that. Hi. Guys. How you doing? How are you?
Hey guys, how are you?
What's going on, man?
Everything's good.
Hi. Drop the hammer.
Fucking weird.
Nope. Hey.
What is going on right now?
I'm not getting an answer on calls.
Bro, oh shit.
Now there's urgency.
Calls in the area that you're sending email. I got him, Michael.
Listen very carefully.
Edward 14, Edward, send back up code 3.
Code 3 back up at 26.
Give me your fucking hand!
Units code
Give me your fucking hand!
40 Broadway for 14 hours.
Edward 14,
that
Edward,
is
send medics
snoring.
code 3 as well.
No, that is not a sound effect I have.
Got it?
Sorry, 14 number 26, medic code 3.
Affirmative.
I don't know which of them is snoring. I think it's the Pape. I think they're both
was
knocked,
Paul.
like they're both out.
Yeah,
It's Pelosi.
sounds a bit like
You can see his gut
Pelosi's.
moving.
Yeah.
I've been smacked in the head and I'm making guttural
Yeah.
noises.
Sounds like he's snoring.
He's knocked out.
And the other
Yeah,
guy's
he's knocked the
snoring.
fuck out.
So yeah, this was the article that said it was going to be released on Friday morning. Yeah.
Kind of ruins the whole bomb buddies thing. A little, doesn't
It's
it?
still a little weird.
Yeah.
Because he breaks in.
I don't know.
We
It's such a
also
weird video
have
because
our
it doesn't
first look
really,
at the
to me, I mean,
video
black
on
and
the
whites are
attack of
weird, but
Paul
it kind of doesn't
Pelosi,
look like him.
Of Paul
Yeah.
Pelosi, husband of former House Speaker Nancy
Because
Pelosi.
it looks like
Look at
his
this.
he's got like
Remember I
mutton
told you
chops
that
or
there were gonna
something.
be
I didn't
things
see him in the other
other
one.
than the police body cam that would be released. This is the surveillance
fuck
I was
video
right.
outside the home, and that is
This,
the
yeah,
suspect
this
to Pat.
goes against
And you see him, he put some items down, you see him
the
breaking
evidence.
some glass and the fragments of glass that are
Where do you see
breaking
that?
now. Emily, talk to me about this as
the,
evidence in the
the
case.
glass.
Well, so
Originally,
keep in mind that this suspect is facing federal charges
when they were
and state at the
doing
same
the
time, right?
investigation,
In December,
the
he was
glass
indicted.
was on the outside, as if someone was.
You know, I
going
was right. It was
out.
because it was bulletproof glass.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that makes
that
sense
is
then.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, you get the tool in and then you rip it out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you have to.
And that's why
you
the
have
glass
to-
is on the outside.
You have to basically pry it out. There we go. That fits.
Note to anybody in looking to safeguard their house: bulletproof glass isn't good enough.
Drop the hammer.
No windows on the first floor, boys.
What is going
He's got a yeah. Me Candy's right. He's got a glass in his hand.
Oh yeah, yeah. He said it. He had
Yeah.
it the whole time.
Not gonna drop his drink. It's not that important.
Glass or a beer
Oh, no.
can.
Like what the hell?
I think it's
Well,
glass.
It was like Nick was talking about last night that he was basically trying to keep things calm and like just they were both like, well, we'll just wait till Nancy gets here and you just do, basically him buying time.
Yeah.
That dispatch operator is kind of retarded. There were flags there.
Yeah.
And she
Oh,
just
definitely flags.
ignored them. Like, oh,
Yeah.
do you want to do? Oh yeah. No. Okay. Are you in trouble? Say no right now. No, I'm not in trouble. Everything's fine. Okay, we're sending the cops. Blues and twos will be there soon. Like,
Right.
The issue with that
there
is
are certain ways to
guy was
ask
also-
questions.
Well, the issue is the guy was also listening in, so you had to be very careful. But there was enough flags to kind of go, yeah,
Yeah.
send someone in. Clearly, someone's under, well, not kidnapped, but just under stress.
Absolutely
Under
retarded.
duress.
So I'll bring this on forward. I'm trying to avoid going to Rumble for as long as possible.
But it's inevitable.
I know.
Rumble, we're coming for you.
I made a video I made a cut of a video as well. So yes, apparently shit's kicking off in the US. These are all the organised riots. So I hope everybody's Saturday night is all right. Fucking
Yeah, just
Christ.
don't live in an open centre.
Yeah, no, get out of the cities.
Get out of the cities.
What's this
So
for?
what are these riots over? That the
Various
shot at?
things.
Oh, okay.
So it is the I think it has a lot to do with the Tyree Williams.
Yeah, it's pretty much
being
You mean
murdered straight up.
Black cops killing a black suspect.
These guys, yeah, the
Oh.
5 Memphis cops. I saw a lot of tweets from people who were like, "Why are they rioting? The cops were fired immediately." Like,
They don't care about
they've
that.
been charged. Like, what the
They
hell?
don't care.
Because they just
You
want to
don't
destroy
care
shit.
all about that at all.
And don't even get me started on how 5 black police officers beating a black man to death is white supremacy, because it's just fucking ridiculous.
The system's white supremacy.
The system is white supremacy, yes.
Everything is
It's
white
like
supremacy.
Everything's white supremacy. It's just like... But yes, apparently there was an autonomous zone in Atlanta. I don't know how long that was there, but apparently the protesters fired an officer, and they had a no forest, no peace, truck the police. So
there was supposed to be a training ground being built in that location for the police.
A police
yeah,
training
they
ground?
well
police
they
training
shot a cop, and well, Brian Kemper decided that was enough, and he said, "Did we extinguish the uprising?" Let's watch they extinguished the uprising.
So they sent lead downstream and didn't expect it to come back.
Pretty much.
I think they just showed up.
Much retarded.
And the cops they opened fire.
What got this going? Well, there's a new City of Atlanta law enforcement training facility that's been a little bit controversial. There's been some folks that are, environmental protesters. Most of that group has been peaceful, but some domestic terrorists, anarchists, whatever you want to call them, really have been damaging property, assaulting workers, state employees, and other people. And, quite honestly, in my opinion, this has gone on way too long. I became very frustrated with this situation several months ago and have been pushing the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the State Patrol, and other state law enforcement to start working with the locals to make sure that we have a safe environment here. I mean, we didn't play into the local politics of the decision that was made, but we're just not going to stand for construction sites being terrorized and people being assaulted, and that goes for our police officers too. And so we made that clear Saturday night. Unfortunately, we had a state trooper that got shot when we were trying to clear this forest, and that's very unfortunate. I visited with him and his family yesterday, and he's fighting hard, and we're continuing to keep him in our prayers. But it's really, we're going to bring these people to justice. I mean, we're going to send the message. We did that 2 years ago during civil unrest when a lot of out-of-state people that, really shouldn't have a dog in this fight are coming to our city to destroy businesses and government property like police cars. And we extinguished this uprising very quickly. It's been very peaceful ever since, and I think we sent a strong message that, that we're just not going to put up with that here in the state of Georgia.
Blue cities and red states, man, like fucking hell.
Yeah.
Oh no, the police did what the police are meant to do.
Yeah.
Quick, let's riot.
And yes, whoa, those 5 black cops racism that black guy to death. It wasn't their fault. 2/3 of the black community made them do it to cause more systemic racism.
Of course.
And you just can't see the systemic racism because you're white. That's right. And that's not actually right, Stabby. I'm not white. I'm a person of color.
No, Italians are white now.
No, Sicilians, man. We're black.
He's related to Magnus.
That's right. Ken says, my protesting song tonight is going well. I've already obtained 3 new flat screens from from a willing store nearby. I'm sure it was a black-owned store because that tends to happen as well. Minority-owned
insurance.
stores. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's just insurance.
It's just insurance, man.
Tell me you don't know how insurance works without telling me you don't know how insurance works. You fucking idiot people.
Thermo is a person of color, apparently. Yes.
Yep.
So yes, there was a mass shooting in Florida. Not that you, in California.
California.
Not that you would know it because it got memory hold real fast. Because the shooter was a 72-year-old Asian man who shot Asian people.
Must be celebrating the lunar year.
But there was another fucking mass shooting in California. Like days late, like there's been like 3 in, where was the article? Until I'm getting tired. So 18 dead in 3 days after mass shootings in California devastate 2 communities. Yeah, both shooters were Asian. 2 mass shootings with just hundreds of miles apart shared devastating similarities. Both alleged shooters were men of Asian descent over the age of 60. I think for the first one we can stop saying alleged. In the Half Moon Bay shooting, police said victims were both Asian and Hispanic farm workers. Nearly all of the victims of the Monterey attack appear to be of Asian descent. Like, what the fuck? What the hell, Asian Americans?
The Manchurian candidates. They've been activated.
Asian Americans are fighting back.
And then 1 day later, 8 days, 25 dead. California shaken by a string of mass shootings. So, of course, it's the guns, even though California has the, where was it? It was like the... California, the most populous US state and one of the world's biggest economies, also has the country's strictest gun laws.
Imagine my shot.
In 1989, it became the first state in the nation to ban military-style assault weapons. The state's per capita homicide rate is lower than the US average and sharply lower than many Republican majority states like Louisiana and Mississippi. What do those states all have in common? I'm not really sure. Which have much more permissive gun ownership laws. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's the legal gun ownership that's the problem.
I can think of an overlay that would make that look very poorly.
I know.
Oh no, it's ghost guns. Woo! The ghost guns. They're coming to get you. I ain't afraid of no ghost guns.
Is this ghost gun in this room with us?
Ghost gun in the room with us right now, yeah.
Well, it says the state's per capita gun homicide rate is lower than those 3 red states.
It's sharply lower than many Republican majority states like Louisiana and Mississippi. Per capita. It's because fucking California is absolutely ginormous. It's
yeah, but that's per
wash with people.
Per 100,000, so it's kind of a like for like, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a like for like, but also.
So that's
Tim was talking about the black people.
Yeah, but
that's what I was getting to. Yeah,
I would never.
He was alluding to the blacks.
Oh, okay, in Louisiana and Mississippi.
In Louisiana and Mississippi, yes.
Gotcha.
Wouldn't do that.
Gotcha. And because they don't like the blacks in California, they don't have the issue.
Well, yeah, I guess Hispanics the less one.
It's mainly Hispanics over there.
It
is a Mexican. Used to be a Mexican state.
I mean, I wouldn't.
Did Mississippi?
That was French.
Yeah, it was French.
French colony.
Same as Louisiana. So I don't know why I was searching for that guy. Oh, he died. That's why.
How old the old French colonies has a lot of black people in it.
So yeah, the rest of the stuff, like I have bits and pieces, but the rest of the stuff is in my died suddenly section, and that's certainly not gonna fly over here. So I think on that note, we
this stream's gonna die.
We transition over to Rumble. So for want of a better term,
we're trans now.
We're trans now. We're going to transition over to Rumble. So thank you everybody on YouTube. If you want to watch us over on Rumble, the link is in the description. Thank you everybody for watching. There's 42 people watching now. Thank you so much. I really need that watch time. If you haven't already liked and subscribed do the like and subscribe thing. We do this every Saturday night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, where we sit down and we go through the news from the past week. Farron isn't always here. Sometimes Farron's here. Sometimes other people are here. So yeah, this isn't the whole panel. Usually Tim's here with us as well, but he's off with family. So yes, follow us over on Rumble. Link is in the description. I have a little clip that we can play. But if you don't like Rumble, if you hate Rumble, I understand. But yes, follow us over there, and we'll continue. I'm just going to play the clip. So if you're not going to follow us, we'll see you next week. Yeah, peace.